Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races, such as the Daytona 24, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR schedule, such as the Daytona 500. We have events from disciplines all across the racing world, from the Indianapolis 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events utilize iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against every driver taking part. And as every race progresses, watch and feel the track change with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
It's time to wind back the clock to when endurance racing was raw and brutal. Open-top prototypes and thoroughbred GT sports cars racing around Portimão for 1,000 kilometers of racing here in the 2026 iRacing special events. Hi folks, welcome to the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth. Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary. And Ewan, this was one of the most fun additions to the special event calendar last year. And what a fun fight we saw in some mixed conditions in 2025. Looking forward to the 2026 edition of the Portimão 1000 presented by Simucube.
Yeah, I'm so glad to be back again for 2026, a year on from the debut event in the iRacing special events calendar for the Portimão 1000 kilometers. It was absolutely fantastic, and it sort of begins this Indian summer of endurance racing, really. We've had our proper big endurance races like the Nürburgring 24, the Spa 24, some of the others scattered amongst that. And now the late season events, really. This one, but next month, Suzuka, Britco, Le Mans all coming up in the next month as we begin to, sadly, see the end of the endurance racing season of 2026.
But you know what that means? It means we get to look forward to another year of special events in 2027, but get to mix up the disciplines as well as the drivers on the dirt side of things. Maybe look forward to a couple of things. Crandon Championship, I know we'll see lots of coverage on the iRacing Esports Network. Let's talk about our format. Qualifying just beginning, 8 minutes, 2 laps for the drivers to get their fastest lap with the track clear for themselves, and then 1,000 kilometers, 215 laps. It makes strategy a little bit simpler, at least when it comes to the prototype. No time question instead. You've got a fixed number of laps, but weather may play its part. We'll see how the forecast shifts its way through the day in this team event. You've got to do this race with 2 drivers. Although having said that, you and I already know there's at least one team out there that will be using 1 driver, and their reward for seeing the checkered flag at the conclusion of about 6 hours of racing is going to be a disqualification from the results.
Yeah, there's always one, isn't there, in this kind of event? And it's not too much of a stretch to do it on your own either, but it will still be an absolute challenge. And here is what makes this event so special. The Portimão 1000 is a retro event, really. This is how endurance racing used to be, both in the real world, but also in the early days of iRacing as well. The HPD will be the overall winner, you'd expect, unless something very extraordinary happens this afternoon. The GT1s will be the head of the GT field, the screaming Aston Martin and the deep growl of the Corvette. And the GT2 will be bringing up the rear at the back end of the field here today. As I say, this is how endurance racing used to be in iRacing's earliest days, and it's great to bring it back once a year here at this event.
And when you talk about BOP, given that there's 2 manufacturers in that GT1 class, not much to talk about. Aston Martin's got a bit of weight added to it, just as we head into the winter. It's starting its hibernation phase, but also had a bit of the fuel chipped away to level the playing field. We do have a few more Aston Martins in the mix than we do the Chevrolet Corvettes, but nonetheless should make for an exciting field of competition. And as Ewan says, throwback to what endurance racing used to be, and that includes the cars themselves. Raw, brutal, those GT cars. No driver aids, and we go back to the day when you had to take a hand off the steering wheel to shift gears. Look, though, at the weather conditions. Lots of fog as there's plenty of humidity in the air. Track temperature 28 degrees Celsius, but 18 km/h winds. At a track with as much elevation change as this, Ewan, that can be a tricky thing to come to grips with.
Yeah, and these HPD prototypes especially are fairly on the light side and could get blown around a little bit if the wind does get up even more from there. But I think the one thing the drivers are going to be glad to see from that track conditions graphic there is the track temperature not being excruciating. We're in the middle of August, we're down in the south of Portugal. It is, or can be, sorry, very hot at this time of year. Don't be surprised on an evening to see track temperatures reaching the 40s, 50s maybe Celsius-wise. That's not the case here today, just high 20s at least for qualifying. We're not in the heat of the day yet, at least. This is just about 10:30 as you've just seen, but nevertheless, they'll be glad that the tyres are not going to be roasted too hard over the course of certainly the early stages of this race with, as you said, that fog and the bit of cloud around we have here today.
It's interesting, these conditions. Benchmark lap time punched in as our first of the two qualifying laps is set. Harley Horton in the bam, bam, bam. Number one slides to the top of the board, and no, that won't get irritating. It's not already irritating as a team name. We'll get those times up for the GT1s and the GT2s as they make their way to the line, but already seeing about 1 second covering the top 13 in the prototype class. Meanwhile, now as the GT times begin to trickle in, they'll come up on the left side of your screen when the graphic pops up. But I can tell you that Robin Schwanke in the Solpic Precision Racing Chevrolet Corvette sits at the top of the board, a full 10th clear of the Aston Martin and Michael Polasek and Full Send Racing, while with Impact Simsport that set the benchmark in GT2 as the first laps are punched in.
Yeah, opening laps often expected to be a little bit slower than the second time round, but we'll see whether that remains to be the case here at Portimão as well. I'll say in terms of these classes, they're all set out. As I say, HPD will be the quickest GT1s ahead of GT2s, and as you say, the Aston Martins are the choice in GT1. Worth remembering, though, actually from last year that was the case as well, but it was a Corvette that took the victory by just 1 single second. Robin Schwanke and David Barraclough having a nice battle towards the end. A 1 second winning margin for the Corvette, so it is evenly balanced, or at least it was last year. And hopefully it is this year as well, even though the Astons are outnumbering the Corvettes.
Tobias Paschko in one of the BS hybrid cars. This one, the HPD, breaks the timing beam, but I don't believe has punched in a lap time that's going to see them start inside of the top 10. Indeed, it's down in 14th for them. GT1 drivers about to finish their second lap, and as grid and go, Simona Maria Marcheno and Johan Royer, I think, paired up in that 001, go to second in HPD. Let's take a look at the GT1 times with 14,000 splitting. BS Hybrid and Solpec Precision Racing, Phil Denez jumping to the front row. SRB Racing go no better than third position. Simona Maria Marcheno in the other grid and go car, he's in the GT1, he's gone to pole position.
Yeah, he was in the HPD last year, took third place overall in the race for Grid and Go. He's taken first in GT1 with that lap time, though. Look how close it is, though. 0.5 of a second to Phil Denez. Robin Schwanke only 2/3 of a 10th of a second back. And the top 7 covered by less than 0.5 second. And this is a technical racetrack. I know that it's only 98 seconds, as quick as you can around here, but it's a very technical racetrack, up and down all day. Kim Eriksson, also coming over the line, is going to jump into that 0.5 second group, and he gets to 6th place for Black Star Racing, a perennial GT1 team back in the day.
You're curious about the time difference between GT1 and GT2, just under about 3 seconds or so between pole position in the respective classes right now, and we should be about set with qualifying at this stage. Davis Mann jumps to 6th in the Team WP300 for GT2, but everybody but Simona Maria Marcheno has completed both of their laps or is not out on track and is going to start at the very tail end of the pack. So that just means that pole sitter in GT1 has got a chance to try and find even more time. Here he comes out of the final corner. Really straddles the inside curve as he used that elevation and dropped through. Roar to the line. Straight cut gears screaming out as Marcheno, within 200ths of a second, but no improvement in time.
No improvement, but that actually would have been pole again. If he was starting from scratch, that would have been pole again, although by a slightly even smaller margin compared to Fildenez, who would have been 36 thousandths of a second away, as opposed to 50. So very, very consistent for Marcheno, and maybe that is a good sign for the race here in the GT1 class. It looks like that is going to be a class to watch. Again, it was last year the closest winning margin, but looks like it especially is this time by.
And so we got a monster field of 56. Let's start to run our way down through the starting grid for the iRacing Portimão 1000, presented by Simucube. Harley Horton in the, I repeat, bam, bam, bam. Number 1 will lead us to the green alongside of Johan Royer in the Grid and Go 001. Not seeing the drivers returning to that car after they were involved in the fight last year, but they've got some other competition. The likes of Delatraz Automotive by PC Design and Hyperion Racing, Solpec Precision Racing, and the Jens Brothers competition slot in on the third row of the starting grid. Elbam Motorsports Grid Up Sim Racing 7th and 8th positions, just inside of half a second, alongside of Solpec Precision Racing and the Proto GT HPD team. That's the top 10 with Thomas Eng Sim Racing and OR7. Maybe, I think that's meant to be 6 or 7 maybe, in 12th spot. Alright, Esports alongside of Parabit Sim Racing, 13th and 14th. BS Plus Hybrid, that split liveried Zebra slots into 15th alongside of the blue and pink GMF team, number 20. Alpha Corsa, the 27, is slotted into 17th. With those familiar Tequila Patron colours on the Lone Wolf Motorsports, number 26, on the outside of row number 9. Yit Cows Racing, 19th for the Spotted Cow, with Project GRS alongside to bookend the top 20. And in the monster field of HPD's White Motorsports, Endurance Enjoyers Red slot in on row number 11. 23rd for Sim Racing Grids 86, 24th for Team Endurotech. And then at the back of the pack, Tex Sports Sim, the number 13. And ZRT Momo will be joined by one final driver who elected not to qualify, and that's Jet Fuel Energy, looking to do this race by themselves. In GT1, Grid and Go, half a tenth of a second clear of Fildenez and BS Hybrid, while Solpec Precision Racing and SRB Racing slot in on row number 2. First of the Corvettes, charges from third, as Robin Schwanker looks to try and win once again. Full Send Racing, Michael Polasek, and Black Star Racing, Kim Eriksson, 5th and 6th respectively. Maple T Racing Team Isaac Phelps brings the Union Jack into the picture alongside of TSRC, hoping to be a Hot Wheels. Solpec Precision Racing and 100 Force through the top 10 in class, with Fishies, Carl Simsport, the number 16 and the 21 alongside of one another. And then Inosa Simtech exactly 1 second off of pole, with Seacrest County Highway Patrol to their outside. Taurus Racing Team, Techsport Sim Team, Paceworks Esports, those are the cars with times on the board. John Babineau locked in racing will roll from the back. And then last but not least, 11 of our 4 GT2s, Impact Simsport pole position alongside of the Roti Usport team, largest gap in qualifying times on that front row, with the Kakuri Hirwa DDA in 3rd, SLM Motorsport then in 4th, the Wrong Stuff number 15 in 5th, and that Team WP300 of Davis Mann rolls in 6th. The River Falls Sim Racing team, the All Pink Machine, is 7th. Sudbury Blueberry Bulldogs in 8th, with NWA Motorsports, Mimo Apex, and the Globe Oil 1322 and 6-man racing team by Fukaru. There are some long and weird team names in this field, but we've got through the starting grid, Ewan. Expectations for this race up ahead.
Firstly, well done to you on that. You can take a deep breath. After that grid, possibly the toughest grid in all of sim racing in the year. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, hoping at least, I don't know whether expecting, but certainly hoping for a race like we had last year. For those who weren't watching, an extraordinary fight towards the front of the field. Now, some of the names that we had in that fight were are not involved, sorry, this year. But Grid and Go Esports are here at the front of the field. They were second on the wrong side of that result by 3 seconds at the end of last year's race in that 001. Can they go one better this time around? They've got different challenges to them this time around. Holly Houghton on the front row. I mean, expecting a strategical race as well. Last year we saw sort of 33 laps was the norm for the HPDs, but the teams like Grid and Go were able to stretch it out to 36 laps, and the big difference being you only have to make 5 pit stops if you do 36 lap stints consistently throughout the day. You have to make 6 stops if you're doing 33-ish laps, or even as low as 31 laps you can make it on the 6 stops. So yeah, it could get quite strategical actually, and it did last year as well through the middle of the race, but it has been a year on since then. There's been 4 iRacing updates and lots of changes to everything in that meantime. So this could be a very, very different race, but if it's anything like what we had last year, then I'm looking forward to it.
Didn't we have some rain last year, or am I just going crazy?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so I'm just going crazy, which, to be fair, it's very possible. You mentioned Grid and Go drivers from last year. It was Jake Dennehan and Sean Campbell that were fighting against Gustavo Ariel and Diogo Pinto. This time for Grid and Go, Johan Royer is going to take the start, but splitting driving duties with Peter Zuber, Darius Andre, so by no means a slower lineup, just a different lineup. Harley Houghton, we've seen him plenty on RaceSpotTV, doing lots of racing in the NLS, in particular around the Nordschleife, but paired up with the World Sim Racing duo of Adam State and Prodigy Pass winner Tom Katsadonis. Stacked front row behind them. Delatraz Automotive, maybe one of the best teams in LMP2 right now. But that's the modern Dallara closed cockpit machine. What can Alexander Delatraz do on the start of this race? 215 laps sit in front of us. About 5.5 hours of racing for these drivers. And with, for some, the unknown in front, they get set to drop the green flag with maybe their first official race in these cars. Let's go for the iRacing Portimão 1000 presented by SimUcube. And already the prototype starting to weave back and forth. We descend in through turn 1, a fast drop, and then onto the brakes hard in through turn 3 for the first time. But they're 3 wide amongst the GT1s as they drop through that opening corner, and the inevitable BS Hybrid, Phil Denez gets sent out wide, and he's going to have to be careful as he slots back into the heart of the pack. GT2s, the 4s descend in through the opening corner, they're going to trip over the tail end of the GT1 pack if they're not careful. More drama, a spin for one of the tail end of your HPDs, and it's caused a bit of chaos between the GT2s as there's some fighting side by side for the lead. Marcello and Schwanker battling it out.
And Phil Denez was driving down the grass there as well, trying to take 3rd place away from Isaac Phelps as well, who was battling with him, but down the inside and through for Marcello, but only briefly. There's contact. Robin Schwanker gets into the side of Marcello, and he definitely missed the apex there. At least from that camera angle, he didn't look like he was anywhere near the apex of turn 8, and he's gone straight into the side of Marcello, who actually recovers quite well, but he is down into 11th place.
That's one of the clumsier starts I think we've seen. Have to wait on the replay to figure out what happened to BS Hybrid, but Phil Denez is now back up front with Isaac Phelps in the Union Jack labeled Maple T Racing Team 999, running him down. But at the front of the field, Harley Houghton converts his pole position to the lead of the race. Johan Royer now defending from Alexander Delatraz. Now, one thing we talked about last year, setup differences, and maybe the same thing. Delatraz with the advantage in the straight line. We go back further in the pack to look at some fighting between Mal Dendika in the other Solpet car, the 111. Did you see how much more speed Delatraz had going down into that opening braking zone, but now vulnerable heading into turn number 5?
Yeah, we need to get a bigger sample size to try and work out which setup everybody's on. But remember what a key point that was last year in the race, especially it seemed when Jake Dennehan was in the car against one of those 2 of the race winners, either Ariel or Pinto, I can't remember which, but I can't remember which way round it was, but the Grid and Go car was certainly separate to the Redline teammates who had their car set up in a very, very different way indeed. It all happened through turn 3 on this opening lap, really down the back end of the field. You can see the eventual spin that happens here just on the inside, and then the GT1s come across it. Good avoidance from those first 2 who very nearly slammed straight into the side of the HPD, which finally reverses out of the way. But that was really only the start of the trouble on lap 1.
Yeah, quite curious to still figure out what happened with Phil Denez in turn 1, but this is then as the field comes across that car. 100 Force get involved and spun around. Solpek as well, the 113. Oleg Lovkov, who's already back down in pit lane.
It's 4 GT1s that managed to find themselves off here. So there's separate stuff going on other than the spun HBD. There's the look at that. That was the TSRC car as well, the Hot Wheels Aston Martin that got into the back of this Aston Martin that went off the road, the Fishes number 16. 4 of them off into the gravel through turn 4 on the opening lap of this race. And as I say, that's just through the first sector. There was another HBD off down here, down the exit road at turn 5. Not sure what that was all about either, but yeah, so much to unpack from that first lap.
That was the Project GRS, the 712, that had just pulled to the side and returned to the pit lane. So maybe they had taken some damage and did the wise thing, got down to a decent place to stop and was able to do so. You can see some of those pit times, by the way, on the right side of the screen. Solpek Precision 113, 100 Force, and Project GRS. Those are the 3 cars sat there, and unfortunately seeming as though early DNFs in this race. You know, it's interesting that they call themselves Maple T Racing Team and the car's got a Union Jack on it, because Maple T to me would indicate Canada rather than the UK.
It's not exactly Beans on Toast Racing Team, is it?
Yeah, I know.
That's, that would have been much better, but anyway.
Much tastier as well.
Indeed. But yeah, it's what these special events are for, these ones that are not necessarily attached to real world events. We do get these stranger liveries, these stranger team names, as we were experiencing already tonight. Here's the spin for Carlos Faro, coming through turn 9 side by side with somebody, spinning to the outside, and there's another bit of, and then here's the bigger problem, ending up right in the middle of the GT1 field straight away.
So we haven't grabbed a look at any of the moments in GT1 just yet, but I can tell you that Phil Denez does have, I think, some damage maybe on the car, or is that just the way the livery sits on the body of the Aston Martin? We'll wait to see. Ride with Ruben Ekamata in the Kikuri Hirwa 928. Ekamata, someone that we've seen as part of the Samantha Tan Racing esports crew in the VCO Esports Racing League. But as much as this is an old school car, it's still got enough technology that that's not a rear view mirror, that's a rear view camera, if I remember correctly.
Quite revolutionary for a car at the time in iRacing. I don't know if any of the others had rear view cameras at the time when this was released all those years ago. That's a guess though, I don't know. But yeah, very common these days, and say it's a storied car in iRacing. Plenty of people will be very familiar with it and be glad to get it a run out. It wasn't the closest race last year here in GT2, sadly. The race was won by a whole lap, and third place was 3 laps off the leader, hoping that it is the smallest field again, GT2, and that maybe speaks to the popularity of it, the 11 in the field here today, but hopefully they're a bit closer this year.
Well, I can tell you that Impact Simsport, the leader, they're very quick through the second sector, but maybe not as quick in sector 1 and 3. Heading into the final sector now. Again, the reason we'll bring out some of these sector time differences is where the teams make time on track can be consequential. How easy it is to follow another car, how hard it can be then to keep in front if you're slower in a straight line. For the time being, Elias Loppinen clear of the Row 2 Esport team. 7/10 the margin. Up front, the number 1 car, Harley Horton, 1.2 seconds clear of Johan Royer as he's now onto the 5th lap of this race, and probably within another 3 laps we'll start to pick our way through the traffic. So the fact that he's got close to a now 1.5 second gap to second, more than 2 seconds back to third. Horton in a great spot right now. Yeah,
very good start. Just to pull away from the others and not let them all just follow on behind, as would have been easy to let happen here early on. He's managed to get away nicely at the start of this race as they complete the first 5 laps. So just trying to, again, take a look at these sector times to see if there is much difference. Not sure there really is loads, but we need to really get these cars together to actually find out, as we've got Yeah, strange liveries all round here today. There's another example.
Yeah, again, just another unique example of the creativity that some of these drivers have brought to this event. Fastest lap, by the way, is in the hands of Johan Royer in second. Don't know how much that tells us. Derek Heiberger, a little wiggle as crests over the top of turn 4. Now, Derek, someone that we've become more familiar with in the 24-hour series esports championship. And this past weekend, we had an interesting race, Ewan, that I know you weren't around, unfortunately, to see, but we had a case where the slower class, because we had a lot of rain, ended up finishing, the winner of the second class, inside the overall top 5. And if there had been more rain, might not have been out of the question to see them on the overall podium. I don't think the lap times are necessarily close enough between our prototype and GT1 for that to be the case. But how cool would it be if we get some torrential rain that mixes things up for these drivers? I don't know if that's on the cards. I'm just hoping.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I mean, it's as really loses time on this lap, by the way. Royer right behind him. I think you say they're not that close to maybe produce that. I think they might be, but again, I'm not sure we're going to get rain. It's very, very sunny out there at the moment as Royer does get alongside. First battle for the lead of today's race as they start lap 7.
That was a big pinch to the wall, and now questionable maybe on track limits. Harley Horton slides the rear end. It opened the door for Alexander Delatrasse, slipped through to second as well, and the leader's gone from first to third. Right as we're about to start to hit traffic, Derek Heiberger joins the fun. These drivers not far removed from, well, everyone down to the top 13 effectively, still within 8 seconds of the leader.
It all came in the final sector there for Horton. I'm not sure what went wrong for him. It seemed to me to be between 13 and 14, just those slow hairpins there. First one slower than the second, and just seemed to make a mistake through there maybe that has allowed Royer straight through. But I've got to say, first time they were together there, the 001 and the 1, I thought they were very evenly matched actually in a straight line. I mean, it'd be great fun to see them on different setups here today and different levels of downforce, but I'm not sure that really drew that out too much. Might have been a little bit of contact there that just induced that slide. Good save from Horton, but as you say, it does cost him second place as well as first.
I think it was that curve. Used a lot of it, and very awkward line. He's going to set up this drop through turn 15, the final corner. One thing to be aware of, I don't know if Harley Horton's already found himself struggling with this, but historically this HPD has been very vulnerable to floor damage, and I just wonder if he has struck a curb maybe a bit aggressively. He's slow in a straight line, that's for sure, down to turn 1 relative to at least Alexander Delatrasse. A lot more confident then to send it through, but Derek Heiberger, of course, having to follow a car, so will be a bit more tentative. There's the looseness as he comes over the crest of turn 4. To me, Derek's running a low downforce setup.
Look how much fuel he's saving as well, just in this short while on board as well. Whether he's intending to or not, he seems to be lifting off very early for some of these braking zones. And over the course of an entire stint, that is really going to add up. Again, we're going to see what the parameters are for this year's race when we get to sort of 30-ish laps into this one. Are we going to start to see them hitting at that point, or are they going to push on to the 36, which, as I say, you need to do at least a few times in this race to make it just a 5-stop race instead of 6. That's for the HPDs, of course. They're the only class in the field who know how long this race is going to be exactly. For the GT classes, they'll be trying to calculate how many times they get lapped. Oh, and off the 4th place car, Heiberger, just as he'd been really taking this conservatively and calmly early on. He gets into trouble with the, I think, pretty much the first 4 GT they've come across.
I don't know if that's really his fault either. There was contact in front of him and some damage on the left front that's crinkled up the aero elements, and that is going to be pain. Will likely need some repairs in the pit lane. Here's what I will say: Horton tries to get to the inside, and as much as Derek was trying to be patient, by this time, not really much he could do there.
No, indeed. I don't know whether Horton's actually gotten away with it, really, in terms of damage as well. You'd expect not, but you never know with these things sometimes how much damage is actually done in the contact. But let's wait and see over the next few laps. It's a bit further down in the pack for Tobias Krucken, trying to get into the 9th position, I think, down in towards turn 5. Not able to, sorry, just behind them, sorry. Heiberger trying to stay in front of Lucas Chagota, rather, for 12th place, just in behind that battle for the top 10. And here that is Thomas Enger Sim Racing in 9th, but about to be 10th, maybe, through the double right-hander.
We'll be 3 wide as we come over the top, but the crest, have to get out of it as the Ford GT interrupts the battle. The Ford involved, by the way, in that incident, Ewan, was the Riverfall Sim Racing team, that bright pink machine. Unfortunate for them. Shoved off the track there. It's a little bit questionable, some of the moves being made. 6 or 7 maybe. Jeffrey Lawler in the 67. Now trying to fight back past Tobias Krucken, who's slipped through. Solpec Precision running a slightly different livery for this event, with more of a white base than the yellow that we've maybe historically seen them with. Get an example of now top speed in the draft for Jeffrey Lawler. Traffic not a factor as they head to turn 1. He pops out nice and early. This is where assistance would be helpful. It's exactly what Krucken realizes and slots back in. These drivers already 2 seconds off of 8th position in Jarrett Corey.
Exactly, it's been quite a big gap created very quickly, and that's a cut over turn 4 that may well be punished. Down towards the turn 5 hairpin, they all stay in line this time. The bottom of the screen is the battle for second in GT1, which is really giving Phil Denez a big lead here. He's only recently gotten into the lead, and this is Robin Schwanker trying to get into second ahead of this Maple T Racing Team Aston. Cannot do it at the moment, and every moment that is wasted behind this Aston, the bigger the lead can get for Phil Denez.
Music to his ears. Clearly no damage from whatever happened to him at turn 1 that we never got a look at. Weaving back and forth goes Isaac Phelps. Clearly the Aston Martin has enough speed in the straight line to hold on. Not enough though for SRB Racing to pull alongside of the Corvette. Oh, they almost all bump up together as they shuffle out through turn 3. Use all the track on offer then as they sweep up to the top and the end of the opening sector. I just love watching these cars move around under the brakes. They are, I'm not saying that GT3 cars aren't proper race cars, but GT3s now, so much aero, so much assistance that they're so planted when you watch a lot of the onboards and whatnot, and these cars, you can see the drivers having to work.
Yeah, exactly, and that is the major difference, really. Also in terms of the way that they sound as well. Again, not that there's no good sounding GT3 cars, as we know as well, but still, that's contact, and that's a new leader for Delatraz.
That was not great. He should redress that in my mind. The light flash from Johan Royer. We don't have live race control in these special events, remember. There is things that can happen afterwards, but given what we're here for, race each other in the spirit of how you want to be raced. And well, if that's the code of conduct, the terms of engagement that Delatraz wants, I guess Grid and Go will now have to respond.
Well, yeah, and they've given the opportunity to straight away. Now, is this Delatraz giving over the position? I don't think so. I think he just ran wide, and now he's defending again towards the hairpin at turn 12, or 13 rather. Again, he tucks underneath Royer and goes for the cutback, and he'll do it again here, I'd imagine, through turn 14. But he's got to be careful of Ollie Horton right behind, and he does just about have the space for that. He can't quite get alongside the way he was hoping to there, though, Royer. Has he got a good enough exit, though, to stay close and get that move done towards turn 1? He's going to get a big slipstream on the front straight here. Potentially a chance to come back into the lead.
But we're now into the GT2 traffic, and that makes things a little bit more complex. Won't be a chance to turn 1. Hard place to pass at the best of times as well without assistance, but heavier braking zone into 3, then checked up behind the blue Aston Martin. That's Fishy's number 16, Kenzie van der Werken, with some damage still lingering after the start fracas. Jake one way then the other. Harley Horton will make his way through. Look how confident he is under the brakes to pull alongside of Royer. Won't get the drive off the corner. This car does have some basic traction control, not maybe that useful. It's always a struggle trying to put the power down as the top three. Now being hunted down by Jens Brothers competition in the 04, only 8 tenths back.
Yeah, they're closing in as well, and the more that these three do fight, the more that's going to happen over the course of this race. The interval gaps really are not that large, really, for the rest of the top 10 even, so you've got to watch out for that, these three. But again, this is not like a usual special event where you see teams working together early on. We've seen none of that really so far. We've seen fighting for the lead as hard as he can right from the very beginning, and well, there is a positive to that, certainly in the entertainment value for us, but it does also mean that more drivers are able to catch up to the lead fight as is happening at the front of the field.
Well, in GT1, the leaders are being passed by a recovering prototype, so as Lone Wolf Motorsports picks its way through the final bits of GT1, excuse me, the lead just continues to grow. GT2 leader is still clear. Meanwhile, there's a pass for second in the prototypes, as Harley Horton has finally made his way past Johan Royer, as the pole sitter, former race leader, trying to get back to the front. Now 6 tenths back from Delatraz Automotive.
Yeah, it's getting larger as well, although can that change in second really switch this one around? And what is happening to Johan Royer in the last couple of moments is the question as well. Can he go with Horton, or is there something deeper going on here for Grid and Go? Again, they were the ones who really fuel saved last year and made that alternate strategy work nearly. They didn't win the race, but they did get to the end on 5 stops from memory. So can they do that again here this year, or are they going to employ a different strategy to try and take the victory? Just doesn't look quite as comfortable, Johan Royer, than he did in the first half of this stint. Just changing down gear a little bit late, and that's over-rotating the rear end of the car in a couple of places, and yeah, just doesn't look quite as comfortable and as planted as he was in the first few laps.
Well, it doesn't look bad, that's the thing. This is one of the few cars I actually have experience racing at a decently high level, and I just always remembered, as much as you wanted to be smooth, it's nimble, and it's always going to move around on you slightly. And watching the hands at work there from Johan Royer, he didn't look uncomfortable about halfway through the fuel stint. I say about, because it all depends on if these drivers have already been thinking about fuel savings. Oh my goodness, Delatraz almost ran into the back of the Aston Martins, and that's going to really check him up relative to Bam Bam, and Harley Horton as he chases him down. Gap under half a second for the first time in a handful of laps. As they slip past the Full Send Racing car, great to see those colors back on display in an iRacing special event. Seen them so much running at the front of various TCR fields, but Michael Polisek in the GT1 Aston Martin through the traffic, quick shot of the helmet there. Oh, out wide, and Horton sees that and covers off the door.
Yeah, this is the battle for 8th. They're battling their way. Well, it was a battle. They've been spread apart rather by the HPDs coming through here, but this is what they're fighting through. These HPDs for the first time, the first run through of traffic of GT1s coming within 15 laps. Now, if that trajectory continues on, they're going to do it, what, 13, 14 times over the course of this race, which may well happen. So already the calculations for these GT teams will begin to happen on how many laps they're going to do, because the leading HPD teams know how many they're going to do, but obviously GT guys do not. We're not yet at the front of the field, though, not yet in the battle for second, which is as extraordinary as ever in GT1.
Sorry, I apologize for cutting you off, but we missed something that's happened in GT1, where Solpec Precision Racing and Robin Schwanker have dropped out of contention after, excuse me, I think
7.
Yes, there we go. Here's a look at what happened down into turn 1. They were alongside of Isaac Phelps. Bam!
I didn't realise Marchena was involved as well, but he's down to 5th, and he's only just re-caught this battle for second. And Full Send Racing also ended up off in the gravel as well. And preceding that, there was an extraordinary exchange between all those guys for second, and it is still going on. Isaac Phelps has finally given up second, shows a Frunner has gotten into second for SRB Racing, who wasn't involved initially, but caught up, got past everybody, and is now into second. And then it's Phelps, and then Kim Eriksson, who also wasn't involved before, but now is, and now is fourth place. And then Marcheno, who's recaught after that crash we've just seen.
Isaac Phelps was definitely the cork in the bottle. His fastest lap was about 4/10 slower than Phil and Nez. Here's a look at another angle. The iRacing gods did not smile on those drivers. There was plenty of room. I think everyone intended for there to be space on either side. It just didn't work out in the way they intended. The dreaded netcode unfortunately rears its head. The leaders carved their way though through this battle for second in GT1. Delatraz still under fire. Harley Horton within a quarter of a second as they got to the line. Johan Royer under fire from the Jens brother competition entry that's mixed in at the front of the field as well.
Oh.
Contact, around goes SRB.
Yeah, and that was bound to happen to somebody. In the end, the big damage in HPD has actually gone to the Jens Brothers competition car. The 111 Solpec car goes through on everybody. In GT1, the 9 has got the most damage and indeed spins around and loses all those places as well. It was bound to affect this race in one or both of the classes, and it has done, and it's pretty severe damage for the 9, which pulls right out of the way and looks to be coming in at the end of this lap. Let's see how it all happened here. Phelps was worried about that HPD coming around, and it actually spun on its own there, the 9. That is extraordinary, and the Jens Brothers car had nowhere to go but make a slight bit of contact there.
Well, and I don't want to blame SRB. We always say hold your brakes. They keep seemingly lighting up the rear tyres to spin it back around, and that's what put them into the contact with the Jens brother competition car that was trying to slow up. Now, smoke in front as we head through turn 10 and 11. Traffic very, very feisty, that's for sure. And while we focused at the front of the field with our HPD action, 13th and 14th, either side of traffic, Tobias Pashko gets bullied by Gabriel Martinez in the GMF blue and pink number 20, and now through the final corner. It's not quite full throttle in these HPD machines. Bit of traffic on the exit that they've got to sweep to the inside of as well. But the first pass through of traffic is always the most chaotic.
Well, it is, and we've seen that already here in this race, that's for sure. As Pashko now does get down the inside and through in towards turn 1 on that Corvette. Yeah, that was an extraordinary exchange there. The battle for second in GT1 has been the battle of the race so far, although some of the teams behind Isaac Phelps, who's been doing all the defending, will certainly not be very impressed with how this first part of the race has gone. It's also split up the HPDs as well, as we note, with the top 2 now really getting away from Johan Royer. This is also in towards turn 3 on the very next lap. The HPDs weren't quite finished yet. And there's, I'm not sure whether there was contact for Murad, but he goes around the opposite way through turn 4 and has to wait to rejoin as well.
I think there was contact, just again, dreaded netcode more than anything. Drivers just have to keep that in mind though. It's not an excuse at the end of the day. Try and give as much racing room as you can when you're aware of the risk some of the maneuvers can put yourself in. It's the fight for 8th on back. Solpec Precision Racing now 3 seconds away from the driver in front. Looking over the shoulder at the number 67. Thomas Eng Sim Racing, black and yellow. And then a couple more a little bit further down. Gap up front started to grow, by the way. First to third, now 4.5 seconds. So Alexander Delatraz and Harley Horton have been able to gap the chasing drivers very slightly. Pass Isaac Phelps in the Maple T Racing 999.
Remarkably not defending from anybody for the first time this race, Isaac Phelps. It's a strange sight, but the Maple T Racing team running second completely on their own. There's the leader that's been created out of all this. Phil Denez might have been leading anyway. He did qualify on pole, worked his way towards the lead, and how well timed was that? He's now got a 12-second lead in just 17 laps.
Remember, he started second, got pushed out wide through the opening corner. We never got a look at why. But that's your reminder as to why endurance racing spirit. You never give up in racing. races because you never know what's quite likely to happen. And ES Hybrid proving that. What's happened to, it's a very long team name, the number 12.
Let's see, in towards turn 1. Just a spin. I don't think there was contact there, but ending up right in the middle of the road with the 29 battling for 9th place in the GT2s. It's been costing them about 10 seconds or so to rejoin from the middle of the road through turn 1. Luckily, the HPDs hadn't quite caught up to the GT2s for a second time round just yet, because that would have been quite a dangerous place to be stopped with the leaders oncoming. But thankfully, that was not the case, as this race just quiets down from the first run through traffic there. Thankfully, after the first run through traffic that was, as expected, very busy indeed.
See, lap times though, if you're not impacted by traffic, still relatively strong. The middle sector where most drivers are losing time, obviously, as your rear tires decay, struggle to put the power down in these somewhat warm conditions. Track temperature hovering just above the, or around the 30 degrees Celsius range. And second drivers waiting in the wings, not expecting to see driver changes the first cycle of pit stops, likely to happen the second time down the pit lane, but first driver on deck still around to help give fuel numbers, provide assistance, or just general company. You know that Instagram meme or TikTok trend, whatever the right phrase for it is, where someone's headphones aren't working and your friend sings songs for you? Well, that kind of happens sometimes, you know? I've heard stranger things.
Have you sung for someone?
I don't think I've sung for someone, but I promise you that's happened before.
I can believe it. I can't, being quite an old person internally, I haven't seen that trend, to be honest with you, but it sounds quite funny, so there you go.
Well,
but yeah.
Did you hear the story during our 6-hour fog delay at Daytona earlier this year in the real world?
No.
There was someone that got their engineer to start reading them the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I think is what one of them was.
A live audiobook.
Yeah, exactly. Live from the pit wall. And the answer to everything is 42, yes. Someone else was doing ChatGPT jokes, and they were all pretty bad from memory serving. We'll have to try that again and see if there's been any improvement. Close at the front of GT2, by the way, while we've been keeping our eyes on the prototype and GT1 battle. The rest of the relatively small GT2 pack has splintered apart. With Impact SimSport, Row 2 eSport team within 1/10 of a second last time at the line.
This has been the case for the entire race so far, these two, pretty much. They've not actually been side by side yet, I don't think, apart from the start of this race, but this is how they qualified, and this is how they've run from the very beginning, Impact SimSport and Road to eSport team. And two teams we don't always get to see at the top of, or anywhere in iRacing special events normally, so good to see them here, running at the front early as Richter just balances the brakes towards turn 3. Just a little moment where it looked like it was going to get away from him, but he catches the car and continues on in the wheel tracks of the 24. These two looking very evenly matched so far.
You know who I feel like we're missing in today's field? I'm just quickly taking a look at the entries to see if they have entered one of the cars maybe later in this race, but I don't think so. Friend of RaceSpotTV in the Ford GT, Mr. Ethan Bass, who for many a year campaigned the GT3 version of this car in various iRacing leagues and other things that RaceSpot covered, even though it was never maybe a quick car, never the preferred option, but Ethan always went out there and gave as good as the old Ford had.
And always did the Spa 24, and despite having a near perfect race, would finish 5 or 6 laps down.
And in a car that looked pretty similar to this Row 2 Purple.
Yeah, not dissimilar yet.
Fight for 15th, White Motorsport lead in front of LBAM and Parabit. LBAM up the inside in that Castrol liveried car, but now left on the outside up through turns 10 and 11. More traffic to deal with. Sam White has the spot for now, remember. Alexander Morad is recovering after being off the track at turn 4 a couple of laps ago.
This is, again, one of those big groups which has really replaced that one at the front of the field, which we had earlier. No longer at the front is the field so close, and so back here it certainly is for HBD's for 15th and around the final turn. Got aboard with Nate Specht here, who has the best seat in the house for watching on as the 3 ahead go up towards the timing line, and looks like they're going to stay single file. And actually a little bit slower in a straight line than we were here in the number 3. See whether that means anything in the coming laps, but they all stayed very nice and orderly there towards turn 1 that time.
If you're wondering about track limits, by the way, somewhat generous being at a Formula 1 circuit, as long as you've got a tyre on a painted surface for the most part, I think you're okay. There is an off-track limit. That's part of the incident limit, so as you run off the track time and time again, the automated race control team is watching, and after 35 incident points, get your first of the drive-through penalties. Be careful putting the power down, working through traffic in that spotted number 3. Passing our GT1 leader, who, to be honest, will be glad for the company of these prototypes, because 13 seconds clear of the rest of class. It's going to be an awfully boring race for BS Hybrid at this rate.
Well, yes, winning it at the end makes it a little bit more palatable, but yes, it could be boring up until that point because of the huge lead that they've managed to develop in the early laps here, largely because of that fight for second place, which went on for so long and allowed them to stretch out such a big advantage over the rest of the field. But yeah, 13 seconds the current margin, and he will be glad to see some other people around as these HPDs pass him, and as he gets up to the back of some Ford GTs as well to put a lap on them at the GT1s in the old LMP2 position that we normally talk about, them having to be passed and make passes. The GT1s have that conundrum in this event.
So good seeing these open top prototypes. There's of course a very famous open top prototype, the Porsche RS Spider, that while it raced as an LMP2, won races overall in its heyday. And the definitive book, All Things Porsche RS Spider, written by our good friend and colleague Peter Mackay. Looking forward to being able to read that when that comes out. Now, if iRacing wants to add any classic cars, I'm usually not someone that says we need them. But Porsche RS Spider, please and thank you.
It's not unheard of that we get retro machines. It's not common either, but not unheard of. So yeah, I'd hold out for hope. One other open top pro. I know it's slightly off the topic from the RS. Well, not really, but the was it called the original Audi R8? Is that?
Yes.
Is that right? That's one of my personal favourites. Although I can't remember the name of it entirely. Yeah, the original Audi R8. I always like the older Audis with the open top that used to be able to win Le Mans.
Now that we're going to all closed cockpit prototypes, let's bring some of those open ones back into iRacing. Fully agree. Parabit Sim Racing tucked up behind the White Motorsport 93 now, with Wolfgang Weide at the wheel. Oh, half-hearted lunge to the inside, but he's got some damage on the front. One of the cars that's been mixed up in things, and so that maybe makes it a bit more difficult to pull alongside that close. Uses the draft. Back down into another downhill braking zone at turn 5. Traffic out wide. Gives them a wide berth as they sweep through. So still some fighting here in the prototype class, but outside of the top 5 or so, where now 2.7 seconds splits Alexander Delatraz from Harley Horton. Johan Royer now 7.5 seconds off the race leader. But only 1 second clear of Solpec Precision Racing. Malden Dendika is starting to come alive. That car looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, and if you can just sort of bring it in a little bit and at least maintain the same speed throughout the stint, if not get quicker as you're going along, then it's not a bad place to be at all. And it could be a battle for third very soon. So I think Johan Royer is beginning to struggle a little bit here. Or maybe it is strategy that he's just working out at the moment. But the thing about bringing Dedica into this is also bringing some of these other lapped HBDs into this. Those are not battles for position as far as I can see, but instead lapped down HBDs, of which we already have quite a few. 5 off the lead lap, 2 of which seem to be out of the race.
Yeah, 2 retirements in class. Lone Wolf, Pedro Gomez, now back in pit lane. Alongside a Project GRS in GT1 SRB Racing, at one point in the podium hunt. Most recent retirement, but the first retirement in class was the Solpec Precision 113 and the River Falls Sim Racing team in GT2, the only retirement in class so far. Back down into turn 1 for third in our GT1 class, Kim Eriksson. Lost some ground to Isaac Phelps. And now door open for Simona Maria Marcheno. Slips through, does the feisty Italian, and now on the recovery after being involved in some drama at the start of this race. Our pole sitter back up into third.
And you'll be pleased that there's no damage on that, the front of the Aston Martin. Because when Robin Schranker went into a spin, he hit the Corvette quite hard. Thankfully, he seemed to have gotten away with it and moves into third place. And Kim Eriksson didn't seem to be arguing the case too much. Again, Black Star Racing qualified 6th, and they got into the podium places because of those incidents that were happening in front of him. So happy to give that one over. But always great to see Black Star Racing in this event as well. Always remember them as I was beginning to know about iRacing really, and watch some of these GT1s in the iRacing channels of the day back in that day. Black Star Racing were always in that Corvette and always competing in this GT1 category, and they are still, glad to say, in 2026.
Now, is this a scheduled pit stop from SLM Motorsport? Carl Ridley in from 5th. It's a 24-lap stint. We'll find out based on the pit stop time. In the class fight, though, Roto Esport now slipping backwards after being right on the tail of Impact Sim Sport. And Ruby Nakamada back alive in the hunt for second in the Curie Hirwa DDA 928, the white and red. Gets a bit closer out in towards turn 8, Samsung corner. And then climb up in through this middle sector.
Michael, how this has changed around. It was nose to tail for the lead for the first 20 laps really in GT2. No longer, as these two stay to the right hand side to let those HBDs dive down the inside of turn 10 and 11. Nakamada trying to take advantage of that side by side, and the HBD forced to wait. The worst thing you could possibly see in front of you, as Richter stays in front quite easily, but really delays that prototype with that side-by-side towards turn 13.
Love the noise of these old-school race cars. Modern turbos just don't sound the same. Back to the line. Yet another lap complete. Make that 24 laps complete in this race. On to lap 25. Oh, they're pretty stable there, down through turn 1 in towards the braking zone of turn 3. Slight snatch of the right front for the Roto number 6. Feeling the heat. But this is a track where it is possible to pass, but you place your car in the right spots, you can make it difficult.
Yeah, you can. And it's not my favourite circuit in the world, to be quite honest with you. The room for error that you have around here does seem to release some of that pressure a little bit as well. Yes, there are some of the corners where the gravel is quite up close to the road, and there's consequences for consequently this double right-hander, I think, is two of the best corners on this racetrack personally, through turn 7, and then braking while you're turning into 8 with a gravel trap to collect you if you get it wrong. Yes, the elevation change makes it interesting up here and so on, but that little bit of tarmac to each side of the racetrack does just make it a little bit easier in places, and it's a bit harder to build the pressure because of that, but as you say, not impossible to overtake by any means.
Saw plenty of that at the start, but as we get more and more rubber laid down, marbles offline, maybe it becomes more difficult to make your passes. Stephen Hurd in pit lane in HPD. That's, I think, also for a penalty which has been accrued. Maybe he's got on a speeding penalty, which is very possible. These cars do have speed limiters, but you've still got to activate it in time. As he hits his marks at the end of pit lane. We are on the precipice, though, of the first pit stop window. So all these fights that we are still seeing, the leading group has very much grown out slightly, though. Now, these drivers have got to be aware of when their competition's making their pit entry.
Yeah, they certainly do. And just to go back to that speeding penalty, pit entry here is not the most difficult in the world, but it just gives you a little bit of a blank slate to try and get as close to the line as possible, as close to the speed as possible. And if you just go over that, it's a very, very severe penalty indeed. Uphill as well, braking zone there. It sort of flattens out at the top, and yeah, it can be a little bit tricky, but everyone will be coming down there very, very soon. I'll say 33 laps was the norm for an HPD in last year's event. That will force you to make 6 pit stops with one slightly shorter splash towards the end. See whether that's the case here today as Robin Schranker and Kieran Sharp come in from GT1. First of the big contenders really in GT1 to come in. In fact, I think first of anybody in GT1 to come in, but still looks a bit on the early side.
Well, remember, Robin may have some damage, so maybe he's also come in early so that he can get some of that fixed up. I also believe that this should, because we are in old school race cars, be fuel and tyres done separately. Although
we can all hope, can't we?
We can hope. We'll wait to see on that when we get a shot of the drivers actually down on pit lane. You can see the HPD on the running order on the left side of the screen as we continue to watch the fights further down the running order. Parabit Sim Racing slot through on White Motorsport. And now trying to hold on. Run very close to one another in these cars. And they're showing that. Looking like similar downforce levels as well. No discrepancies like we've been discussing. By the way, fight for second in GT1 is about to be on because Simona Mira-Marcheno has closed up to the Maple T Racing, number 999.
It'll be an exciting battle to watch as those two recommence the fight that they left off earlier on. And you might imagine there's a bit of bad blood now beginning to settle in GT1. Isaac Phelps has done a really big job of defending, and it may have been rubbing some people up the wrong way, so let's see how Marciano deals with it here as he just gets slowed there, Phelps, by that HPD. Stephen Hurd it was in the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car trying to come through the inside. That was actually a past 4 position because this car had just come into the pit lane 2 laps ago, so that closed it even further, and Marciano is right here now fighting with Phelps, and look at them.
There's been a lot of questionable things. That was Phelps, I think, being proactive and now deciding it's not worth fighting anymore. It looked a little bit scarier than I think it was.
Yeah, I think exactly that. I think Phelps was trying to get out of the way the entire time, as if to say an apology for earlier, and Marciano didn't take it that way and very nearly crashed into him in doing so. Thankfully, that's why it's not the best place to get out of the way for people, but anyway, he's doing it now, and Marciano gets through. So Phelps didn't want to slow down and let Marciano through sort of immediately after the spin or whatever. I don't really feel like he was entirely at fault really for what happened to Marciano, to be honest, but anyway, he's letting him go now. Or maybe this is just a new strategy from him to start letting people go rather than fighting with them, which has cost them so much time historically in this race. Indeed, the 18 seconds out to the leader.
There goes the overall leader, by the way. Robin Schranker is still in pit lane, so that was not scheduled, and clearly might be something terminal. We've had a couple more HPDs trickle in towards the pit lane, including Derek Heiberger, but that's early, so we know he's committing to making one extra stop relative to his competition. Isaac Phelps shows no move down towards the braking zone of turn 5, and so now tries to see if Marcheno can bridge the now 19-second deficit that Grid and Go have to BS Plus Hybrid. You know, I'm not going to count Grid and Go out. Marcheno paired up with Jarno Kok. That could be a lineup that really puts the pressure on Phil Denez and Nick Ledecky.
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Kok was a very good driver in this Aston Martin historically as well. I seem to remember him doing quite a lot of driving in this car previously, so, well, I'm sure he's still got it. I'm sure the muscle memory's still there. And he might really be able to make some inroads as well, especially into perhaps Nick Ledecky, who I've not seen quite so much of in especially this kind of car. Phil Denez could throw his hand at anything and is showing that here today in the early stages of this race. But I do get the sense that in that matchup, potentially Jarno Kok versus Nick Ledecky, that might begin to go in the favour of Grid and Go. But it's already a huge undertaking now. This is 180 laps to go, yes, but that's, you know, getting on for a tenth and a half, 2 tenths every single lap for the next 5 hours, which is going to be very, very difficult indeed.
Well, and I go back to BS Plus Hybrid. This is not a full BS competition lineup. Phil Denez, we know how much sim racing he has done. He's done a little bit less of that this year, focused maybe a bit more on his commitments in the GT3 World Racing in Italy for the most part. Always 001 gets very close to the back of its sister car, trying not to tag each other as they work through traffic. Nick Ledecky, I would argue, very quick. Maybe not as quick as Jarno Kok, so that's going to be where the time is maybe made up. And a lot for us to figure out. Maybe Nick is just as quick as Jarno in these cars. We'll find out when they do their first driver change in probably another hour's time or so, based on how trends are going. Arret Esport on board with Lucas Dragota as he hunts down Gabri Martinez. This fight outside of the top 10 right now. There's a slightly closer fight between Jarrett Corey and Tobias Kruken. Inside of the top 10, they're fighting for 7th and 8th positions. The Proto GT number 10 representing the community, defending from that Solpic Precision car. Into the pit lane though. Same time for our GT1 race leaders. So Phil Denez, followed in by Simona Mira Marcheno. The Corvettes able to eke out a bit more fuel. Remember, they got a bit of a fuel benefit relative to the Aston Martin with BOP.
Something's gone on here in GT1, Arjuna, because Isaac Phelps has got a meatball. So something has gone on there, and I wonder whether it does relate to Marcheno, who also came in. Phil Denez doesn't seem to be involved at all and has just come into the pit lane for his regular stop. But that is a meatball for Maple 2 Racing Team, who are suddenly out of contention for this race. Not entirely clear why at the moment, but they towed pretty much exactly the same time as those other guys were coming into pit lane.
I'm just checking our chats for the first time since the broadcast started, and someone's just said that Maplety had a contact with an HPD. The words they used were more aggressive than that, but I will refrain from...
Oh, no, classic.
I'll use their words. Maplety just got taken out by an HPD. And yes, the HPD just drove through Isaac Phelps like he wasn't there. And that's why multi-class racing can be so frustrating sometimes.
Yes, oftentimes, sometimes. Yeah, it's caused, of course, by that... dear me, look at the mess that was made there. It's caused, of course, by the 999 coming into pit lane, or intending to come into pit lane on that lap, which meant they were a bit slower through the final turn than it normally would be. Hence why that HPD runs into the back of them. But even so, that's pretty egregious, and unfortunately it's taken one of our top contenders out in GT1 as the HPDs come in for the first time as well, as expected, on lap 33 as they did last year.
There we go. A couple of them going longer as expected as well, especially at the first stint of this race. Busy period down on pit lane as our pit crews get to work. Now let's see. Tires or no tires? Yep, there you go. Delatraz Automotive is taking them, and it only started about 30 seconds into the pit lane visit. So, music to our ears, Ewan. There's some strategy to talk about today.
Yeah, indeed. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to be wrong, but I thought that was the case because this is the sort of thing that was created last year by the different pit strategies. But the Delatraz Automotive car gets out first, as you'd expect, then the number one, then Johan Royer in the 001, just getting out in front of that Aston Martin. The two big names to carry on, though, are 1 and 2 right now in this race. Soul Pepsi Sim Racing and Grid Up Sim Racing. We're both running inside the top 6 at the time of these pit stops, but they have carried on. But they're not the only ones. The top 10 have all carried on. But, for example, the 10th place, only 20 seconds in front of those guys who've pitted and come out. So they're not making much of a difference there. As the 111 now comes in, and Grid Up do as well.
So the thing to remember now is, are we going to see this the next pit stop by, or are they going to equalize out on the same strategy? One team went long in GT1, that was Seacrest County Highway Patrol, somewhat out of contention already, but as the final takers from HBD start to trickle in, we're getting the takers in GT2 as well. You can see Fords in and out of pit lane. Impact Simsport lead the field in row 2, Kikuri Hira. And then the wrong stuff, top 4 in class. Only going to be a driver change for row 2 Esport as Pavel Darbeni jumps into the purple number 6. And now just trying to wait to see pit stop times to see if anyone's done anything different. Slight under fuel from Harley Horton in the number 1. Bam, bam, bam. HBD, that's trying to close the gap to the leading Delatraz Automotive machine, but I don't see much in terms of difference for the rest of the HBD class. Big difference in GT1, Ewan, where Phil Denez has done a full service and Grid and Go surely have taken just fuel.
Yeah, they had to do something because they were getting absolutely destroyed in this race because of the battle for second place that was being created in this one by the 999, which is now out, of course, but yeah, Grid and Go only 34 seconds in the box for them, whereas it's 50.9 for Phil Denez. Now, there's still a little bit of differences further on down, though, because the Black Star Racing was 52 seconds, 56 seconds for Tech Sports Sim Team. Now, I'm not sure what those disparities are about. The 063 Seacrest County Highway Patrol Team have also taken no tyres there, and they've only done a 35-second stop. As here are the guys who are really intending to do a 5-stop race. I think the guys who came in, even on lap 34, even the ones who went one longer than the norm, I think they're going to struggle to make it on 5 stops. But these are the kind of guys who might have a chance here. Gabri Martinez, even after 35 laps for the GMF team, but certainly the 10 and the 3 who've carried on onto 36 with the formation lap as well. That's very impressive. We didn't see anybody do a 37 lap stint at any point last year. This is almost the equivalent of that.
Either side of the traffic, Alexander Cortez into that Grid Up car and immediately under fire from Tobias Kruken. Move made. Traffic has to really give a wide berth then of the 3rd car incoming. 6 or 7 maybe. Jeffrey Lawler into the mix as well in the fight for 9th. Cortez has done a good job to be able to get back in front of Kruken, but now vulnerable. Straight line advantage on the side of Solpec Precision Racing, and almost a sitting duck is Cortez, as here closes Lawler 2 down to turn 1. Back alongside and not giving up. Cortez wants to hold on to 9th position. Just enough room being left between these two. On the brakes through turn 3. Cortez slides up slightly, shoves Kruken slightly out of the line. Up and under incoming from Lawler, who takes advantage.
He was always going to follow the winner of that battle through, or at least try to, and he's successful. Has he gone down the inside of Cortez as well? He has. He's tried to save both of them. Coming in towards turn 5, and Cortez is going to be shoved out wide, and he's going to go to the back of the group. Goodness me. Kruken gets his place back again. Cortez goes to the back of the 3. This is the sort of thing we saw throughout the middle of last year's race. On that occasion, it was just between the two drivers of Denahan and Ariel Lopinto, I can't remember, but it was an extraordinary battle. And this is between three drivers at the beginning of stint number 2.
Incredible. You can see the final pit stop callers in prototype. Proto GT community car. Jarrett Corey, no surprise that they're one that are doing something interesting on strategy. Cycles through Delatraz Automotive back to the lead of the race. We'll give you an in-race update in a couple of laps once things have settled down, but officially through the first cycle of pit stops and closing in on 1 hour being complete in this race as well. Back across the line, still waiting for Yit Cows to blend back out onto track. Already Jarrett Corey has slotted into 6th position, so after starting down in 10th, already up 4 positions. This is working out nicely for him. He's in front of this gaggle, continuing to fight. Lawler, Kruken and Cortez costing each other time.
Yeah, so in the run-through, try and get a handle on who of those who might maybe cutting out a pit stop in this race, who has gone the best in this first part of the race. But these three have cost themselves, really. Lawler, Kruken and Cortez have probably lost out to Proto GT HPD with this battle that we saw in the last few moments. As entertaining as it was, might have cost them that chance to fight for 6th. This is White Motorsports down the inside, and they themselves getting taken out by the Elbam Motorsport team through turn 1 as well. That 93 already looked a bit damaged, and is even more damaged now.
Definitely. In GT2, there was definitely a switch around, by the way, because the wrong stuff entered the pit cycle 4th. Robert Schwenkler has left pit lane with the same set of tyres that he entered with, and so that means that he's now into 2nd, jumping in front of Roto Esport and the Kakuri Hirwa 928. What's happened to Jock van Driel? Well, was already not looking the most comfortable, and then the HPD made things worse.
Yeah, well, that's an understatement. He was hopping around like a pogo stick there. That was not set up nicely through turn 1.
You're not talking car setup there, for the record.
Yeah, it did look good, didn't it? It wasn't easy on the eye, that. But anyway, that car was already down towards the back in the GT2 class, and remains there indeed, already a lap down actually.
So let's start that rundown, and let's start with GT2, because they've, for the most part, all cycled through already, and we can really figure things out for them. It is Impact SimSport that still lead. The pole sitters 5 seconds clear of the wrong stuff and the number 15, but as we just talked about, slightly different strategy call for Robert Schwenkler in 2nd. Being hunted down by Roto Esport team. Driver changes put Pavel Darabny behind the wheel there, while Ruby Nekamata still controls the keys to the Kakura Hirwa DDA 928-4. SLM Motorsport were one of the first callers in the pit lane cycling class, 8 laps earlier than the leader. So we'll see them back to pit lane sooner rather than later, and that's the top 5 in GT2. Quick rundown of GT1, where Grid and Go and Seacrest County Highway Patrol, 2nd and 5th in class. They have both taken no tires, and it's Phil Denez that leads for BS Plus Hybrid. Mistake for the wrong stuff as we watch them slip off the track, and maybe proving that the tire call might not have been the wisest. BS Hybrid lead in GT1, though. Grid and Go 2nd on that different tire call. Blackstar Racing and Tech Sport Sim Team 3rd and 4th. Seacrest County Highway Patrol hunting down the top 4 from 5th. And then in HPD, last but not least, where all the action has been, the gap is down to 1.8 seconds between Delatraz Automotive and Bam Harley Horton on the hunt. Grid and Go 3rd. They are 6 seconds off the race lead, but have pulled clear of Solpec Precision Racing and Jens Brothers Competition, who complete the top 5 in class. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary. And delighted that we're back in this throwback endurance special event, Ewan. It's already been interesting. I'm sure there's still plenty more intrigue to come.
Yeah, there certainly is. It's not quite the same race as last year. It's got different elements to it this time round, but still interesting as ever. And perhaps from what you said to me just off there before we came to the broadcast, that it might even be closer across the board this time around. I think that's proving to be true so far. Top 11 within half a minute at the end of coming up to over an hour complete now in this race, coming up to 40 laps completed out of the 1,000 kilometres. And the top three covered by just 6 seconds, as you can see in the top left of screen. All on the same strategy inside the top 5. Interesting to see where Proto GT HPD come into this with their obvious 5-stop strategy here today. But yeah, so far it is set up nicely. Perhaps in all 3 classes, actually. Although Marciano's tyre call, as it's the same in GT2, is already starting to prove to be a bit tricky.
Mistake for White Motorsports again. It's not been easy for them. To your point on Proto GT, well, they're about 20 seconds back right now from the leader. Let's say they're losing 20 seconds per stint by doing their fuel saving. It's going to put them right on the money to be in the conversation at the end of this race. So it's one of those stories that we can't really talk about too much now. We have to wait for another 4.5 odd hours till we get to lap 200 or so. And those final 15 laps will get that sense, that final inclination as to who's the players and if the strategy will work out.
But to be honest, I think when the others make their last stop on lap 185 or something like that, we're going to have a good idea as to what the final setup is going to be. If they, by the way, if they lose 20 seconds a stint, that's going to cost them 2 minutes over the course of the race. So I'm not sure that's quite going to be. But I don't think they are losing that much. I think some of that 20 seconds has come from the early stages of this race where they were stuck in traffic and got, you know, you just generally lose time for free in the early stages of the race. But they're up 4 positions, largely because of this overcut, really, which they performed through the pit stop phase. It allowed them to jump the 3 we were watching fight, Lawler, Crooken and Cortez, who are no longer fighting, by the way. And so they're in a good position. That cycle has probably gone the best it could have done for them. Now they've got to work on trying to do this strategy and continue on this strategy without losing quite as much time as 20 seconds per stint.
Well, the Proto GT community say that they're cutting out a stop and saving a minute or so, but if our rough indication is that so far they're losing a little bit more than that.
Well, but do they mean a minute to what they themselves would have been able to do on the other strategy, I guess?
Sounds like it.
Rather than saving a minute necessarily on the guys who are actually leading this race at the moment. Because don't forget, it might be quicker to do it, even if they don't win.
Yes. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough of a gap to eat into the leaders, at least unless they get closer and they start fighting. Harley Horton's within 1.3 seconds now, so could be exactly what that car wants. Meanwhile, Rotu and Kakuri Hirwa squads locking horns once more, although I would argue that Rumi Nekamata is not going to be too uncomfortable sitting back and sipping some fuel as we settle into the second phase of the race. Little wiggle there from the Rotu car as we head over the crest of turn 4.
Might be a bit more uncomfortable if that number 6 starts wiggling around like that, and Nekamata's going to go down to the inside in through turn 5, and the Rotu Esports team are going to let her have that one, I think. Well, let's see, round the outside, and they're both trying to let each other through, it looked like, towards turn 6, and now in towards 7 and 8. That could have been done a little bit more efficiently, but anyway, they've done it now. And the Kakuri Hirwa car in front of the Rotu Esports team now for, I believe, the first time. So change for second and slightly inefficient, but they are probably the right way round now.
8 seconds back from the leader, and they are on the same strategy, so good spot for Elias Loppinen to be in with 37 laps complete in class. Our leader on to lap 42 in the HPD by contrast. Some different lines being taken right now as these two continue to sit close together, but how powerful is this draft as we head on to the main straight once again? A couple of different layouts here at Portimão. You can see off on the inside. Elevation cut out in some of them, but it's a real roller coaster the final corner for these drivers. And back up towards the line. Delatraz Automotive. Alexander Delatraz himself. It was 1.4 at the line back to Harley Horton.
And 3 tenths closer than the lap previous to that. A 35.4 from Horton, which is 2 seconds, by the way, slower than his best lap. These times are already coming down at the moment. And 35.7 from Delatraz, who I say were 3 tenths slower. So this gap for the lead's coming down as the track continues to stay at this temperature. It seems that the times are going to struggle to be the best of the day with the current track conditions that we're seeing at the moment. Oh, as Horton dives down the inside. He's on a mission to try and close in on Delatraz and make this a battle for the lead.
Yeah, I don't recommend doing stuff like that with traffic. That was optimistic, could have ended a lot worse. And remember, Horton's already been tangled up with one Ford GT2. That contact ended up tangling up Hyperion Racing and Derek Heiberger, who had nowhere to go as a result. 1.4 seconds between the top two still as they jink through the traffic in through the final sector.
He's done it again. He's just done it again through turn 14. I mean, as you say, I wouldn't recommend it because it might be working for now, but how's he going to survive another 4.5 hours doing that?
Not making friends either, is he? Oh, and speaking of friends, there's been a tussle as Alexander Cortez and Derek Heiberger have come together with one of the GT cars down at turns 10 and 11. It's been a bit more of a messy race than I think we would have expected, and I maybe would put to you, Ewan, that because we have drivers who are unfamiliar with the cars and combination, they're not as used to managing traffic as they would be in the regular, quote-unquote, special events that we have.
I think there's probably something in that, and maybe taking any of these cars and doing a single make race would have maybe produced the same result anyway. I mean, obviously not some of the multi-class incidents, but actually some of the unfamiliarity with the cars themselves and with battling with one another in the same class even. But yeah, there probably is something in that. And you think back to the years when this was the top level of endurance racing in iRacing, when driver changes were very first introduced, when these were the cars that were competing up towards the front in some of the biggest iRacing special events, some of the longest iRacing special events in those early days. The traffic, I don't remember, I mean, again, maybe this is nostalgia and rose-tinted glasses stuff, but I don't remember it being quite as this because everybody was much more familiar with the cars. Everyone was driving these every week, every day in some case, and it was, you know, something much more familiar because it is certainly a different way of doing it. These HPDs I would describe as, you know, a little bit, it seems to me, a little bit less powerful, but a little bit sort of more high down, or can be a little bit more high downforce than the current LMP2s. What we see now, the GT3s obviously have lots of driving aids compared to the GTs that we see here, and these GTs have much bigger engines and are therefore faster and a bit faster in a straight line. All these things make slight differences that people are not, as you say, quite used to.
So we're talking about old cars, but it's great to see some new faces on our screen. It's one of the things that makes these different special events fun. We have a couple of races in the Porsche Esports Super Cup Regional Championship qualifying stage coming up later on the iRacing Esports Network. And we've got some Asian Pacific drivers that will be racing in that part of today's action. However, I just saw Yusen Zhang in one of our, I'm just trying to remember which of the classes they are in, and there's so many teams now on my timing screen that I'm struggling to find them. But there we go, the number 29 in Ford GT2. Happy to be making their first top split live stream appearance. Great to be flying the Chinese flag as well, and this is exactly what we love to see, Ewan. Teams making their first step up into these top split special events.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see so many new teams here today. Some new drivers as well we've not seen before, not least in an iRacing top split event, but also anywhere really. They are in number 29. One of many teams, I say, that we don't get to see very often in this field. That is more trouble for Grid Up Sim Racing. Is that what we had earlier, or is that a secondary one? because Grid Up are 14th now.
That's the thing I had just mentioned that I glimpsed on my timing screen. So that was involving Derek Heiberger as well. I think that was the Fishies GT1 Aston Martin that maybe slightly locked the brakes potentially and went straight down to turn 1. He's going to be more aggressive here. Gabri Martinez or Tobias Paschko. Paschko over the curb on the inside through turn 1, bounces out wide, holds the position. Some good racing.
Yep. And holds on to 12th position quite nicely in the BS Hybrid HPD. But as you say, this is not, to remind people, a proper BS competition effort, as it were. And with their full team, although the livery looks very BS competition-like, it's not quite the same. They're running down in 12th place. I've got to say, some drivers in that car that I'm not always familiar with seeing either. Tobias Paschko being one of them in that prototype to begin with. Getting beaten at the moment by some teams. If this were a full effort, you wouldn't quite expect for BS competition. But most of these real top teams have sat this one out, which is a bit of a shame. But again, to fill that, the other teams that we don't normally see have come in instead, and that has its merits as well.
I think part of that, Ewan, is just because there are so many top drivers in the European region of the Porsche Esports Super Cup Regional Championship. It's asking a lot for them to split their attention between that and this, so that's one factor. But I'm sure there's some other things as well, maybe not wanting to put in the time to be competitive here. Tobias is a new name for me as well, Czech racing driver. I'm just trying to figure out how old he is based on his year of... He is 17, young kid.
Did you shudder when you saw the year of birth?
Yeah, just a little bit. When I see anything with 2000, it gets me a little bit scared.
You could be 26 and born in the year 2000.
I know, just had to slide that one in for you. But he only started karting back in 2020. Stepped up to single-seaters in Formula 4 earlier this year, and great to see him part of that BS Hybrid crew. It's a little bit of shuffling between Hyperion Racing and some lap traffic behind them. That is not a fightful position, so don't worry too much about that. Tobias, by the way, paired up with a driver who I'm a bit more familiar with, and I think you've seen a bit more on RaceSpotTV as well, Ewan. Andre Castro, who has done some NASCAR racing through his time as well, but spends a lot of time around the paddock of IMSA and around the Brian Herder TCR operation, where he's done a couple of races this year as well.
Yeah, that's his real-world side of things in the TCRs or whatever, but a regular fixture on RaceSpotTV on a Friday with the Radical Esports Cup. He's a very, very strong Radicals driver, actually. You'd make you think that he's very well suited to these HPDs, actually. Just feels like there's a bit of a familiarity there with especially the new SR10. I say new, it's been out for quite some time now, but it feels like there's some familiarity there with that SR10 than the HPD, which we have here today and which we'll be stepping into in number 90 a little bit later. There was a time when he was absolutely by far and away the best Radicals driver, actually, certainly in terms of form earlier this year, but slipped away slightly. But it's just been some new competition in that series, really, which has made it a bit more competitive up towards the front, and so he's not winning quite as much as before, but it is, as I say, more competitive up towards the front now. He does enough winning.
Yeah, share the love a little bit, share the champagne. And I love that diversity when you talk about Andre's willingness to try other things as well. You know, I mentioned a NASCAR background, but lots of time in TCR machinery as of late, and willing to jump into anything. Radicals, the introduction to slicks and wings for so many. Impact SimSport, their lead now up to almost 10 seconds. They pulled out another second or so in the last 10 laps. Trending in the right direction for them, trending in the right direction for our other two race leaders as well. Phil Denez, 15 seconds clear of Grid and Go. Remember, they're on fresh tires as opposed to the double-stinted tires of Grid and Go behind them. And then at the front of the field, it's back up to 2 seconds for Delatraz Automotive by PC Design. Getting close to hitting the 1/4 distance mark of this race. And it's finally feeling like we have settled into this iRacing Portimão 1000 presented by SimuQ.
Yeah, just a little bit. There's always a stage in an endurance race where the track gets a bit comfortable with the amount of cars that are on it. And it's fair to say that a few have been taken out at the back of the field. We seem to be down to about 45 still running, although Nathan Allen's stop is only just under 3 minutes, so it might return. But 4 HPDs, 4 GT1s and a GT2 have been taken out down the back of the field, which mean that, yeah, we've just got that little bit more free track space now, sort of 20 to 15 to 20% of the field taken out, and it's just giving that 15 to 20% extra space, and everybody just feeling a little bit more comfortable. And again, at Portimão as well, I think it's such an interesting circuit to take these retro cars, because it's such a modern circuit in every sense of the word. The amount of runoff around here I've already spoken about, but in other series in iRacing where we do, other leagues I should say, where there's safety cars available in endurance races, I've done hours and hours and hours of racing here at Portimão in endurance racing in leagues where there's safety cars, where there just hasn't been any incident to cause a safety car, because the field eventually gets comfortable with the number, everyone gets into a rhythm, and traffic is, when you're in that rhythm, actually quite manageable, even in these old machines. So we might have already reached that point, as you say, quarter of the way in, might have reached that point where it's feeling like a more rhythmic endurance race now.
Trying to listen to the rhythm. Not quite hearing it just yet, unfortunately. Comment in our YouTube chat. Fishy's taking full responsibility for the contact we saw a handful of laps ago. All the wheels locked up, as I think I'd called out. No ABS in these cars, remember. You are left to your own devices to stop it, sometimes seemingly on a dime. Our GT2 leader gets passed by some of the GT1 traffic, and speaking of, there is a rather, we're going to call him lonely, Phil Denez right now, 16 seconds clear of second, 32 seconds clear of third place. I don't think he'll complain too much.
No, you'd rather be lonely in the lead than down the back of the field, that's for sure. And this strategy for Marciano might just have been employed at the wrong time. The track temperature's still going up, which can't be helping. Last time round lost an entire second. It was the slowest inside the top 4 in this race, so I think it was a little bit hasty really of him to go for that tyre change straight away. I mean, maybe I'm talking with hindsight a little bit here as we get right into the heat of the day now, just about 5:30 midday. Yeah, might be a bit hindsight, but the choice to not take tyres there might be a worse call in my opinion than actually taking tyres this time around. See what another full stint is like when you're both on the new tyres, you're both fighting it out, Denez versus Marciano. Maybe you would have brought some of that margin down just naturally.
Whoa!
Anyway, no! As Cortez gets in more trouble here.
And it's at the final corner this time. I want to look at that one from up above before I cast any sort of responsibility on who was to blame. It was Parabit Sim Racing, Kurt Zimmer, the other car involved. They were all the way on the left side of the track, and well, that car is struggling right now.
Yeah, you can see it, the damage, and you can feel it, Cortez, at the moment as well. Yeah, it's a shame the way this race has gone now for good up in the 25, because they started so well, and it's just unraveled from them here on.
So send up the inside. Cortez holds his line, sweeps up to the edge of the track. And what did Fernando Alonso once say all the time? You must leave the space.
Yeah. I'm sure you can put too much on Cortez for that one, really. He was already half off the racetrack with the 2 tyres off there, but yeah, I mean, there's so much space on this circuit. There's almost sort of, I'm always saying, close to saying, racing is that there's sort of no need to be anywhere near each other at that point. Well, you could be near each other, of course, but not that close. There's no need. There's so much space to the right-hand side there for them both to use.
Yeah, just a little bit clumsy. See that damage on the grid-up car. We've got some great liveries today, by the way. Oh, around again for Parabit Sim Racing. Kurt Zimmer's losing some more time right now. It's just one of those days, unfortunately. When it rains, it pours for some of the field. But to this livery discussion, it's also maybe relevant to the team name discussion. I've been avoiding, I should say, Googling what Kikuri Hirwa was. I knew it was some sort of anime, but I've finally given in and searched it in on Google. So second place in GT2 is a fan team supporting. Let's take a look at this replay first. We'll get back to it.
Right.
And it's two cars who've been involved plenty today.
Well, indeed. 3 wide in towards turn 13. They probably wouldn't have known of the existence of each other there. Well, the driver on the inside would have done, but yeah, can't say that was unexpected when you try and go 3 wide into turn 13.
Yeah, so interesting livery, right? Interesting team name that we've had to somewhat abbreviate as well to make it broadcast sensible. But Kikuri Hirwa, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, Ewan. A major supporting.
Like French.
I know, but that's how I say it. A major supporting character in the anime series Bocce the Rock. A charismatic bassist and vocalist of the psychedelic indie rock band Sick Hack. Let's go. I love that.
Oh, goodness me. I haven't really got anything else to add to that description of that shit. I nearly called it a TV show.
I mean, there must be, I'm sure, some version that's technically a TV show. Let me continue, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Features long pink hair worn in a side braid, magenta purple eyes, and distinctive Hanafuda-style earrings. No idea what that means. And as you can see from the side of the car,
like to bed.
Yeah. Yes,
that's not the way they say it, I'm imagining.
Might enjoy going down to a Sunday pub with you. Yes.
What's this perception of me that I'm always in the pub on a Sunday?
Okay, Saturday. Happy? Oh.
I'm here with you instead. How about that?
What an interesting live. I've got to say, of all the team names that we've had through the years, that's the one that I've most enjoyed going and looking at the research for. Remember we had Jenna Ortega's fan club one time? Yeah, that wasn't very interesting.
Oh dear. Yeah. Well, again, these are the things that come up in the. You know, you're not going to see this in the Spa 24, are you? Let's put it that way.
Certainly hope not.
Well, indeed. Well, it's a different feeling, absolutely. But yeah, there you go. It's good that some of these teams give us something to talk about, something to Google. A complete. I don't know if you knew the first thing about anime before Googling that, but I certainly didn't. So there you go. You've improved my anime knowledge by probably 2,000%.
There we go. Educating viewers here on RaceSpotTV, and not just viewers, us in the broadcast booth as well. It's what we like to do. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary will have Jake Sperry and Lorenzo Bonder jumping in toward the end of the day when Ewan runs down the pub and I run off to talk about some Porsche stuff.
I'm not going to do that.
No, I know. I just had to continue the bit, unfortunately. It was set up so perfectly for
The World
me.
Cup's not on anymore. What's the point?
Oh.
Still drowning my sorrows, actually. That's the point. There you go.
Now instead you just watch the politic talk in the world of football. Which country's gone with Infantino and which country's gone against him. On board with Jens Brothers competition, we have gone very off topic. That's how you know it's an endurance race. Past the GT1 leader, we will sweep, and whoa, big run incoming. Solpec Precision vulnerable. Leon Boying slips through up the inside.
And this was quite a gap earlier in the race, not that long ago indeed, about an hour ago, but the Jens Brothers competition car able to get down the inside nicely using that bit of traffic on the front straight to move into 4th position. Even shorter than an hour ago, actually. The gap was still quite large as they came into the pit lane between these two. But Dedinka went a little bit longer than the others, 1 lap longer last time, and I did wonder towards the end of the last stint whether the triple one was beginning to fuel save really severely. Now, the 34, they did first time round, might give them a chance of making it, but it's not likely because they would need a 37 lap stint somewhere. Now, nobody did that at any point in last year's race. Maybe they will this time, but it would be a mammoth effort, I think, from the 111 to fuel save from here. Maybe they're not even trying that, and I'm just speculating, but they're certainly losing time right now, and it can't be for no reason.
Yeah, questionable there. Meanwhile, our fuel-saving heroes, Jarrett Corey, starting to be caught by 6 or 7 maybe, Saltpeck Precision Racing, and then Hyperion Racing. So 3 cars on the hunt, all again remember that are slightly hungrier in terms of their fuel consumption. How much is Corey going to want to defend? Now, the thing here is he'll be very concerned if he lets these 3 go and they start fighting, costing each other time, costing him time. That's worst case scenario. He's got no choice here but to stay out on track for another 16 or so laps, and he wants them to be as close to the 134 bracket as he can be.
Yeah, it's a nightmare scenario really for the fuel savers in this race. Proto GT HPD, of course, the chief among them. Still, by the way, 30 seconds off of the race lead, just to reiterate. That's a 10-second loss from this stint so far, and it's not over yet by any means. They've got at least 10 laps to go, probably 15 actually, more than to go in this stint for them. So this is a nightmare scenario. These 3 behind will be stopping sooner than he is at least, but that could still be 10 laps away. And the ideal scenario, I think, for Curry is to actually let them through one by one. So that scenario that you're talking about of them getting through and then fighting and costing him time doesn't happen, but that would be extremely hard to coordinate.
Big brain Ewan O'Leary trying to come up with these traffic
fix the race
strategy. I mean, in principle, I agree with you, but we know how race drivers are. When they're this close as well, it will be very difficult to let them one by one tiptoe their way through. Now, the benefit is they are keeping each other occupied enough for the time being that Corey has got enough of a gap. You can see there, in fact, Kruken loses out, has to get off the power coming out of turn 13, and Derek Heiberger sees his opportunity to pry the Saltpeck car off of the apex. The bright blue with brown front end slips through and costs each of them about 7/10 of a second. And now maybe this is where Jarrett Corey and Jeffrey Lawler are thinking that they can get a bit closer and swap around a bit easier. Traffic's going to help. It's our race leader in GT1 who once again watches over his shoulder.
And there was just a moment there for Curry where that might be able to happen, to get Lawler past without letting the others through all in one go, but that little bit of lap traffic not helping. Now, though, there might be another split. Phil Denez in the middle of this big group. There he is. 26.5 seconds this gap now. Wow, Grid and Go must be looking for the earliest opportunity to come in here. 41.0 last time round. Again, slowest time inside the top 5 of GT1. It's not panning out well for Marcheno at all.
No, I feel like that was a bit of a gamble to try and close on track position. And I go back to what I said in stint 1, where we don't know how quick Nick Ledecky will be relative to Jarno Kok. If it's a 4/10 margin every lap, that could have been enough to shrink the margin that they saw.
Oh. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Oh, right, I was going to say, at that stage, it was less than 2 attempts they needed a lap. You know, I get that over that stint, obviously, you might want to get a bit more while you can, but I felt that, I used the word hasty for a little bit earlier, just felt a little bit, preemptive, a little bit sort of too much too soon, really. As you say, let both drivers cycle through. First of all, see if Marcheno in a straight fight with Denez on both new tyres can actually get a few seconds back himself. That's not out of the question. It I think would be harder than the other scenario, but even so, this is worst of all worlds at the moment. This is just going out the wrong way, and you've not let the race. Patience would have been better to see really for this stage of the race than what they've actually gone and done, which is try and close all of this margin all in one go in stint number 2, when in reality, even if they'd have got to the end of this stint having not got any closer, they'd be able to fall back on the fact there's still 150 laps to go. What's happened here is they've actually made the job harder for themselves, and there's 35 laps less to go than there was at the last stop.
Maybe there is an argument that the Grid and Go strategists will make to us that we can't quite see right now, as ever. send us a message in the chat as to
Why we're wrong.
why we're wrong. So the reason why I was laughing, I promise, was not because of anything in this race. I got sent a message from a friend over at IMSA about an LMP3 prototype joke. I'm going to send that to you, Ewan, but
Not
very irrelevant to today's race. Oh, that's close. Our GT1 leader passes GT2 traffic as the Thomas Eng sim racing car slips through as well. Wojciech Dvorak was done waiting.
Well, indeed. We've seen a couple of those moments now, actually, in this race. Not only 3 wide at all, but actually 3 wide with the 3 different classes in today's race, all on show. The run towards turn 13, the most dangerous example to actually go on and do that. But that's what they did in towards turn 13. I thought I checked the football scores, and I thought you were giggling at the fact that you were losing already at the start of the season. But
you just had to ruin it for me. I hadn't even realised, and now you've ruined my day. Oh, my beloved baggies.
Well, they're not losing yet.
Okay, brilliant.
So I thought you were laughing in resignation.
Eventually, we'll reach that stage. Such is the journey of any English lower league football fan. I'll share the joke, by the way, now that I've sent the image over to you. P3 Dental Services, where all the fillings are bronze.
Nice. That's on a t-shirt as well, in the picture I've been sent.
I know. Sorry, it made me chuckle when I got sent it. So sharing that with the rest of the group. Proto GT, the setup conversation. It's difficult for the cars behind to overtake as the Proto GT team is on a low downforce setup, as you would expect, given they're doing the fuel saving approach. So that's why it's hard for these drivers to make any moves. And there's not, if there was a sector of the track that was more infinitely twisty, say you got rid of the back straightaway here, maybe that opens some opportunities. But Derek Heiberger, look how close he's getting here to Jeffrey Lawler, not close enough to the cars in front to take advantage.
Jeez, that was closer towards turn 1, and again through 2. Heiberger, though, on the inside. Don't forget, he's retaking these places after his trouble earlier on, so these are passes he will be expecting himself to make, but Lawler won't see it like that. As the 4 gets through, he's going to come straight back again, and we've seen time and again how Lawler has been able to come back in these battles, but not this time. In that fight with Cortez earlier and Crooken, he was very willing to come down the inside turn 5, but maybe he does realise where Heiberger's come from here, and he's just letting him go because that Hyperion racing car is probably quicker at this stage. But very good point, actually, by the Proto GT guys, because that will help them not only with the fuel saving, but actually with keeping people behind, so and track position. So maybe if they do get to the front with that final stint, 30 laps to go or so, Delatraz and the others come out behind them. Maybe they've got a bit more of a chance than we think at the moment.
Yeah, let's see. They are now 34 seconds back, so trending once again to lose 20 seconds to the leader, I would say. But time yet to tell if their strategy will come back towards them. Track temperature continuing to rise, now up to a very warm 41 degrees Celsius, and the wind continues to be blustery, pushing these cars around the track. And especially for the prototypes, you come over some of these crests and suddenly a gust of wind shifts your downforce level around. Got to be right on the tip of your toes to stay on top of the car at what is one of my favorite modern racetracks. Yes, there's plenty of runoff to complain about, but the elevation makes this track so unique. Oh, Jarrett Corey's got balked in traffic. Derek Heiberger's got a chance to roar around and slip up the inside. Oh, very close behind as Jeffrey Lawler almost slams into the rear diffuser. But Corey lost one spot, now may be vulnerable. Here comes Lawler. Bit more downforce in this middle sector. Will he get to the inside up through turn 8 at Samsung Corner? Not quite.
And the dirty air just undoing in there, but this is at the point where Curry's at his weakest, coming through into this middle sector where it's very twisty. There's a little bit of a straight here for him to pull away, and this might help. A look down the inside from Crooken again, who's attacking Lawler, and that is just going to give Curry the breathing space. But even so, Curry's under pressure, coming in towards 13. Here comes the dive from Lawler, not quite. Decides to wait just a few moments, but that might be it now. There might not be any further chance to come through. That might be the error, but that's probably a decent scenario for Curry here, because he's let one of them go. Heiberger's now going to drive away from him, but he hasn't let the others go, and they're not going to fight in front of him, costing him time. So it's not ideal, but that certainly could have been worse.
And I think, yes, there we go. Heiberger straight down to pit lane. I was going to say that he was due first in. Best case scenario, I guess, if you are the Proto GT team. Also into pit lane, though. You called it. First time of asking. Simona Maria Marcheno brings the grin and go 007 in. By the way, love the fact that for a team that always goes with the 00 numbers, they've gone for 007 with the Aston Martin. And they're putting the young Jarno Kok into that car. We'll keep an eye out for him as he blends back out onto track. Jarrett Corey still vulnerable, but still just about able to hold on. Loses the rear, putting the power down. Is this the chance for 6 or 7 maybe?
That's another look, but again, can't do it. But this is not the place to. Through 7 and 8, this is not where they're going to get through. They're going to lose. Oh dear, look at the gravel there. They're going to lose some time down here. Short straight, but it runs up towards 10-11 where they are much stronger. And this is where they get then right onto the back of Curry just in front of them, Jarrett Curry. Now, here's the chance when they get down to turn 13. If they want to make a real dive, and somebody else has gone off throwing stones all over the place. And again, not close enough. The low downforce car really is difficult to overtake, in, you know, even on the twistier parts of this circuit.
Watch the gap now extend as they put the power down. Even with the draft. Oh, Corey, vulnerable. Traffic not helping him out, but in a straight line. They'll be playing some side drafting games if they can get wheel to wheel. Jeffrey Lawler realizes it's not turn 1 where the move will be made. Can he stick close enough? Lunge into turn 3. On the brakes hard. It's a tight radius corner. And he's going to set up the wide arc. Corey, a little bit tighter, a little bit more, looking in the shoulder. One by one, our classes entering their pit stop phase. Jarrett Corey hoping to extend for another 8 laps or so. And the cars behind him, maybe another 4.
Yeah, it's got to be so frustrating, hasn't it, when you're sat behind like this. Corey doing all the right things at the moment and not actually letting it cost him that much time. Yes, he is the slowest, last time round anyway, was the slowest in the top 8, but he's bound to be at this end of the stint, and this is bound to exacerbate throughout the stint, as he's constantly going to be heavier on fuel than everybody else. He's constantly going to be saving fuel compared to everybody else as well, and that is creating the lead gap that we're now seeing of 35 seconds for Delatraz over this number 10. So it's bound to happen that way, but he's just not going to focus on that. Corey just focus on keeping those guys behind and just focus on running his own race, really. Again, the great thing about having that low downforce is he doesn't really have to look behind him too often. Just a little bit towards turn 3 maybe, as Lawler's going to have another chance here. Corey keeps going wide through the final turn. That's not the way to go round the GT, and he's just let that one go for free.
Remember, he's got low downforce, so I think that's the way he's got to arc through the corner with traffic. Let's keep an eye, though, on how much faster he is in a straight line. It's about 12 kilometers an hour at the end of the main straight, and he just roars straight back through. A give and take, not just of traffic, but of their setup compromises as well.
Again, got to be unbelievably frustrating for Lawler, where he just keeps being re-overtaken. Like, you might be right on the line through the final turn, by the way, but yeah, it's not half hurting him coming onto the front straight, but when you've got straight line speed like that, doesn't really matter. Crooken realises the scenario here, and he's not challenging too much in towards turn 5, as they see a little bit of HPD traffic in front of them, and that's the BS Hybrid number 90, which now has Andre Castro at the wheel for the first time.
Just come out of pit lane as well, so full of fuel. Oh, but fresh tyres. Jock van Driel gets drilled by that number 93 that has just been in the wars today. White Motorsports, excuse me, the 023 LBAM Motorsport. It's not been easy for them. White Motorsports now, unfortunately, looking like they joined the DNF list. Let's watch the lines this time. No traffic in front, and so Lawler's going to be able to take a much tighter arc as we head through turn 15 here. But Jarrett Corey this time is able to take a much more regular racing line with less traffic in front, and now even draft on his side. Jeffrey Lawler sits and watches as Jarrett Corey drags away from him.
Even in the slipstream. Goodness me. He's sat there helpless at the moment, and they will be close to a pit stop here, so this will be over soon. But nevertheless, this is what they're getting for their team then. I may add. You guys winning in this
yes.
place at the moment.
Good job.
They deserve this. I've just figured out they deserve this.
The team name hated so much that our broadcast graphics actually chops the first part of it off.
They just look like weirdos who don't know what the joke is.
Yeah, no, it's an automatic feature that our broadcast tool has. Don't think it quite works as the team intended. Phil Dinez, by the way, in from the lead of GT1. Will it be a full service? Will we see Nick Ledecky get in? And maybe the gap back to grid and go start to shrink.
Well, we're going to see what the gap is, first of all, for the undercut here for Grid and Go, because we've been going decently quickly, although last time round 40.2 was not that much quicker than what Phil Dinez have been doing. Of course, the undercut, new tyres, is up against full fuel, which does make the equation quite a lot more complicated. But let's see what the gap is in a moment. Doesn't look like Dinez is getting out, so he's going to maybe do the first half of this race, then Ledecky the second half, as these guys get side by side again. But watch Curry fire away again on the front straight.
It's rinse and repeat with traffic. This is remarkable to watch. With Dinez, he is staying in the car, and seemingly it's a full service. Yarno Koch didn't put full fuel in the car, so I'm wondering if they've now realized that they don't need to top off maximum in every single trip down pit lane, or once again a track position gamble. They would have likely had some fuel still left in the tank as well. No move this time. Jarrett Corey just ahead by half a car length, if that, and it was enough to hold Jeffrey Lawler at bay.
Well, just on the maths on that, by the way, for GT1, the race at the moment is expected to be just under 200 laps. I make it 199 for the GT1 leaders. They are being lapped quite a lot, so that effectively makes it, when they're doing 31 lap stints, you need to extend that to make it a 5-stop race. You'd need to extend that to sort of 33-ish, which doesn't seem either of the top contenders are prepared to do, especially since their first stint was 31 anyway. 777 did 32, so we'll watch out for them as they now lead. But the stints being 31 means that they're likely to make 6 stops throughout the race. That gives you actually a real lot of wiggle room there of about 10 laps, maybe more. And Grid and Go already making use of that by pitting on lap 57. They probably could have pitted earlier, to be honest, but obviously they didn't want to go too early. Make themselves make a 7 stop, which would be much worse. So,
as HPD leaders are now into pit lane as well, Delatraz hands the car over to Corentin Millerud. Looks like Johan Royer stays out on track rather. Tom Katsadonis takes over from Harley Horton in the Bam number 1. No change. Jarrett Corey continues to hold on to the track position. Remember, he's got probably another 4 laps or so. We're expecting Johan Royer and Leon Boying in next time by from first and second on the road.
Yeah, to be honest, they've gone 1 lap further than I was expecting in the first place, really. But so they've gone on 1 more. I mean, formation lap first time, which does make a difference as the 67 now does get through. Corey just makes a mistake by himself down towards turn 5 this time. And Lawler says, thanks very much. I'm coming in a couple of laps, so you could have done that earlier. But anyway, he's through now into 3rd position, while Corey continues on his fuel-saving mission here.
Did a very decent job of holding up the pack without costing them all too much time. And now let's see what Jeffrey Lawler can do with maybe 1 or 2 laps of clean air to push to the limit. More and more pit stops trickle through. Emil Bernstorff just jumped into the Solpac 112. Royer and Boeing both in as expected. John Vining, he's doing this race by himself in that Jet Fuel Energy number 18. And the engineer at 2311 Racing has fought his way up from 27th into the top 20. So a decent job for him. Lawler is going to go on to lap 33, so he'll extend one more as Royer stays in the car. Max Meyer jumps into the Jens Brother 04.
Well, Lawler did 34 laps with the formation lap first time round, so he was always likely to go on a little bit, while most of the others indeed the 001 and the 04 into the pit lane as expected, 1 lap longer than normal. So again, they're not extending, getting rid of a stop by doing this, but they might just shorten a pit stop later down the line with this strategy that they're employing at the moment. Still waiting though for the top 5 to come in. Delta Automotive, the current leaders of the charge for those who've stopped, and for reference they are 31.5 seconds behind Proto GT. Probably worth keeping an eye on how that changes.
Yep, good thing to keep an eye on. Phil Denez has ended up around 32 seconds clear of Grid and Go and Jarno Cox, so that's the GT1 fight to be mindful of. Did see a note in chat from Andrew Langham earlier in the day that what happened to Denez at turn 1 was just a wiggle, so no contact. That car has effectively had a, I don't want to say unscathed run in the 60-something laps that they have done today, but they've kept themselves out of trouble, and sometimes that's all you need to do.
Well, exactly. A little bit of good fortune, of course, staying or getting ahead the when they did, and getting the lead that they had as well. But also some great driving to give themselves the best possible chance here, and the margin they have right now is very, very large. Phil Denez versus Jarno Cox feels like it could be quite a tight fight, to be honest. So we'll see how it develops over the course of this stint, but 33 seconds over a race that is expected for them to be probably another 140 laps, 135, something like that. Already you're looking at sort of 2 tenths a lap, a little bit more. And you know, in these short races, you just can't afford to let these gaps get out that large, because that's relentless, that amount of closing you have to do. More than 2 tenths every single lap for the next 3 or 4 hours. That is absolutely relentless to have to achieve.
And one slip up in traffic and suddenly you've got even more time to make up, right? So it's relentless, unforgiving, and tough work at the best of times. Pit stops underway for the final part of the HPD field. Denez, like I mentioned earlier, been racing this year in the Italian GT series, although as ever feels a bit weird when we're so used to seeing him in BMWs in the sim racing world that he races a Lamborghini over in Italy. Made the move from California up to Washington State end of last year, if I remember correctly. And if you ever wondered if your internet is not good enough, well, don't fret. Phil Denez is racing on Starlink right now. If it's good enough for him, it's probably good enough for you too.
Well, let's hope he stays connected now you said that. Alpha Corsa Yellow goes into a spin meantime at turn 5. Slightly strange way to pass on traffic down the inside there, bouncing over the anti-cut down there as the leaders in GC2 now come in. Impact Sim Sports still leading pretty comfortably at the head of the race.
And driver changes, so Henry Mantle in, replacing Elias Loppinen for Impact. Wyatt Roberts in, replacing Ruby Nakamata in the Kikori Hirwa at 9:28. I'm hoping that pre-stint beverages have been consumed by Roberts, as the car sits on the jacks and waits to go. It was 51.1, excuse me, for Henry Mantle. Wyatt Roberts in comparison, 50.9. So 2 tenths quicker in the box, but effectively identical in the pit stop sequence. Road to Esport cycled into pit lane the previous lap by. Where will they blend out? Still waiting for them to drop through. Timing screen says they're behind.
Yeah, they are, and by a couple of seconds indeed as well. So top three covered by less than 15 seconds in GT2, but the gap that's increasing is the one for Impact Sim Sport. Again, now we're over 11 seconds ahead as a rude awakening here for White Roberts onto the racetrack. Immediately HPD traffic down the inside and a GT1 looking to come through as well.
So up to temperature and pressure for the tyres, but also for the driver as well, as quickly as possible. And Tom Katsadonis, bit between his teeth, is now trying to hunt down Corentin Milleru. Driver behind is, well, now in front is, and behind again, is a lapped car effectively. That car owes us a pit stop, so I'm not sure why it's fighting so hard. They expect in the Yitzkaus Racing number 3, might just have cost himself a bit of time by slipping himself off the track.
Yeah, just a little bit. Always difficult to try and coordinate someone getting through like that when they're not quite in the same fight as you. And again, we're going to start to see this a little bit more as some of these guys on strategies that are running much longer are starting to mix in with those who've already made the pit stop. As we look at the front of Tom Katsadonis' car, the more you look at that, the more strange it gets.
So let's maybe take a break from our voices, Arjuna Kankipati, Ewan O'Leary, Leary even, in the broadcast booth. English is becoming tough, so we'll go grab a quick sip of water and turn up the noise of one of these race cars. I think we have to go to GT1.
Yes.
Now, there's only a couple of things happening, so why don't we jump on board with our race leader, Phil Denez, in the BS Hybrid number 91, and see how a master runs around Portimão with a screaming V12 soundtrack. Here's a Racespot fan immersion with Phil Denez. Well, I enjoyed that. The soundtrack of the V12 rumble of the Aston Martin filled in as 37 seconds in the lead in the BS Hybrid number 91. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary in the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth. Let's jump back forward though into some of the action. While we were watching Dinesh carve through the track, our fuel saving strategy in HPD starting to come under fire once again. Jarrett Corey still behind the wheel of the Proto GT number 10. In and out of pit lane a couple of laps ago. And now, with Nicholas Kingwell and Emil Bernstorff right on his gearbox. Out through traffic, Bernstorff gets a chance to maybe switch back underneath. The Proto GT car, out wide and will hold on.
Well, for now, but this is again the most difficult place in the racetrack to be in front as a low downforce HPD like this, and so expect to see the 112 applying even more pressure here. But again, this is the merits of going a bit longer here, because they've actually managed to get out in front of guys who were previously not in front of them before. So it has its pros and cons, this, and it's turned out into a bit of a disadvantage at this stage. But it turns around and gains you places later on onto the straight, and they'll pull away again here. But worth noting again, the gap as they're 3 laps now into this new stint, 45 seconds nearly to Delatraz Automotive at the front. They're continuing to really stay on that schedule, actually, of losing 20 seconds a lap. I thought that would be a bit less, actually, as it was carrying on, but it's not been the case, unfortunately, for them.
I think the positive, Ewan, is that we are in the heat of the day right now, which is when I would assume their low downforce setup is at its most vulnerable. Another wiggle out of turn 4 into the downhill braking zone of 5, and Emil Bernstorff, chance to slip through, takes it to the apex and through. It's struggling. You can see that every time Corey's trying to put the power down, the rear protests in anger. He's got to survive another 30-odd laps with this before we expect to see the next driver jump in.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, on your comment about heat of the day here, obviously 43 degrees Celsius now. It is getting hotter, but I'm not sure it is going to get that much cooler for them, to be honest, in the next 4 hours of this race, less than 4 hours of this race. It's going to finish just after 5 p.m, I think, in Sim, this one. And by then it might well be a bit cooler, but I think even at 3 p.m, about 2 hours before that, I still think the temperature's going to be quite high, which I'm not sure is going to help them. I do agree this was a cooler day. It might be helping their low downforce setup, but I'm just not that sure it's going to get much better for them.
I am picking up what you're putting down. John Vining pulls to the side, lets the race leader slip through. Now, John's doing this race by himself, and he told me he had an understeery setup. I believe him a lot more now that I watch the onboard, and I see him put the power down, and it just drives straight off the corner. Takes the opportunity though through traffic with the leader sweeping through to pass Javier Mosquera in that GMF car. And remember, for doing this race by himself, John's going to get the great reward of seeing the checkered flag, hopefully, and then getting disqualified.
Yeah, as is always the case with these solo efforts. Sadly, they do come to nothing in the end. And that looks to be the case. Well, it is going to be the case here today as well. At least we can see what's powering him through the effort, though.
Maybe just a handful. The problem is, the more of those that you drink, the more you need to go and use the bathroom. So
yes, indeed. Well, yeah. I was at a 24-hour karting race last weekend where the producer was well, not planned, but ended up doing the entire 24 hours.
Oh wow!
And the amount of that specific energy drink and that flavour, incidentally, that was consumed was quite extraordinary.
Well, it's powered him back now into 14th place as they chopped and changed down through that opening sector. So my brief pause was just to try and see. He might actually not get disqualified, because you'll note the name on this driver account is not John. He's actually got 2 racing accounts registered for this race, so he's going to have to do a lengthier pit stop than the field at some point, because he'll have to quit one iRacing, sign out, log back in, join the session again.
Yes.
You can feel the time that's about to take as well.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hope he's got a quick computer for loading iRacing sessions, because not everyone's computer loads at the same pace. And if his is one of those long ones, he could be in there for 5 minutes or so, actually, in that whole process, not loading, but in that whole process of signing out, signing back in and all that, as you say. So, yeah, I can't say I've ever seen that before. I don't know about you. I've never seen anybody. I think most people I've seen do solo attempts have just sort of accepted that they're going to be disqualified at the end of it.
So, there was a time when I remember Matt Malone did a couple of these, but he's also just gone back to, like you said, just accepting the DQ at the end of the day now. So, we've seen both. We've seen both strategies. The baller setup would be to have 2 sims. Now, the reason I bring that up, well, if he's got a roommate who's also a sim racer and not using their rig this weekend, I'm thinking of Dane and Ethan Warren, you know, those rigs that used to be pointed in opposite directions but next to each other, so it's all sorts of things. Fight for 6th in GT1 sees Enosis Sim Deck defend from Full Send Racing and Michael Polasek. Great to see those Full Send Racing colours back on display. And a fight for 8th in GT2, SLM Motorsport and the Mimo Apex A, number 28, fighting it out.
Having to go a little bit deeper into the field to find some fights at this stage in the race, coming up to half distance. But means we get to see some of the teams that we haven't seen so much of so far. Michael Polasek, though, a driver we have seen plenty of in the past, the one trying to make the move at the top of the screen for Full Send Racing, and might well be doing just that on the way towards turn number 1, or maybe he doesn't need to. In the slipstream, should be able to get, and indeed is let through actually in the end by Cabrera, who realises the driver who's up behind him and just lets him go.
These are both fights, by the way, off of the lead lapping class, so at this point we are starting to see the spread in the field really just grow and grow. First through 13th in the prototype class, still left on the lead lap. Oh, that was close. Big drama. And who was that off down at turn 5?
Well, I can't tell you, to be honest. It was definitely one of the HPDs, but I can't tell you which one. So nearly took out Cabrera there as he was turning in for turn 5. There was nobody around that prototype at all. Just lost it on the rear brakes coming in towards turn 5, which it feels to me like we're seeing a slight increase in frequency of down in towards turn 5 there. But that was nearly an absolute wipeout there. A strike, some may say, in towards turn 5. But yeah, thankfully that contact was made in the end.
You know, based on the brief glimpse of colour that we got, I'm just going to assume it was the Alpha Corsa Yellow, the James Potter-driven car that is at the very end of its stint. So I wonder if they are struggling on tyres right now.
And they did do that earlier as well, so maybe that is correct.
There you go. So I think we've together been able to Sherlock Holmes our way into figuring out who that was. Sweep through for the number 11, Pablo Cabrera, now behind Michael Polasek, who still feels weird to not see him in a TCR car. It's 20 seconds back from a top 5 spot. That will really be the next target on deck for the wonderfully liveried machine. Best of the Corvettes is sitting up there in 3rd, by the way, so as much as the GT1 field is dominated by Aston Martins, the Corvette's got its own punch to give. Oh, GMF team having a mascara. That's an uncomfortable moment through the final corner.
That was an HPD spin if ever I've seen one, or an HPD slide rather. Uncatchable really through the final corner. Joop van Driel also with trouble into turn 5, which has seen another spin, and luckily no one right behind him because he ends up right on the racing line, gets out the way just in time for those 2 HPDs and carries on his way. But some of these mistakes starting to creep in here, and I don't think it's any coincidence that this is happening again right in the heat of the day, and the temperature has not changed exactly in line actually with the time of day in terms of generally getting towards that peak of heat here. Increased in the last hour or so to the lower mid-40s, which is seemingly catching a few people out.
Agreed. Second place in prototype is going to be under pressure soon, by the way. Tomcat Sidonis, since jumping in to replace Harley Horton, has slipped back into the clutches of Johan Royer. It's not quite within battle distance, but under 2.5 seconds is the fight for second and third, so expect that to continue to close.
He's not quite as quick as he is Porter, unfortunately. I reckon they might just get Katsudonis in for the laps that are necessary and then get him out again, but it's not ideal having a one-legged team like that.
The thing I was really going to point out as well, though, is that Milleroo is just consistent right now. Yeah, traffic's impacting him here and there, but the gap to Johan Royer is being held relatively constant. So that's a good margin, or mark, I should say, for them. Side by side in towards turn 3, Parabit Sim Racing. Now that's with a lapped car, so it's not necessarily one where you'd expect to fight, but when Tom Katsudonis is getting blocked all the way to the white line, sorry, that's not quite on.
What is happening here? Wolfgang Wrede is either very much misunderstanding this scenario or intentionally being in the way here. Now finally lets Katsudonis through, although tries to come back down the inside again at turn 7, and that in turn lets the 001 straight through. I'm not sure what he's doing. Again, whether he's misunderstanding what this is all about, whether he thinks this is a battle for position and it isn't, or what's going on, but that might be giving him the benefit of the doubt, really. That was very, very odd, and I think Katsudonis has picked up a new bit of damage because of that. Look at this, coming out, and there's the damage, there's the swipe, there's the block. That was all very odd.
It was literally bam, 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 bam there.
Very good.
Set that one up for me. Again, not really on the cards when you're lap traffic in that situation. They say hold your line. That was about Michael Schumacher levels of defense at Hungary, for those that have that image in their mind. Jacob Reed, Arete Esports on the hunt behind in that all-white number 2. Now, remember, Grid Up's been through the wars today. Jacob Reed just getting into that car after Alexander Cortez did the second stint of the race. And they've been chopping and changing. Jacob did the start. He's back in for stint 3.
I wonder whether they're doing the old strategy of one stint on, one stint off, because they seem to be fueling and tyres changed at every stop. So no harm in doing the driver change in that period. In fact, you've got plenty of time to do that throughout a full service HPD pit stop. But yeah, Cortez and Reed do plenty of driving together in endurance races. Don't know if this is their first appearance in top split. May well be. I've not seen them before for Grid Up, but yeah, good to see them. Two solid drivers, strong and improving drivers as well in that sort of level of sim racing, and we'll be hoping to improve their R rating and so on, so they can be in the top split a bit more often.
In danger of going a lap down. I say in danger. I think a lot of the field is going to end up a lap down here. They might lose a bit more time there. Oh, more contact. It's GMF team, Javier Mosquera, but the car behind is the Parabit car again, is what I was thinking. And is this where things started with actually a little bit of the frustration maybe? And I don't know why you'd be frustrated about that. I don't know what Tom Katsudonis has done wrong there. No. Well, yeah, that has given us a bit more context, but not really many more answers, actually, on that. The ease with which it's happened, the time that's being lost now to the 8. It'd be a real shame if this race was taken away from the 1, or at least their contention for winning the race taken away through that sort of damage, but it might have been. I think we may not have been able to see it, but yeah, there was traffic that might have cost Katsudonis there. We've been quite zoomed in on some of the camera shots today, but let's see, still within a second. If he can stay within the draft, that's the most important thing. If he loses drafting range, that's when you know the damage is significant enough that it's going to be bad. To be honest, if we could zoom in on that right front, we'd get a better idea of the amount of damage that Katsudonis is having to deal with. Yeah, I mean, we can see from the shots so far that there's definitely more of that tyre exposed than should be. But yeah, I think you can see from the gap that we're seeing created at the moment, I think that is damage that is affecting him quite badly. Now, the number 1's not trying to cut out the pit stop here in this race, so they can do something a little bit with an earlier pit stop over the course of today.
after this, the next stop, we stop number 3, won't it? So 4 stints left means they could stop with about 132 laps to go if they wanted to, and that's that's already been indeed. So if they want to stop now and take their short stop now, then they can. And I would say it's maybe not the worst idea in the world.
Wait to see. Stayed within 1.2 seconds, but does seem to be losing some ground now as Katsudonis. Let's see if the team maybe sends us a note as to the extent of the damage as well. Remember, Adam State, third driver, slated to jump into that car. 14 seconds back from Corentin Milleroo now, who continues to pull away at the front of the field, as seemingly does Phil Denez. What was the gap between Denez and Jarno Koch just at the beginning of this most recent pit cycle? Ewan?
I didn't write it down, but I thought it was about 35 seconds, maybe a bit less.
That's what I thought. It's about 40 seconds now.
Yeah, well, I've just rewound the... I've just found where they've stopped, actually, so I'll just quickly rewind the stream and find out what the actual answer was. 33 seconds, so yeah, this is actually a bigger game than we thought. Even 7 seconds put onto this so far, but they are quite close, close-ish, about 10 laps away maybe from their third stop of the race.
So, Denez doing a good job. Expect him to likely stay in the car for one more stint. Or maybe he'll get out, not quite sure how BS Hybrid will split up this race in the number 91. That's saying 37 seconds, but my timing screen is saying closer to 40 seconds. And the left side is also saying 40 seconds, so I think we'll go with 40. Plenty of pit stop takers for those that have been involved in incidents, but no one is down on pit lane for a scheduled stop right now. I think with the exception of Full Send Racing, who have brought their Aston Martin GT1 car in, and Carl Dunlop's getting into the car.
Yeah, again, we're at the stage where you have a bit of wiggle room in GT1, so there's definitely a chance for them to go to the end from here. They've stopped on about lap 80, doing 31 lap stints or so. So with the amount of times they've been, probably about 120 laps to go. So 4 stints to the end from there, and they can stop from now to indeed make that. As we go back to a battle in HPD again. Thomas Stenger Sim Racing in front of BS Hybrid, and Andre Castro, who's been making up places since getting into that car and is now up to 9th.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job, picking his way through. Not quite on the leader pace, but not far off. Next up in the queue is the 6 or 7 maybe car. But really now the main target, I would say, for BS Hybrid is going to be to try and beat the Proto GT car on that fuel save. Still a long way to go, 3 hours and 22 estimated minutes with the laps that we've got remaining. But with the Proto GT car continuing to drop back, at least on track, they say that the strategy that they're on is going to save them about a minute and change. Still could be on for a top 5 if things go according to plan.
Yeah, that is the projection at the moment. Having said that, but well, no, yeah, Proto GT have been losing a bit more time actually compared to the normal 20 seconds of stint schedule. They can afford a 35-lap stint somewhere, by the way, which they're going to have to take. So I wonder whether in one of these in the middle of the race they might do that just to reduce the damage that's being done to their gap. But this is a congested part of the field here from pretty much 5th place Nathan Moore. The gap's never more than sort of 8 seconds or so, right the way down to this battle for 9th position here. Imagine these small leapfrogs that Andre Castro is going to make in the next 10 or 15 laps or so.
Well, message from Adam State, waiting to get into the Bam Bubba Bam Bam number 1. They do have about half a second worth of damage on the front, so that's quite significant. I now wonder, when can they come in strategically? Yes, they've got some more options open than those doing a fuel save, but are we still a bit early, Ewan, to really come in and not cost yourself then more time in pit lane later in this race?
4 stints, again, 4 stints after this on 33 laps would be 132 laps, which we've already gone past in terms of what you can do. So I would be in now, to be honest. I know that they're not making use of the short stop when they really should be, and they're making a damage repair and not making use of the low fuel on the short run like they really should be. But they're losing half a second of that. They should be in, for my mind. There's 127 to go at the end of this one. They can easily make it on 4 more stints and 3 more stops after this one, as they already planned to. They're not adding an extra stop. They're just not quite making use of the short stint the way they should be. So I don't really see why they shouldn't be in already, really.
So that's Ewan O'Leary's call with his strategy. Well, I just always find it curious what we think versus what they think. So curious now if they send us a message with their thought. I will also say they sent me some of the messages that were exchanged between the cars after that incident, and a little bit silly messages in my mind. Paceworks Esports and Fishies. Ooh, mistake there from Bas Rowinkle. Kenzie van der Werken, not quite alongside, but with some smoke in front. Is there an opportunity into turn 8?
To the outside through here to get the cutback, and that's a nice exit. So look for the chance at the top of the hill at turn 10 here. As less than 2/10 of a second now. There might be a diver. This is where they made contact with somebody earlier, the Fishies Aston Martin. Down the inside, this time grabbing the apex, but not given too much room. That was a risk taken on the outside line there by Bas Rowinkle, because could have very easily have got turned around. Back to the inside for the Fishies Aston Martin, and Van der Werken does now get through.
Some good stuff. Fishy's car, remember, took full responsibility for the lockup that caused the incident with a couple of the prototypes. Not often that the GT car is responsible for contact with the faster class, but put their hands up. That's exactly what you want to see. Out through the final corner, they will work. Both of them about 8 laps away from returning back towards the pit lane. First GT1 car due on pit lane once again will be Grid and Go and Jarno Kok. That gap, 51 seconds. They must have made a mistake in the last handful of laps.
Yes, yeah,
they lost 9 seconds on the last lap alone. Sorry.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah, and 1.9 on this next one. So have they got damage as a result of it, I wonder. But let's wait and see for that. So yeah, the strategy really has unraveled a little bit for Grid and Go. I mean, to be fair, in one sense, they were vindicated by taking no tyres first time round, because they thought that, we called it a little bit, early to be going for that sort of thing. And to a degree, I think that is still true. But they've shown, I think, here that actually trying to catch them the old-fashioned way just on pure speed might have been a stretch too far anyway at that sort of gap already. So I do wonder if they're slightly vindicated with that. But now with this incident and the damage which they seem to potentially have, they've got to maybe look behind them and focus on just keeping second place from here.
To the final sector. Battle scars being shown on both sides. Our race leader sweeping through and going to be patient. Plot his path through the final complex to get maybe to the inside. We'll do so with the Paceworks Aston, the bright blue machine. And then the sky blue Fishies Aston Martin sees the leader go straight around the outside. Nice and tidily done there. Still 13.8 seconds is the gap between Corentin Milleru and Johan Royer. They're trading lap times back and forth through traffic. Tom Katsudonis continues to lose ground, and then Jens Brothers Competition sit forth. We've been kind of just watching some of these other battles, so we haven't talked about some of the teams that are still in pretty good positions in what is a very big HPD field. Solpec Precision Racing, Ewan, 5th and 6th spots right now with their white base livery, a new look for this event.
The traditional, what I would call Solpec yellow, not the main feature of their machines anymore, but it's a solid run for them so far, 5th and 6th. In fact, I'd say maybe a little bit slower down than what they would have expected to be. Certainly they would have hoped to be ahead of the Jens Brothers competition team, I would expect, but you know, they're putting in a good race themselves in the 04 as we look at NWA Motorsports sliding their way through turn 7 and rejoining right in front of the Aston Martin. Now, is this where 007 got in trouble?
So around the outside, a prototype is going to try and go. This lap looks okay.
Yeah. And at this stage doesn't seem to have any damage around either, so maybe there wasn't any damage at all. It's just getting back up to speed. Although every time I look at their previous lap, Jarno Kok has lost a fairly healthy chunk of time.
Here we go, this is the right one. So traffic going around the outside, and it is one of those Solpet cars actually. I'm just picking that up now. Oh, some netcode once again between the two. That's lucky it hasn't broken the right front suspension.
It wasn't terribly hard contact, but it's just the time lost that is a killer, really. And the way they ended up on the outside of the corner there meant they lost sort of 15 seconds in the spin there, almost. Far more than the sort of 5 or 10 you'd see normally. So that was very, very costly. And all of these things now contributing surely to a PS Hybrid victory. You see it here. They might have made contact anyway, but they were spinning to the outside line. And as I say, they've got to focus on trying to keep second place now rather than trying to win this, because that seems to be out the window unless there's trouble for the leader.
There's the Fishies car once again. It's still really the only car in a close fight out on track. Let's talk about then GT2. Haven't really given it much focus recently, Ewan. And still Henry Mantle and Impact Simsport lead there in class. 12 seconds in the good to the Roto Esport team, the purple Ford Mustang. But Kikuri Hirwa, the DDA 928, has lost some time in this last stint as well. It's now 15 seconds off of second.
Yeah, this is what's interesting about what's happened in GT2 here. Excuse me. The Impact Simsport and Roto Esport teams staying as close as they have been for a long time, and actually just drawing in a little bit on this on this lap itself. Actually, Impact Simsport down to 10 seconds their lead, but yeah, the 928 Wyatt Roberts driven forward at the moment is just losing that bit of time, which is taking them out of contention really for the race victory. It's a 2-horse race, but remember earlier, Impact Simsport were very slowly and gradually bringing that margin out in their favour. Well, that stopped and actually reversed a little bit in this stint. So interesting to see that, though Impact Simsport themselves have changed driver to Henry Mantle, whereas we haven't seen the other driver for Roto yet.
Just trying to keep an eye on lap times moving forward. There's a lot of time lost from Mantle on the last lap, but that will have been traffic. Now, what we do have is our first drive-through penalty, I believe, for incident points, because Nicholas Kingwell has just been flagged by our iRacing steward team. That's the automated steward team, not the one that reviews all your protests after the event, and he's drive straight into the pit lane as well to serve that. That's important, Ewan. That's one of the cars that was fighting with the Proto GT car in the fuel-saving conversation.
Yep, it was. So they'll be very pleased with that, the Proto GT HPD team. Although they're losing time at their own volition at the moment. They've got one less driver to worry about. Nicholas Kingswell comes in straight away to serve that. So promotes Andre Castro up another position, and that's who is next for Jarrett Curry to keep behind, although they're 6.5 seconds apart at the moment. You mentioned earlier that the incident was slightly forgiving here. This maybe was the thing that the straw that broke the camel's back, as they say, or is this just the pit lane entry, I wonder, for the 67? Whoa!
What did you call it earlier?
Yep.
An HPD crash, if you've ever seen one.
Well, it is, isn't it? Just a slight slide that you just cannot catch.
By the way, as Tom Katsudonis comes into pit lane, the GT1 leader has been involved in something. Henry Mantle, the lead, is now down to 3 seconds. And Roman Richter, bit between his teeth, is going to try and put the afterburners to maximum. Henry Mantle in what had been a flawless race so far out of the 24 team. Something's gone wrong, and they've lost some crucial time.
Absolutely crucial time. And since it was going the wrong way for them anyway, maybe they're even going to be together by the end of this stint, which is about 10 or so laps away for those GT2s. But yeah, something clearly gone on there for the leader. And here it is, out of turn 8 on their own. There's an HPD behind, which is already ominous. That's the Hyperion number 4. And it's turn 10 again. Oh.
Can we get another look at that from up above? Because obviously the netcode gods have not smiled on that, but it's hard to tell if Hyperion kind of have tried to open up the corner a bit too aggressively, or if something else has gone wrong. Full Send Racing bumped the back of one of the 4 GTs, the Globe Oil number 12, as Solpec Precision slipped through. Grin and go, Jarno Koch in pit lane as well. It's picked up, business has picked up as we get closer to the halfway mark.
It absolutely has. Lots of drama for the top contenders, and the 007 will continue on with Jarno Koch driving that one at the moment. That was 31 lap stint for him there, by the way, so I don't know why his pit stop time is a bit shorter, because he's done a normal stint. But anyway, lap 88, and he is into pit lane from second position. Let's hope his incident didn't cause him any damage that he now has to repair.
I guess that what would have happened on the last cycle, Ewan, is had come in with some fuel left in the tank, so didn't have to sit for the full amount of time. And that's again why fuel and tires being done separately is great, because you have differences in time that arise from that. Only got a brief look at it, but Heiberger's trying to open up the corner, but by no means is what he done necessarily egregious.
It did seem like the GT2 turned in quite sharply, and yeah, the Hyperion again had some space to the right hand side that could have helped things a little bit, but you can see the line they normally take as an example. They're running very, very wide there, so when they're going down the inside of somebody, they're trying to go as wide as possible without that happening. Didn't actually affect the HPD at all on that occasion, but obviously they're not trying to cause any trouble for the GTs either, coming in towards turn 10. But yeah, it's an interesting one, that, and one that might be argued about amongst the teams themselves, to be honest.
Lots for them to argue. Fight for 7th still on in GT1. Kenzie van der Werken defends the inside, and the Fishies Aston Martin. Aceworks car slots back in, maybe trying to cut back underneath, but really your better opportunity is always to try and get the power down and run out of turn 4 as you turn left, press the hill. No traffic behind to help though into the braking zone. The Black Star Racing Corvette, that's its 2nd in class, just in front of them. Really showing that these drivers aren't necessarily that far off for the pace at the very front of the field. More pit stop takers, by the way, including Yuzhen Zhang. Remember, he was in our YouTube chat slightly earlier.
Yeah, indeed. Now, well, hopefully not still in the YouTube chat. Hopefully he's concentrating on driving, which I'm sure he will be in just a moment. As the leader's in, Corentin Millero, after 96 laps of this race. So that's a short stint of only 30 laps that time.
I guess going back to something else you've said, for anyone who's not doing the fuel saving, you have a bit of flexibility on when to come down into pit lane. If you see some traffic, 6 or 7 maybe. Nicholas Kingswell defending from John Vining. It gets underneath and nicely puts the power down as well. Remember, we did see the car understeering slightly earlier, but understeer isn't always a bad thing if it's predictable and balanced. Kingswell not going to try the lunge back alongside. They've got to be careful. Race leaders closing from behind them to put a lap on them.
Oh yeah, the now race leader with that stop for Millero, but the blue flags are not their top concern at the moment as they look at going side by side again, those two, in towards turn 7. Don't actually manage it on that occasion as the 18 begins to look at getting away. There's Millero on his way out. 43.4 seconds in the box, and again that's because he probably had a little bit of fuel still left in the tank when he came in there, maybe 3 laps earlier than expected.
And probably doesn't need to fill up if they're going to now do 30 lap stints from here on forward, or maybe closer to that number. Weaves to the inside as he dives past the traffic. So Johan Royer has been in the car since the start of the race. Are we about to finally see a driver change? Get perspective of another driver's pace. Nathan Moore took over from Dedika in the previous pit stop sequence. He sits there this time to get a fresh set of boots, full tank of fuel, and send out what is a new paint scheme for some of the older iRacing cars. Gotta say, I quite like this, so would not complain if it's carried forward. Straight back into the fight as well for Nathan Moore, because Arete Esports lend back directly into their path. And that's not ideal. Pellegrino is going to be into pit lane in the next 3 laps or so, and Nathan Moore's losing some time now. Power down, pulls to the inside, but not quite alongside. He'll dive through into the brakes.
Yeah, that was had the potential to be a very, very slippery moment indeed for Moore, but he's actually dealt with it quite well, and he's moved through on the inside line into 12th position. So he's got away with that rather, and he can push on again. But you do not want to be stuck behind somebody in that sort of scenario. And you can see the urgency for Moore to go on and get past as Villeneuve comes into the pit lane now from the lead as well.
And are we going to see a new driver into that car for the first time today? Sits now in the pit stall as the crew gets to work. And Nick Ledecky is indeed going to jump in. We'll see if his pace is as rapid as what Phil has put through in the first 92 laps of this race, or if there's going to be a bit of ground for Grid and Go to claw their way into the conversation once again. The other Solpec Precision car is in pit lane, the 112, Emil Bernsdorf. It's again a 45-second pit stop for him. Same strategy as Nathan Moore, just offset by a couple of laps. Moore blasts down into turn 1. Put a couple of seconds between him and Gabriel Pellegrino as well. Meanwhile, Emil Bernsdorf is going to head down through turn 1 now. Ledecky, 51 seconds off the jacks and into this race for the very first time.
Yeah, and the question now, I guess, is he just going to do the second half of this race, or is he going to do a little bit and then let Villeneuve get back in again? It's all to come in the next few hours, of course, but he's not far off half distance here, getting into the car, so how long is he going to be there for? And the pressure is well off him now, really. They've stopped, and they've actually come out ahead of some guys who still haven't stopped, actually. There's Black Star Racing come in as well on that lap 92. It's a very comfortable situation for Nick Ledecky to get into. Even if he loses a bit of time to Grid and Go in this stint, it really won't matter very much.
It's a great way to get yourself into the rhythm of a race, isn't it? When your teammate's done such a great job, you have confidence that the car itself is performing to the best of its ability. Maybe some pressure to match your teammate, but that's what the best can deal with, the pressure that you are put under. On to lap 32 for John Vining, so he'll be into pit lane probably next time by. Johan Royer's in from the lead of the race. Will Max Meyer follow him in the Jens Brother competition, the black and orange 04? No, he is going to stay out on track and inherit the lead. So Johan Royer finds his pit stall, disappears, because into the car, Peter Zuber will get installed.
Yeah, so how's his pace in comparison to his teammate? He gets into the Grid and Go HPD. We'll find out in the next few moments, and we'll find out how far he is behind the Delatraz car as well. The first of those big contenders, of course, having made that stop yet. And bad news for those hoping that the extra stop being cut out is really going to work here, because the Proto GT HPD is suddenly only 2 seconds in front of Delatraz Automotive. So again, it might be quicker for their race to do this, and that's fair enough, but it's not going to get them to the win, I don't think.
I guess, again, it's about if they can get into the top 5, which even I think now is starting to slip maybe out of their grasp. It will all depend on attrition. Of the 55 starters, 27 of those starters in HPD, so about half of the field in that single class. We've had, count them, just over 10 retirements. 6 of them in the prototype class. So not quite free positions for the likes of Jet Fuel Energy. Started from the back of this class, did not qualify, but has peaked into the top 8 in this most recent stint as it picks up another load of jet fuel for another 30-odd laps of racing. Speaking of Proto GT, I think Delatraz Automotive is likely to catch them maybe next lap, if not this lap, because the gap's down to just under a second, and as they dive through the final corner, BS Hybrid, Nick Ledecky has to hug the inside as Corentin Milleru sweeps around the left side of the track. But Jarrett Corey looks over his shoulder and sees the net leader coming.
Yeah, and there's still 8 laps to go with this stint for Corey if his stints continue on the way they have been so far. So even if it isn't on this lap that he's caught, then it's going to be very, very soon. And it's going to hand the net race lead over to Delatraz Automotive, who will know now, even if they don't actually make this pass on the racetrack hit, they will know now the scenario is very, very much in their favour. And it's not the other strategies they have to worry about, but other people on their strategy that they have to worry about. And that is much, much easier to deal with. Hard to know what to do when you've made your bed already and you know what strategy you're using, and the guys on the other strategy are going better, but that's not the case here.
The other thing that they've done very well, Ewan, that they need to keep doing for the next 115 laps is car clean, because with a low downforce car, if you get any damage, the little help that you do get from the aero suddenly becomes even less useful.
Well, yeah, exactly. And there's still a lot of traffic for them to be wary of with that as well, so that's another thing to keep an eye on for the second half of this race. As comfortable as it looks right now, it can get uncomfortable very, very quickly as the Jans Brothers competition team come in as well. After 102 laps, they're the only ones continuing on with 33 laps every time. Or a little bit more than that, actually, sorry. This stage of the race, 35 that time.
Sticking to their number. Seemingly found a pretty good rhythm and don't want to dislodge themselves from it. So who's still left on track yet to pit? Well, let's get back to that actually, because there's been some more drama on the track. And it's involved the Jet Fuel Energy car, fresh out of pit lane. It's also picked up, I think, a black flag maybe for LBAM. Were they involved in the incident as well? Or maybe a separate moment for them has seen them trigger the drive-through penalty. But as the Jens Brothers team, a lengthy pit stop for them actually, 55 seconds and counting. Something is not quite right there.
57.4 eventually. Yeah, it's definitely not the normal length you'd expect, about 10 seconds longer than you would expect indeed. I'm not sure what was quite going on there, but it's cost them a fair amount of time. And of course they're fighting for 5th in the race overall, and has that just cost him? Well, they're behind the 111 now, so they will be down to 5th. In fact, they're between the two Solpecs, which puts them, I think, directly in 5th, or maybe 6th place.
So, hearing that the black flag for LBAM not triggered by an incident, so that would have been them getting an off track or something. Drove themselves maybe off the road. Track limits here is obviously one where you're pushing up to the limit of what is viewable by the human eye. At least I think 2 tires within the painted surfaces around the track is the expectation for the most part. I'm glad that we can leave that to be adjudicated by iRacing's automatic system rather than needing to manually judge that, because these drivers, you give them an inch, they'll take a yard.
Yep, they certainly will. I've proven that. on screen just through turn 5. You see it absolutely everywhere, especially at this circuit though, where you can really take advantage of that. Oh, that's what happened to the number 18, and it was a spin for that Aston Martin right in front, and that Paceworks Esports Aston Martin had just not long been in for an incident point penalty itself, I don't think.
And a lengthy pit stop, by the way.
Yeah, what, minute and a half, so a couple of bits of trouble in the last few moments, culminating in that through turn 13.
I will say, for the Enns brothers team, it's not maybe a totally abnormal pit stop. There's a couple of other pit stops in that 50-second bracket. It's just not the norm, so puts them maybe slightly on the back foot as we've crossed over the 100-lap threshold, ticking closer to the halfway mark of this race. The iRacing Portimão 1,000 kilometers presented by SimuCube, second edition of this race, and great to break out these, I don't want to call them vintage because it makes me feel old, but historic endurance racing cars. Nicholas Kingswell on the jacks and getting a set of tires. It's another 48-second pit stop though. That's the number that we've become accustomed to.
Yeah, it is slightly longer than the modern GT3 and GTP pit stops, but you'd expect that really, as I say, with these retro machines. I can't believe you don't like historic making you feel old. Sorry, vintage, because it makes you feel old, but you're fine with historic. That seems fairly similar to me.
I know. I just went straight into it at that point.
Couldn't find a word that made you feel good and accurate about the cars at the same time.
No, that's the problem with just having turned 32.
Oh.
I know. I know. It hurts to even say it. It doesn't hurt. I just feel good.
Your back hurt when you woke up that morning, all sorts. Yeah.
My back only hurts when I'm on pit lane with that pit pack that they make me wear. But you know, other than that,
they make me.
what a tough job I have walking up and down pit lane and talking to drivers. A lot of it you don't even get to hear on broadcast because the juicy stuff gets saved for our private conversations. Roto Esport team in and out of pit lane now. This is important because they are trying to get the undercut on Henry Mantle and Impact SimSport. I'll be honest, wasn't keeping a close eye on the gap between the front of the field. I'm going to go back and take a look and see an update, but here comes Mantle straight in.
Yeah, so reacting one lap later at the front of the field here, lap 95 for them. So that has been going on for a little while. 32 lap stints have been the norm in the last two for Mantle, or that car anyway, Impact SimSport, whereas that was the first 32 lap stint for Roto Esport team. So I wonder whether they've just changed their ideas just because of what their rivals are doing. And another driver change. Is that Mantle's only action of the day as he gets back out in this driver change for Bjorn Philipsen to get in now?
It was a 4-second margin when the Row 2 car came to pit lane, Ewan. So if it closes up, the undercuts brought the gap down slightly from cone to cone in pit lane. 1 minute and 21 seconds for Row 2 as Pavel Derebny is back on track. It was 50.4 seconds stationary. I can tell you 45 seconds and counting as the 4GT still sits on the jacks. Tires finally on, off it rolls. 51.2, very, very close cone to cone, and it's going to stabilize at around 4 seconds once again in the gap, the fight for the lead.
Potentially the closest fight we're going to get in this race for the lead. It sort of depends on what happens in HPD really, where there's still potential for one, but GT1 we're pretty unlikely to get one now. Having said that, Britain go on gaining a little bit of time so far. Still plenty of battles elsewhere though. Emil Bernstorff now behind the 04 Jens Brothers team. And so yeah, they have dropped outside the top 5 so far, at least until Proto GT come into the pit lane, but only if they had that long stop to drop them in between the Saltbecks now, the 04, but actually seem to be slower than Bernstorff so far as well.
The low downforce setup, by the way, still keeping Proto GT just in front of Delatraz Automotive. Even with the extra downforce, difficult to get alongside and make your move. The place where it could happen, traffic, especially in the final corner where Jarrett Corey has proven a bit vulnerable with the wider arc he needs to pass the GT cars. Wyatt Roberts in the Kirwa 928. He's into pit lane now as well. Lots of gravel dragged back onto the circuit at turn 11. Keep that in mind. Circuit conditions not ideal. Max Meyer vulnerable. Bernstorff pulled to the inside and slices forward to 6th.
Yeah, that was coming in the end, really. We'd seen about half a lap of that fight, but Bernstorff easily able to get through in the end, and just looks like it's going the wrong way for the 04 just at the moment, just in the last few moments, as another leader in GT2 completing towards its pit stop, or at least getting towards tyres there. It's only going to be a very brief lead, and back into lead for Impact Synsport. We can finally see where that gap's going to be. While these guys pass those GT2 leaders, the gap is 3 seconds officially now as they retake the lead.
Some fun juking happening in LMP2. Big class size has led to plenty of battle packs through the course of the day. Smaller field in GT1 and GT2. We've seen 5 retirements in GT1, bringing the class size down from 17 to 12 in GT2. Just 1 retiree. 10 cars still left out there and circulating for a total of 43 cars out on track. It's still busy here in what has been a picture-perfect day in Portimão. Any rain worries have been cast aside, and given some of the rain races that we've seen of late on RaceSpotTV, I think these drivers probably quite glad. Millerud closes up, uses that downforce in through the middle sector, but here's where, through the final couple of corners, low downforce, no problem, as Jarrett Corey puts the power down.
Yeah, very nicely, and just rumbles away here in that Proto GT HPD at the front. The slipstream for Millerud making absolutely no difference at all as they come across the line there. Absolutely no difference. This should be the pitting lap though for Proto GT. It's another 36 lap stint coming to a close. Has decided to carry on with this and not cut this stint short, I should say, to 35. He can afford to do that once, but not this time. He's going for another 36, and it'd be a bigger relief to Millerud than anything else.
Probably. Lights flash, I think, more to try and get the GT car aware of the diving coming from the white and green number 8. Corey's done 108 laps, and I think it is probably time for that driver change to happen. So waiting in the wings, Liam Loisel, the Canadian, has got an unenviable task, I think, in many ways. Jarrett's not done anything wrong. In endurance races, so often we say the starting driver's job, get the car cleanly to driver number 2. Jarrett's done that, but done that with 108 laps of racing, and strategy worked into the mix as well, and that is a very fine task. The comment in chat most recently was that they know the car well, but they know they're not the pros. They think the strategy could see them at 4th come the checkered flag. I thought the top 5 might have been slipping out of grasp, but they think it's still on the deck. And I tell you what, 1 more lap's on deck as well.
Wow, that is unexpected and completely unnecessary as well, but they're carrying on. 37 laps now. Ret Esports with a big snap there coming down the hill as well. They're quite down the field, by the way. 16th place for Pellegrino, but yeah, I wasn't expecting that at all for Proto GT. Corey carrying on 1 more time, and Millerud's freedom will have to wait a few more moments because he's continuing to lose time to Peter Zuber pretty much every lap with this battle, but now finally goes to the inside. He probably doesn't know when Proto GT are going to be coming in, but maybe doesn't care either. If he can get down the inside and through without causing too much of a fuss, then he will do that, and he is now the leader again.
I guess eventually he was like, right, I thought you were pitting that lap. No, fine, I've done my waiting. Time for me to run, and already built up a 6/10 advantage as he exits out of turn 8 and into this middle sector at the circuit Algarve. Such a interesting roller coaster stark contrast to modern racetrack designs, but feels both modern and old school. A timeless design with facilities to match as well. 1.2 seconds the gap as they put the power down and head towards the start-finish stripe once again. I don't think Proto GT will be able to extend one lap longer, but they've not lost any time by adding that extra lap. They did a 1:34.6 last time, right on the pace of the rest of the field. And 109 laps complete for Jarrett Corey. What an effort.
Absolutely extraordinary. And by the way, their target of 4th, which you just mentioned there, I think is absolutely realistic. You look at the gap between 4th and 5th, between Katsudonis and Nathan Moore. He's got 30 seconds to land in there. So I would absolutely be targeting that. I think that this next stint, as they make a driver change, by the way, for the first time, to Liam Loisel, this time around they should hold second when they, when it figures out and that they haven't stopped and the others have, when that switch around happens. If they're a bit lower than that, then they'll be starting to lose a bit more time than they have been previously. And I did notice that through the previous stint for Curry, that he's just losing a bit more time than he had been previously during that one.
Remember, warm conditions. I think we will start to see the temperatures begin to drop from now. We're already down to 105 Fahrenheit, which equals out to 41 Celsius. The high was 109, if my memory serves correct. And once again, Ewan correctly said that the temperatures aren't going to drop that quickly. But I think eventually we will end up seeing some conditions that are better suited to that Proto GT team. In the latter stages of this Portimão 1000 presented by SimuCube. Always scares me, does this pit exit merge? The Fishies Aston Martin chops across the nose of the Proto GT car as it rejoins the track, and Liam gets a wake-up call that he won't forget.
Especially because around this circuit they could easily have figured out a better pit exit that doesn't put them straight onto the apex of the corner. It would maybe take quite some coordination or something, but yeah, they have the space there to the inside to make something of that, but yeah, they do just put them right on the apex of turn 1 instead.
Right, I tell you what, little break for us in the broadcast booth, but mainly so we can turn up the sounds of the engines. We've listened to the rumble of the V12 Aston Martin. It only feels fair that we listen to the 7-liter V8 of a Corvette as well, just to make things equal. And so why don't we ride with 3rd place Black Star Racing and Mikko Niittymaki, who 28 seconds back from grid and go in 2nd place, has got some work to do, but ultimately podium spot awaits for the rumble of the American motor powering the Corvette.
bit of contact that cost the 001 even further time.
It was Alexander Artemev that is now in pit lane, got involved in that, just closed the door, unfortunately. I think you're right, didn't quite see him coming. And lucky not to tangle up a few more cars. Paceworks as Aston Martin took some decent avoiding action. And we'll now wait to see if it's going to be a lengthy pit stop for the Mimo Apexer, number 28 crew. Meanwhile, BS Hybrid, quick look at their GT1 Aston Martin. That is now 46 seconds in front of Grid and Go and the Aston Martin for Jarno Koch. Now, Nick Ledecky, since jumping into that car, has been about consistently in the 141s. Jarno Koch consistently in the 140s. There is no question the gap is starting to shrink.
As we predicted, that gap coming down again in this matchup, which was always going to favour Jarno Koch, really. And so far, that's proven to be the case. Now, we can work out a little bit more easily, actually, how many laps Ledecky actually needs to do to complete this race. The answer, not very many. One full stint should be enough for him to complete minimum drive time. So, is he just going to do that in the middle of this race to give Ferdinand a bit of a break in the middle here before he carries on to the finish? If that is the case, Grid and Go haven't got much chance of catching them, but if Ledecky is driving for a serious amount of time here this afternoon, then maybe there is another story left in this race at the front of GT1.
Let me see if I can send him a message and get Mr. Dinez in for a quick chat. Remember that this Grid and Go Aston Martin started from pole position. There was plenty of argy-bargy on the opening lap of the race with a defending race winner, Robin Schwanker, in the Corvette. The Solpec Precision Racing did not end well for either of them. And after BS Hybrid had actually had a wiggle and gone wide at turn 1, they were the team that was able to take up the pieces once they all fell by the wayside. These are very different from modern GT3 machinery. Strip back a lot of the aerodynamic development that's gone in over the years. No dive planes on these cars, for example. A lot more simple. Still plenty big, the rear wing. There's still a diffuser splitter that does offer some aero elements. No traction control, no ABS. And maybe most different to modern race cars, not all sim drivers are going to feel this difference though, Ewan, is that you've got to take your hand off the wheel to shift gears.
That is a throwback, isn't it? Don't see too many of those cars around anymore where you still have to do that, even if it is a, not an H pattern. Even so, most cars use the paddle shift, of course, at this sort of level. But you mentioned there the sort of differences to what you get in normal GT3s, aside from the obvious to me in sim racing anyway, which is the driving aids that you don't get in these cars that you do in the GT3s, the traction control and the ABS. But it's looking back at the way that these cars were, as you say, designed and aerodynamically designed, especially back when the thinking, no dive planes. That now seems like absolute madness, doesn't it? But get the biggest rear wing possible, the biggest diffuser possible, and it will probably be fine. Seemed to be the thinking. I mean, it's more sophisticated than that, but you get the difference in the thinking. It's just sort of more areas of it thought out now. More thought has gone into these more modern GTs, and it provides the additional downforce that they had instead of the very sort of simple ways it seems on the surface that these cars were made with.
I'm sure at some point today I have also slipped up and called this the Ford Mustang instead of the Ford GT. Mainly just because I spend enough time around the GT3 car nowadays that my mind makes that automatic association to Mustang rather than GT. But you talk about the ways that these cars make their speed. The first Mustang GT3 did not have dive planes at the front, and the Evo kit that they released at the start of this year had 2 dive planes. So it's like, well, maybe they should have had them at the start, but it wasn't on the cards. But I love talking engineering of race cars, especially back in these days when there was a lot more. There's a lot less uniformity, is what I should probably say. We talk about the different engines in the Corvette and the Aston Martin. What are all the engines now in GT3 cars? They're all, what, 4-liter V8 turbos for the most part?
Yeah, it's very uniform, really, with the, as you mentioned, the turbocharged nature of a lot of the engines now. Very, very different. But, you know, engineers will argue with you, well, it is more efficient to just run it with turbos instead, and that's probably true. And that's what takes precedence in the end as the research goes into these things, and they decide that turbos are probably better. They go with that. But sometimes you get naturally aspirated cars that come along, and we appreciate those as well.
We do. Let's catch up, by the way, with, well, a BS hybrid driver, not one that's necessarily too keen on following Andre Castro's progress, not because he's not a friend of Andre, but because instead he's racing in the GT1 class, paired up with Nick Ledecky. Phil Denez out of the number 91 car. Phil, a great opening stint for you, but let's start with talking about turn 1. What happened that saw you wiggle off to the left side of track?
Man, to be honest, I don't even remember which part of the race you're talking about.
Clearly, the last couple of hours have been a blur for you, so that's not something you'll complain about. Talk to us about the difference between GT3 car and a GT1 car, though, because you and I were just discussing this. You've been racing Lamborghinis in the real world this year over in Italy, so you've got a pretty good base of comparison to make.
Yeah, definitely a lot more old school. I mean, you know, we don't have ABS, which makes it a lot more challenging. We have to blip on the downshifts, which also adds in another challenge, but I've been having so much fun coming and doing this race. You know, we decided pretty last minute to do it, so I wasn't really sure how we were looking, and everything's going well so far. Nick's churning out the laps, and yeah, let's see. It's been a blast so far. These cars are just so much fun, and kind of brings back a bit of the old school iRacing feel.
That's what we want, right? The call of the old school, as I think kind of the theme of this event. What's your strategy here? Nick's jumping in for the middle stint. Are you going to get back in the car to push to the checkered flag at the end?
Yeah, I think Nick will do one more stint here, and then I'll probably do about somewhat of a double to the finish. Not sure how many laps it'll be exactly, but our engineer Benji's in the back working that out, so we'll be good to go, I think, till the end.
And let's talk BS Hybrid, because you've got your car obviously here in GT1. You've got the HPD that's moving its way up into the top 7 now. Andre Castro doing a great job. You were kind of the spearhead of this program, bringing the sim side of BS competition together with some of the real world competition. What's the preparation been like behind the scenes with you and the team?
Yeah, it's been a really cool project so far. You know, the idea behind it is a home for real life drivers that don't have the time to be, let's say, full-time pro on sim racing. And yeah, it's been super special having a bunch of really great drivers starting to join the program. And yeah, we're slowly building up the team, and I'm here just to help out and try and get some results. And yeah, it's just been a blast.
And you know, with your real world experience, what's the biggest benefit that you take from your sim racing nowadays? Is it just the mental capacity that you kind of have to be able to talk to your teammates while driving, to be able then to focus in the real car that little bit more easy?
Yeah, definitely the mental side of things. I mean, sim racing really pushes me forward, I feel like, in the real world and in the mental side. And I always like to come back and try and stay sharp on the sim. I've been gone for about 4 months, haven't been able to do a big race. So yeah, it's good to be back and just trying to shake off the rust. And yeah, that's about it.
Well, best of luck for the rest of this race, Phil. Hope to see you at the checkered flag.
Yep, thank you guys.
BS Competition looking for another special event win. They've grabbed a couple this year, to be fair. Do one. To grab one as BS Hybrid, I think, would be quite special. Phil talking about that program, and I like how he phrased it. a lot of real-world drivers are often scared, Ewan, of coming into the world of sim racing because they know just how competitive the scene really is.
Yeah, and important that he mentioned there that, you know, for drivers who don't quite have enough time to do this full time, and you do forget sometimes just the time investment that it takes, because so many guys are doing it now and they all seem so metronomic in the way they drive, that you forget sometimes just how much effort it goes into it to actually make that the case. And so it's a great initiative to actually put that on as the I think that's the 04. It is without Rick Wearing. There's also a meatball for the 023. We'll try and get a replay as to what's happened to those two, but they've both got meatball flags there. I'll just return to my point about Field and Airs in a moment, but they were running inside the top 5, the 04. That puts both Solpex now inside the top 5 in exchange for this car because of that. But yeah, just to finish quickly on Field and Airs before we see a replay on that. He mentioned he moved to Washington State recently. For those not adept in time zones, that means this race started for him at 5:30 in the morning. Now, I know you used to do that time shift as a commentator, but I would argue he might have been up even earlier than that to start practicing ahead of this race. Or indeed he's not been to bed yet, I don't know. But it's a very early start for those on the west side of America in this time split.
He's copying the jet fuel energy strategy of keeping yourself awake, clearly. You're right, those 5:30 a.m. special event start times. You know the only thing more brutal about a 5:30 start time? Well, the 4:30 start times when daylight savings rolls the clock back 1 hour.
During the winter, Daytona, all of that, Sebring.
Oh, and DNLS as well. You and I did some of the broadcasts of that. Phil raced that. That's 2 o'clock green flag or something like that. Here's what happens to Meyer. Oh, that's
clumsy.
The best way to describe it. And we're going to have a baby LMP 2.5 in about 9 months' time, I think, as well.
That's a quite harsh meatball for 023, by the way. Must be quite a vigorous mounting there.
I think if you watch that in real speed rather than slow-mo, it looks a lot more hellacious. Oh, I mean, look at the damage it did there.
There's a lot of damage for the 04. I mean, you can see why they didn't bother trying to drive it back. It was almost at 45 degrees. Trying to steer that straight. That was very, very big contact there. Both of those, as I say, both with meatballs. And it seems the 04 is done for the day.
Yes.
Not really, didn't see that car down pit lane, but that's long repairs anyway.
Well, that's unfortunate. And another one bites the dust, as it were. We are going to get into that phase, I think, where attrition plays a part more and more. Mental fatigue. We have a little less of the pro drivers who, look at that, bang. And the spotted cow comes through as well.
Look at that damage there. Terrible, terrible damage, and straight away they recognise that and pull over to the side. Yeah, it does look a little bit more vicious in real time. It's just, again, I always say this, and sometimes people disagree with me a little bit about it, but it's so unhelpful when people try and get out of the way. I mean, more unhelpful than I think people realise. I get that Ford GT was trying to do a nice thing and trying to, you know, there was a battle there, to be fair to them, and, you know, 3 or 4 HPDs behind them trying to get out of the way. But it's the worst possible thing you can do, especially coming to an almost stop down there. The 04 wasn't expecting that at all, and neither was any of the other HPDs, and they all pile in.
This is where, you know, we praise this event for allowing us to talk about some of the smaller teams, as our leaders have got a lapped car tucked in behind them. That should be Proto GT car. Indeed, yes, it is, who is now 1 lap down.
Wow.
Shows the fuel-saving strats. Again, I don't know about the top 5. If Solpec Precision continue the pace, they'll be in a very great spot. But, sorry, get back to my actual point. We praise this race for allowing us to talk about some of the new faces, some of the smaller teams potentially, but it also means that you've got some 9,000, 10,000 I-rated drivers in a race with drivers of 1,700. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that when you're at the 9,000 level, you have a very specific expectation for traffic, and you're going to commit to corners with those expectations. The lower I-rated drivers are going to be a little bit more willing to get out of the way than a top-level driver would, and so maybe there's some miscommunication, and there needs to be an adjustment on both sides, right? It's not blaming the faster drivers, not blaming the slower drivers, it's just realizing that racing means adjusting to the scenario that you're in.
But, I mean, I don't know if you can try and help me reconcile this, but I get that argument, but the other splits have this sort of traffic dynamic as well. Now, I know not at the same level, and there won't be 9,000, 10,000 iRacing drivers, even in the most popular iRacing special events in the second split, or even the second for the most part. But they've still got traffic, and it's that's the beauty of these special events. It's the same race effectively for everybody.
Do you remember when they used to do the Bathurst 12 as a multi-class race?
It's a little bit before my commentary days.
Exactly. That's what I thought. So I think that's the example that is like kind of where my head is at, where you had top split with like, it was always really rough on everybody as well. The poor Porsches, you had like 10 of them maybe. Wide range of I ratings, and top split, you know, it would be a bit messy, but you'd figure it out, blah blah blah. Second split and third split, for the few cars that were there, it would be even worse, and I think that's kind of the mindset that I had. You could be right. All the splits have their own traffic difficulties to manage. That's why I like the change that iRacing made. We actually have post-race stewarding now. Incidents actually have consequences. As much as I know people will say we want live stewarding in special events, they've done the next best thing at the very least, which is making sure there's something to worry about.
Exactly, and it's better than it was before as well, which is, you know, no post-race stewarding, whatever. Now, if there was live stewarding, I guess people would start complaining about the decisions that they are making live, so you can't win, really. Everybody around, but yeah, it is the next best thing to have it post-race. As you say, it does give you that lingering feeling in the back of the mind, you know, if I do win this race while crashing into everybody, probably won't keep it. So that is a good thing to instill into the guys who are competing at the very front of the field. But yeah, fair enough. I mean, to go back to that Bathurst example, it's one of those things where actually having those 10 or whatever Cup cars in each split actually makes it a more realistic Bathurst, because people forget Bathurst 12 Hour is a multi-class race. However, it's probably not a good idea to actually take that straight into sim racing, I don't think. And so actually the Bathurst 12 Hour, the way it is now, is you know, produced some of the best races of the year in recent years.
Well, let me pitch you on the two ways, right? So you've got the first way, by the way, GT1 lead going back and forth through traffic. We'll keep our eyes on that. But current Bathurst 12 Hours in iRacing is 55 GT3 cars only. Single class, pack as many as you can in, and off to the races you are. What they had done previously with the multi-class Porsche was it was still 50-something cars.
Right.
Which is where it becomes a bit unrealistic. So, I present this to you, Ewan, and the audience watching on the iRacing Esports Network. Would you prefer a Bathurst 12 Hours where you only had 30 or 40 cars in a split, maximum, because that's what the entry list is more like, but you had 20 GT3 cars, 10 GT4 cars, and 2 Porsche Cup cars? Because that's kind of what you want if you want realistic, right? You've got to balance the realism versus making something fun, like you say. And I think the iRacing Bathurst 12 is one of the better races of the year.
It's a very, very good point, actually, because most of the races, actually I can't think of any others that actually this doesn't apply to, other than that Bathurst example. And so Leader comes in, by the way, number 8, as does Castro. We're actually reducing the numbers of from the absolute maximum, talking endurance racing terms here, would actually make a better race. At that absolute maximum, that race in the real world was sort of at its peak, sort of 2019, 2020-ish. That was sort of 40 cars, I think, bang on, actually. Yep. And a couple didn't even start, and I think that was deemed as maybe 1 or 2 too many. But anyway, let's say it's 40. I think that would actually work. Now, I think the problem you might come across is the kind of problems still that would remain is the who's driving the Porsche Cup cars, who's driving the GT4s if you welcome them in as well, who's driving the whatever's else if you want to add something else in as a sort of invitational entry as they do. That might make things a bit more tricky as to who's driving them, and getting people to, practice and drive for a class that, there's only going to be 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 others in your split. That might be a more difficult sell, but I like the idea of reducing it to 40 or so, because, as you say, it's about 15 to 20% more than you would ever see on Bathurst, the actual Bathurst trail we have in our racing, the way it currently is.
So I'll leave that lingering in the thoughts as Corrington Miller, who dives back down out of pit lane. It's 44.3 seconds, so not a full service, but we know at this stage that they are just managing their fuel rations effectively is a good way to describe it. Also sitting and waiting for Adam State to roll off in the bam number 1. I've avoided saying that team name too much today. I'm quite happy about that.
I've said it once.
No, you've done much better than me, but I felt obligated.
I know, you've kind of got to at some point, but just been calling my driver name most of the day, to be honest. I feel safe that way. Adam State goes out onto the racetrack again. I noticed he didn't, or maybe he didn't tell me, he didn't answer your message about my suggestion they should have come in when they had damage a lot earlier than they did, because they really didn't cut their stint short by very much at all when they had all that damage and just carried on anyway.
No, but it's worked out okay for them, because just before the pit stops, they were only about 3 seconds away from Peter Zuber after their incident before grid and goes 001. So, side by side, Nicholas Kingwell and Alexander Cortez fight for 8th position. Silver chrome machine on the inside grabs the spot away. Alexander Cortez has had an eventful day so far. He's hoping to avoid adding any more incidents to that pile. And nicely works his way back into line. Into pit lane for Simona Maria Marcheno, who jumps into the 007, replacing Jarno Koch. So we're about to get into the meat of another pit stop window, let's not forget. Either side of traffic. Whoa! Alexander Cortez is wanting this place back.
He was undecided there. Very nearly tried to make that 3 wide with that Ford GT, but I think sensibly decided that wasn't a good idea. And he backed out of it. Look at the time he's lost because of it. Just made 9/10 of a second or so as these guys get towards the end of their stint as well, by the way. Cortez probably about 10 laps away, excuse me, and Kingswell probably about the same. So this is a legitimate fight, although it may not be for 8th. It's quite hard to tell at the moment where everybody actually should be at this stage of the race.
Well, at least we got our racing underway. Got our chaos mostly out of our system in the early stages, and now settling into hopefully some decent sprints to the end. Don't think that we're going to see a fight for the lead in HBD, but the fights behind are still looking intense.
Sorry, that was Kingswell getting so close there to going into the back of that Ford GT. Speaking of Ford GTs, it's that pit exit. The Road to Esport team had very nearly gotten ahead of Impact Sports, or had the chance to, I should say. They were right on the back of the 24, and that pit exit has put Aston Martin right on the apex, and they've struggled to... good save. But all of that time lost. 10 seconds now behind the leaders when they've done all that work to catch up. It's all been undone.
I had just noticed that they had lost a bunch of time as well. That is harsh, but that's the nature of the pit exit here, and unfortunately it's on the car that's on the racing line to be aware. You can't expect the car leaving pit exit to just stop on a dime or to run a different line. They've got no other choices, unfortunately.
Yeah, they have literally nowhere else to go there on the inside, so yeah, they can't go anywhere else, and as you say, they can't stamp on the brakes or anything. It is absolutely the responsibility of the drivers on the outside there to come through. But it's nevertheless harsh, isn't it? It's absolutely harsh. And have they got the time remaining to actually close back in? I know that sounds mad with over 2 hours to go, 2 hours 15 indeed expected, but 10 seconds in the course of, let's say, 75 or so laps for them That's a fairly significant amount of time. Again, every single lap they have to gain that little bit of time, and there's that much less time remaining to actually recover from these incidents and accidents as well.
I'm very happy that my phone's just informed me that West Brom won 2-1 today, Ewan. He's tried to ruin my day.
I didn't try and ruin your day. I thought it had already been ruined.
Fair enough. It did not, and we started off the season with a high. Another message in chat from one of our competitors. We'll get back to that because it was I was scared. I saw turn 4 and I thought it would be big. How did they not hit the wall?
Well, that's Callum looks not long out onto the racetrack after 13 minutes of repairs. You remember they got a meatball for the incident turn 3. The car that rear-ended them was in there for 4 minutes less and is now ahead of them in 20th place in HPD. So the 04 will be feeling especially hard done by the world at the moment.
That is racing. Highs are high, the lows are low. That message in chat was from the Grid Up team, who were saying they're celebrating 1 year of their rebranding. You were wondering, Ewan, how long this team has been around. Well, in this incarnation, celebrating 12 months. So happy birthday, Grid Up Sim Racing. Alexander Cortez trying to deliver 7th back to the team. Although I think Nicholas Kingswell might just have the faster car right now. That 6 or 7 maybe machine likely somewhat out of position right now.
Yeah, I would say so. But I think the grid and go. I wonder how many times I'll do that. Grid up, sorry, are actually out of position as well. They were quite quick earlier. So I do wonder, but at the moment it does look like that 67 certainly holds the advantage and is pulling away a little bit already as Peter Zuber also comes in with 85 to go. Regular pit stop for him. Slightly shorter on the stint. Again, they don't need to be running out their stints as long as absolutely possible. So how are 01 going to get ahead and challenge the 8? It's not by skipping tyres, and they've decided to change those again.
I think we haven't really seen any double stints after Simona Marcheno's failed attempt. Now, track temperature, we are past 2:30 virtual standard time. Oh, it's gone back up to 111 degrees Fahrenheit or 44 degrees Celsius. So about the warmest that we've seen so far today. It's also going to make things a bit more difficult for the low downforce HPDs who will be struggling for grip. Into the pit stall, Nick Ledecky, 1 stint done, 1 to go.
Yes, so how much time is going to be lost over this next one? He's got to just limit the damage, really, and they should still be fine. That's why they're so pleased to have such a large lead at this stage. Yeah, track temperature really hasn't made very much sense here today. Normally, you know, in these days anyway, it sort of goes in line with the time of day. Obviously, it does change compared to whether it's cloudy or raining or indeed bright sunshine like it is now, but it doesn't often go up again at this time of day. It must be about 3 o'clock in Sim, which is a bit late really, but yeah, into the 110s now Fahrenheit, 44 degrees Celsius, and again, those on low downforce like Proto GT HPD, who you were wondering whether they'd get faster as the track got cooler. Well, we're still not able to find out.
And that's always variable in these weather forecasts as well. These drivers only have some baseline expectation from which to work. That's why I love the iRacing weather system. It really does bring some intrigue in, and even in IMSA Esports, where we don't use the generated sort of weather. Instead, we do like construct a timeline that gets released to drivers slowly in the build-up to the race. You can get such dynamic conditions that sometimes go counter to what was intended. I remember our sprint races last year, Road America, VIR and Long Beach, where Long Beach had rain. I don't think I can remember the last time IMSA ran Long Beach with rain. I can remember when IndyCar did that. It was a practice session about 27 years ago. Nonetheless, weather not
Good memory.
It might not actually be 27 years, but don't go quote me on that. One thing we haven't seen today, though, Ewan, is that weather play a part at all, which, you know, we don't need to have the rain in every race for it to make things interesting.
I always say that as well. The threat of rain is almost sometimes more exciting than actual rain, depending on the scenario, obviously. But it's always fun when there is that little bit, and that's what's been added. As you say, it's so great about the new iRacing weather system, if I can still call it new after this fairly sizable amount of time that we have had rain for. It just adds that level of doubt for everybody else. It's certainly, I think, changed the way that 24-hour races have been raced. Other races as well, but the 24-hour races that we've had where rain has been involved, I think all of the big three now in iRacing have had rain: Daytona, Nürburgring and Spa, and they're all better races for it. Whether it actually arrives or it doesn't, they're all better races for it. And the great thing about 24-hour racing in the real world is that you can go through full cycles of a dry start, a proper wet period, and then a drying track to a dry one again. Well, we now get that in iRacing over the course of a 24-hour period as well.
So when do we add the fog delay?
Oh, no. We'd never had a Nürburgring 24.
I said, well, Daytona as well, it turns out. I said it during the Rolex 24 on IMSA radio, and I got a couple of messages from people saying, what are you suggesting? If you want realism, it's got to include those safety cars as well. Peel off to pit lane for John Vining. Is he going to do the switch to his second account? He's past the halfway mark of this race. If he needs a bathroom break, remember, he's doing this race solo. But is going to jump across accounts, we believe, to make sure that he's still classified at the end of this race. 82 laps to go. Let's see.
Yeah, as you say, maybe a good time to do it if he needs a small break. Let's see here. No. He might do it right at the end.
Well, he needs to do one stint, remember.
Oh, yeah, that is a good point. He does need to do it before, let's say, lap 30, lap 25-ish, something like that, so that he's actually classified. This is number 2 having more trouble here, not giving enough space to the Aston Martin on the outside there. Paceworks eSports car having nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's not ideal. That was just a bit clumsy as well from Arett. It's not the first time that they've put themselves in that sort of position.
You should have Arett and thought about it.
Set up on a dime.
It's not even grammatically Frenchly correct.
Off goes John. Someone asking, is this allowed? Well, he's going to lose a bunch of time when he does this. There's no question about that. He's going to have to quit the game, log out, log back in, join the server again, all to not be disqualified. So yes. I don't think they have an issue with it. 27 laps, by the way, is the fair share estimate for our two commentators to come. Jake Sperry, Lorenzo Bonder. Hope you're listening. Grid Up Sim Racing back in front of 6 or 7, maybe. Well, they're not fighting for 6 or 7. Otherwise, oh, the puns I would have.
I know. I try not to be too abusive towards them for their team name, but anyway, they dropped to 8th in this. I think these two are quite evenly matched, as I said earlier, and they're continuing on with their fight. Solpec only 4 seconds in front of them at the moment, but again, that is going to change. And then they'll be obviously out of the way. You mentioned earlier that you still weren't sure about the Proto GT car finishing inside the top 5. Didn't get the chance to mention it at the time, but the gap at that time between the 10 and those two Solpec cars, certainly the gap to the second one, was only 17 seconds. And at that point, Solpec still needed to make an extra pit stop compared to Proto GT, and now they are the right way. Proto GT are third, not second like I thought they would be, but third on their longer running stint. Solpec still 6th at best, and they are 35 seconds behind. So I am still optimistic for Proto GT that they can not only get top 5, but actually 4th place, like they themselves have predicted.
Well, we heard from Proto GT. Andrew Langham, do you want to give us your insight? Do you think that the 111 has a chance? Andrew Langham, part of that Solpec Precision crew, so hoping that he has the insight.
He also wants to know why you're a West Brom fan. In an information exchange. Maybe you're wondering the same thing.
Yeah, I wonder that a lot of the time. Yeah, no. The long story short is I used to be an Arsenal fan, spent 5 years, 10 minutes away from the Highbury Stadium. But then about 10 years later, when I got very disillusioned with money running football, and yes, I will argue Arsenal are part of the has rather than the has not. I needed a new team, and just so happened that I had a friend and a chemistry teacher who were West Brom fans, and there was a particular story that I'm not allowed to tell on air. It's not a particularly great story, to be fair, but it just was like, you know, I want to be a fan of a club where things mean something. So I'm a West Brom fan, where we fight in the championship and things mean nothing.
I absolutely know what you mean. I absolutely know what you mean. So there you go. Although I don't have to languish in the championship anymore, so you know.
You got the right owners to come buy you off. We got the wrong people.
Everyone says that when they're not winning. Suddenly the owners are great when they start winning again. It's almost like the players on the pitch have more of a say in how many goals go in.
80 laps to go here in the iRacing Portimão 1000 by SimUQ. We've got more action to come on the iRacing Esports Network in about 2.5 hours time. The next 2 rounds of the Porsche Esports Super Cup Regional Championships. It's Europe and Asia Pacific on deck. Asia Pacific, we're looking to see if Dane Warren can make 4 wins in a row, effectively lock himself into the Super Cup. That kicks itself off in a couple of weeks' time. No real defense there from Liam Loisel in the Proto GT car as Thomas Eng sweep through. I would not be surprised to see Ewan, not Ewan O'Leary, Ewan Langley down to pit lane, maybe this time by.
Yeah, it's 33 laps, although they have gone further in the past, and they are again. So, on to lap 137 they go. Trying to make that nice divide by 5, to be honest. Maybe another few laps for them if they're really stretching this one out, but maybe not. Let's wait and see in a moment. But they are currently the highest forward of those who have not stopped yet. The question is, can they make it to the end? Well, if they go another lap at the end of this one, then it will be 3:36. Sorry, 2. Is that right? No, that's not right. They need to go another 7 laps, so they're not going to do that, actually. There we go. They need to make lap 72 to go on the top left there if they want to make it on just one more stop after this one, and they are not going to do that.
I love that you can hear us figuring things out on the fly.
That was the most obvious live maths I've done for some time.
Exactly, it's great. Nicholas Kingswell into pit lane in the 6 or 7 maybe car. Definitely not 6 or 7. I tell you what, if they finish 6th or 7th at the end of this race, I mean, we're going to have to give it to them, right? Like, we're going to have to give them some kudos, right, Ewan?
Oh, you tell me.
I mean, I will. I'm trying to see if you will. You've still not mentioned the team name once.
No, I'm going to wait until it happens before I do that.
Fair enough. 78 laps to go. 35 seconds between GT1 first and second. It's down to 9 seconds between first and second in GT2. It's still 30 seconds at the front of the field in HPD. Simona Maria Marcheno is starting to eat into that gap, though. A second here, a second there. Ledecky's got another 25 laps or so. If it's a second per lap, Vildenez gets back in that car with the gap sitting at about 11 seconds.
Yeah, that's suddenly a little bit more worrying because I know that the no-stop strategy, the no-tyre strategy didn't work earlier, but if they're within range to actually get ahead by doing it, then they might try it if it's the last stint and they're willing to throw it all on the table just to see what might happen. But only an hour and a half ago, sorry, even more than that, I should say, that the gap was close to a minute, wasn't it, after that spin for Grid and Go. This has really, really come down dramatically, and we said that the matchup between Ludecky and Jonna Koch would be quite, well, not in favour of BS Hybrid, let's put it that way, but actually the matchup between Marcheno and Ludecky is the same, so they need to get Vildenez back in there as soon as possible, really.
Another spin for Pavel Rebny, and this one, wibble, wobble, and bang, straight into the wall on the inside of turn 4. And I think any chance of catching Impact SimSport suddenly out the picture, and more worryingly, is the Kikuri Hirwa DDA crew back in the hunt for the second place on the podium.
Yeah, I wonder whether that's the race now overall, and as he's not overall, sorry, in that class lead. I wonder whether it is for those podium positions, as you say as well. That was a big hit on the wall there out of turn number 4. And there's got to be some damage down there. Also, only early in... Oh, sorry, they are towards an end of a stint, actually, I should say. So, actually, that might have been timed quite well. They come into pit lane now, but might have some damage to repair here.
See how long they sit. It's actually beneficial that it happened right around the pit stop window. If you're going to have a crash, I'm not recommending it, but do it when you don't have to impact your strategy. Wyatt Roberts, by the way, sits in that number 28 front of the shot, just in front of this GT1 fight between Tech Sport Sim Team and Carl SimSport. Jake Cummins slips through in the Corvette. Stationary for Thomas Eng Sim Racing with a driver change having cycled through, so 76 laps to go, maybe put into the end of the race here. 48.9 seconds, right on the money for the pit stop as well to do another 35 lap stint, you assume. That seemingly, by the way, is the actual Tech Sport team. A team that competes in all sorts of racing series, including Mustang Challenge North America. Involved in the championship fight that, I've been commentating on. Great to see them in the sim world. That was a little bit optimistic trying to pass the traffic, and here comes the Aston Martin trying to take advantage. Solpec Precision's HPD around the outside too.
Yeah, and the Aston just put off by all that, it seemed, for a moment, but now they'll get to the inside of turn 10 and 11, and only got halfway up, really, on that Corvette before having to see the position again. Will they switch back to the inside for 13? Tech Sport were waiting for it, and they defend the inside line, so that was nicely defended, and they're able to keep 4th place for now. But it was aggressive through traffic there on that Ford in towards turn 8. I'd say a little bit of a late dive, but also cutting the nose off that Ford on the exit as well, which was a risk, but got away with it there, and they keep the position.
Right, ready for us to make our change in the broadcast booth in a couple of moments' time. But you and I have been sat here for just going on about 4 hours' time. We've seen the start. It was pretty crazy. And while our leaders have some comfortable margins right now, it's great to see, like we talked about with Phil Denez, the old school iRacing spirit seemingly alive and well. 43 cars still out on track.
Absolutely. This is, again, the thing about this event that, or one of the things that we enjoy, not only the retro cars and the different team names that we get to actually have, but also the fact that people are more likely to continue on after an incident, as we've seen in the last few minutes, especially for some of the HPDs we were talking about earlier on, but same goes all throughout the classes as well. So many great things about this event. Always a great race in of itself as well, and it's been a fantastic one so far. Still probably 2 stints to go, about 2 hours to go, and a lot to decide, especially I think GT1 has the most scope for changing. I think the other 2 classes are looking relatively safe, but again, you never know. GT1 is where Grid and Go are really catching that leader there, and if they can really get that down to about 10 or maybe even 11 seconds, as you mentioned it might be earlier on, maybe there is chance for a late change there.
Tell you what, this race last year was enthralling, and I think you and I both said some of the best racing that we had seen and commentated on in the world of sim racing for quite a while. It's always great to break out these old school cars. 75 laps still left to go, and plenty more action to come. We'll leave you in the capable voices of Jake Sperry and Lorenzo Bonda on the run to the checkered flag.
Well, thank you very much, Arjuna, and we are getting ourselves set up for the finishes. It is side by side into turn number 1. Out there, Pierre Schlager getting the pass for Carl SimSport Duke over Jake Cummings at Tech Sport Sim Team in that damage, that pretty heavily front left damaged Corvette, which is going to have to fight really hard to stay on ceremony out out there with the Aston Martin. So that just gives you an indication, at least in the very early stages, well, early stages of our stint running forward, just how tough some of the teams have had it, as through goes Andre Castro, then moving on by a very, very capable set of hands over then for the Burasud plus hybrid number 90 team in 7th position. Lorenzo, I think that we are setting ourselves up for a very nice race at the Premier Motorsports facility here in Portugal at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, but critically a circuit that is one of the more newer ones and effectively sorts itself out as Esteril's baby brother.
Yeah, you put it perfectly, Mr. Jakes Paré. It's funny when if you put Portimão and Estoril side by side, they look very similar, especially on the elevations. Of course, this is a more elevated track because it's right in the middle of the mountains of Portimão and down in the south of Portugal. So it's going to be an interesting race. I've been trying to keep up the best way I could. But just GT15 throughout the whole race has been just a little bit of a mix of attrition, survival, strategies here and there, but it's just been great, man. This is why I love these cars in the Proto GT, man. I know it's an ode to the Proto GT community. I wish you could have more events like this because it is just fun cars overall, man.
It is really fun as in comes Kikuri Herois then to make their stop. The quote-unquote izakaya is open, and that is the team that is put together by Ruby Nakamata's community out there in iRacing. And Ruby has moved from the Samantha Tan Academy, Lorenzo, and is now the newest member of Team PGZ.
Yeah, I know some people in the Team PGZ community often bangs his head. So I can tell you that, Jake. Because anything that happens with Team PGZ, it usually becomes a good discussion in their Discord channels. I can tell you this much. But it's just been good racing, and let's see what Ruby's gonna do in the car now. That I know it's not powered by Uwu, but at least it's going to be powered by something.
It's always going to be powered by Uwu. You just know it's going to be powered by Uwu or something of that ilk. So it is going to be something that Ruby's trying to get the Ford GT here to really start working here in GT2, and will return to the race in 3rd position behind Bjorn Phillips in the Impact Simsport SBR number 24, and the very heavily damaged Roman Richter over at Roto Esports team. And you will turn around and try and have a look then from 2nd position about just how frustrated he will be at the number 6 then of having his Czech teammate then in Pavel Derebny finding himself off the road. But one thing to know, Derebny, if you translate Pavel Derebny's surname around as Christopher Lenajak gets a black flag penalty, that's not going to be very helpful for the 063 team. If you translate the surname into English with Pavel Derebny, he is Mr. Villainous.
That's a great surname. Probably one of the most great I've ever seen.
He's wonderful. In comes Elena Jacques then for the stop. Preston Lee in for a scheduled stop, as is Liam Loisel and Callum Lux, both coming in then and taking service. So it's going to be a busy time of things over in the GT2 field, and as well for Proto GT HPD. So they're trying to get that number 10 to work on its strategy. They're a little bit out of sync with everything else that we've seen with Jarrett Coury, but ultimately Liam Loisel is trying everything possible to keep their strategy to go and work, and this is what we would call old school, because fuel has put itself in, now up on the jacks, time for tyres.
Yeah, or as I would like to say, Jake, the better strategy, do fuel first and tires, don't do them all together. I know some people like the IMSA stuff, but let's be honest, in these kinds of racing overalls, you want the strategy to be something intriguing, and I think this makes it intriguing for everyone, as they are going to come out just, I think, with clear traffic, no one inside for them to get in the way.
Now, Lorenzo, are you just saying that because Arjun has gone off to commentate Porsches?
Absolutely. No, not really.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, it's always helpful when we've got Mr. IMSA Pit Road who comes in and helps us all out with all of this. But Liam Norcell back out and away, then into the Curva VIP Tower, and now looking to climb up the hill, then over towards turn 6, 7, and then turn 8, which I am reliably informed by Portimao's lovely track map that this is Portimão 2 corner, not to be confused with Portimão 1 corner, which comes up next after Craig Jones at turn 9.
I will not try to tell you why it's Portimão 2 and then Portimão 1, because I have no singular clue. I went there in April 2023, I think, for WEC. There are a few things like in the corner names that I just really don't get. There are some that I do, but there are some that I still frown my head nowadays.
Yes, Thomas Enger Sim Racing now in the midst of a battle. They are about 0.8 of a second off the back of this Proto GT team. So Davidas Lariones is going to try and get in on the chase. So Davidas on the charge. And it's very nice to see some of these teams that we maybe wouldn't necessarily see up at the top level of sim racing. Thomas Enger, I think, is one of these teams that is around tier 2 out there that you normally see populating in and around the second split, and it just goes to show you how deep and how strong sim racing is, that, you know, a former Formula 1 driver in Thomas Enger and his sim racing team sometimes doesn't get to make top split.
No, they don't, and it's good that we're seeing some of these small, I'm not going to say smaller teams, but they have lots of, you know, infrastructure, but we're seeing them more featured in events like this, where we would say maybe the popularity is not as much, because we're seeing, let's be honest, we're seeing over here teams from all, and I think Arjuna and even you stated about this, from all sorts of different kinds of iRating, right? You got your 10Ks, then you got your 5Ks, 3Ks, 1Ks here and there. So we're getting, in this event, we're getting a little bit of everything, because some categories are not as popular as the other ones might be. But nevertheless, I think this makes for a good showcasing that not just the community can get embraced as a whole, but we can see new upcoming potential teams who can maybe break through someday, in not just in the tier 1s of sim racing and iRacing, but maybe feature special events as well, because we know how hard the ceiling is to get into those more popular events nowadays, isn't it, Jake?
Absolutely. I mean, this year it's, you know, you need at least 8,000 to go and jump in, and this year's 8,000.
8,000?
Well, around there, 8,000 is probably what you need to go and jump in. Do you remember a time where it used to be 3,000? We could have Jimmy Broadbent in the top split.
Yep, like in 2016-ish, 17-ish. Nowadays, you don't need 8Ks, you need 9Ks. The iRacing inflation has gone up so like, I'm not gonna say out of sense of sorts, but
no,
it's gone crazily. Yeah. But it's gone 9K. If you don't have 9K nowadays, you don't break into the top split.
And the reason why is actually the case of suffering from success, if you want to consider it, because the more people that sign up to iRacing and racing iRacing, the more iRating goes into the pool. The more iRating that is in the pool, it means that it trickles on up, and the quicker drivers move up and take that iRating, go up, and then they hand it over to drivers who are already there and quick, and suddenly 7K is 8K is 9K is now 13K if you're Aaron Vasquez.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's kind of funny that we're talking, you know, this inflation, and this kind of like picked up by when the COVID happened. I think when COVID happened, everybody started to come in and everything, right, and getting more popular, we started to see this different events, and with it, we're starting to see this big climb where the norm was about 5 to 6Ks. Now the norm is at least 9,000 iRating. So that's the only way you're probably going to get some consistent coverage within these top split events. The more popular ones like the Indy 8 Hours, we're probably going to have in September. We're going to have in September, then the Petit Le Mans we're going to have in October, for example.
Yeah, so those maybe are going to be more in line. This is, I would say, more of a specialist's run out there to get the old school machinery like this Honda HPD. And I mean, you know, we're talking about how old. Yeah, well, yes, but we're talking so old school that you've still got open-air cockpit on a prototype. Now that is what we call old school, and the safety standards have gone up 1,000-fold from here.
Yeah, 100%. And don't get me wrong, my favorite car is the Honda HPD. I think I dabbled about this car until it got retired. Then after that, of course, I couldn't get around it because there was no series to race on, and it got basically forgotten in the limbo until the Proto GP. I kind of like brought them and then put it into the GT1s as well. So it's a great car. I remember when the last season I was like 7th in the world in season 4, I think. After that, in 2017, we got the Dallara P217. But I love this car, man. I will always love this car. And if anybody tries to diss this car, I will try to find you personally, like Liam Neeson in Taken.
Well, that much we can see. So team 6 or 7, maybe, which is now down in 10th after a stop, is now looking with Jeffrey Lawler here to now start charging back up the order and getting on through. They've just got by the Fishy's car of Preston Lee, but now it's up to catch Endurance Enjoyers Red and Carlos Ferro, who is out there, the Spaniard. So that's where the goal is. They've got to jump Brian Liu from Sudbury Blueberry Bulldogs, and the clearance going to be made on the Ford GT2 that gets clearance. Someone's just had a big off actually at turn 1. I see massive skid marks going into the opening corner.
Yeah, I think I saw that with a glimpse of my eye as well, wondering what caused it. But still, what I like to see in this race so far is that the gaps, of course, the lead gap between Delatraz and Grid and Go is pretty much a very lengthy gap that I don't think Grid and Go is going to be able to recover. And don't get me wrong, I think Peter Zuba is one of the best prototype drivers in the sim. I've raced against Peter in HPDs back in when I was more active, but he's been always faster than me. That is an obvious statement. But it's hard for you to catch up with this car when you have the regularity so close to each other. But I like what we're having in the middle of the path. It's open. It's open grounds, open hunting between everybody. Same thing goes for the for GT1s and sort of in the GT2s, but that's more spaced out.
Can I just zoom in on that GMF team livery that we've just got there that has put itself on through? Because there is always a subsection out there of people who decide, look, let's animeify our cars as it looks like that's going to be close to the final corner, and clearance then is going to be made then past Taurus Racing Team. But Javi Mosquera deciding that he's normally when he's out there running in the classics, he runs a Persona 3 livery. This time he's decided he wants Rem and Ram from ReZero on the front of his car.
The only reason I would not say Rem is the best waifu because the best waifu just arrived in my house, and if I say that, I might actually get slept out of my seat. So I gotta be careful with my words, but nevertheless, in anime, Rem top 5 best waifus.
And done dirty by Subaru. It has to be said from the open.
100%, man. 100%.
What, we're talking anime in my sim racing channel out there at the moment? Absolutely we are. Jeffrey Lawler then, still trying to get the hunt down on Carlos Ferro for the moment. Team 6 or 7 maybe right now, still trying to get that clearance through. I think I'm going to have to make up for every time Ewan decided he wasn't going to say the team name. That much I will have to know at this moment in time. But they've got Jake Cummings and then Ruby Nekamata to go and clear. Now looking to try and push forward into the next left-hander here at turn number 12. And then they have the notorious Sagres corner up over the top of the crest, down the hill, and take forever to try and put the power down on the right-hand side.
And I gotta love this right-hander, man, because it's if you think about it, it's a big right-hander, but there is a small straight portion that you can easily get yourself caught off guard by the angle of the entry of the corner, because if you think about it, right, Jake, it is kind of like a blind crest, and then it full dips, and that dip, depending on the angle of your entrance, the car can offset like immediately, and your rears are gonna kick, and you have literally no control. But nevertheless, it's a great corner. I would, in my opinion, a much better corner than the final corner at Estoril. This one I can rate it highly. Don't get me wrong, Portimão is one of my most favorite recent tracks ever made in the sim. Not only in the sim, but in real world as well. Oh, that got close.
Yeah, Javi Mosquera now with a black flag next to the name, so a chance then for the team to go down pit road, and they're not going to be too happy about it. Massive accident there. Jeffrey Lawler hard into the barriers there on the right-hand side. Contact there with Pierre Schlager at Carl Simsport, and that is what happens through Craig Jones' corner over up to Portimão. That is just a case of you've got to leave the room for the GT1s to just take the corner as they need to. They do not have the same grip out there as you would do in a HPD.
No, not at all. And the car does track out a little bit, but that was a little bit unfortunate. I don't know if Ewan O'Leary is going to be happy with this, and we could kind of pin this on him. But still, a very, very big mistake done over there at top of the crest. And here's the thing, Jake. You would think that the GT1 it would basically lift off and like go basically. Normally you would think that's the right idea, but they come at the same entry speed nearly, and the braking distance is pretty much the same because you kind of have to lift off. Otherwise, your brakes is going to lock just by the car being light and still trying to find the right grip at the top crest of the corner.
Yeah, and at the top of the crest, it makes it really difficult. And let's add insult to injury, why don't we? There is also a penalty for instant points now for 6 or 7 maybe.
Yeah, tied is going to be unfortunate, but I remember back in the days that this car was a tank. When we talk about the P217 LMP2 being a tank back like even now it's still a thing, but still you would get hit pretty badly and nothing would happen. In here sometimes in the HPD you would get hit, nothing would happen. A hit like this sometimes you would get no damage at all, but unfortunately for Lawler that isn't the case.
It's never great, is it? And you just get left in a really tough position. There's not much that you can do. And it is one of the toughest scenarios that you've got out there to go and manage. As Carlos Ferro now takes time to service in pit lane, as our focus now goes to Bjorn Phillips, who leads for Impact Simsport SBR and is having a very, very nice time of things at the moment at the front of this field in the number 24 machine. His teammate Henry Mantle has taken time in the car, and so too Elias Loppanen, who has, or Elias Loppanen, who is there, and it might be Elias's turn now to get in behind the wheel, since he's just jumped back into server.
Yeah, as we're approaching the final pit stops, and give or take, I think if they are approaching right now, we're due to get about what I know 27 laps, give or take, is about the average you can do. You can do a little bit more if I remember correctly, but give or take 2 more pit stops.
It's in that range, isn't it? We're talking right now that there are some cars that are out there doing 35, 36 laps out there on a stop, so they're definitely in 2-stop territory. But I would say we're practically within that window at the moment, and this Portimão 1,000 kilometres then is looking to set itself out for a run. It is also not remiss of me at the moment to note that we are technically in a virtual Portugal at this moment in time, and it is only fair and fitting to address here from the entire team at Racespot and as well iRacing as well our condolences on the passing of Finley Tarling yesterday over in the Volta ao Portugal over through stage 8. needs to happen over in Arcozello. It's a real horrible shame to see an incident like that happen from a young talent who was going to, at the highest level of cycling, Lorenzo, follow in the footsteps of his brother Josh Tarling.
Yeah, I saw this news yesterday, and then I caught up a little bit with the local news over here. I'm slightly in shock. These kind of issues still happen in cycling nowadays, especially in an event that if I remember correctly, is trying to grow bigger in terms of relevancy. I know it's a big event, but it's not as big as this Volta de España, the Tour de France, of course. But they were trying to get into a level that was going to be just as big as them, or close, because it is a staging event for the Volta de España. So it's a sad thing that we have this kind of stuff. All the best wishes to the Tarling family, man. And I'm truly devastated this happened. And it happened in Arcozello, which is, believe it or not, is I think about a half hour, 40 minute drive over here from here in Porto.
Yeah, an absolute tragedy, to say the very least, as he was riding for the NSN development team at the time, who they have confirmed today they have withdrawn the team from running then in
it's only
that
right.
regard. It is only,
it's only right.
Right, correct, and fair that the team would do that in respect to the wishes then of them. But our focus goes over to the number 91 team for the moment, leading out then in GT1, Burasud plus Hybrid, then with Nick Ludica then in control at this moment in time, and with a sizable gap of 38 seconds here over Simone Maria Marciano then for GridAndGo.com Esports 007. The Italian trying to hunt down, but the failed stop on tyres, or to double stint on tyres, so to speak, really has put them a little bit further behind. So this is what I would say has been a competitive run between them. But I'd like to point out the team that's in third place at the moment, as it's still 42 degrees Celsius out there. I'd like to point out Black Star Racing and Kim Eriksson. Do you remember a time about 7 or 8 years ago where Black Star Racing were one of the competitive Finnish teams that were coming up in sim racing?
Yeah, we used to see them prominently in having great results in SEO and other things, isn't it? So it's good that we're seeing Kim and the whole crew getting this kind of result. And I know this kind of car is just around their ball, because I know they like these kind of cars and all. So it's good to see them riding a Corvette, by the way, which has a great sound. And the only gripe I have with this Aston Martin, don't get me wrong, is the V8. It's not the V12 they used to run in GT, in FIA GT, when I think it won one of the world championships back in 26 or 27. But anyway.
Yeah, so that I think is going to be really important. Leader is in though. Corentin Miru is going to step out of the Dullatra Automotive by PC Design Machine and hand over to the boss, Alexandre Dullatra.
Yeah, which I grew tired of running against Dullatra in HPDs, man. This car is his bread and butter. I'm not even surprised he would do well in this car.
Well, it's the old PB&J, isn't it? It's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for Dullatra. It's old reliable.
I would argue it's his pain au chocolat or his croissant.
Okay, yes, you are absolutely 100% correct on that. And this is what Dullatra Automotive have made themselves good at. The HPD was effectively our LMP2 for a long time before we got our Dallara P217. And then Dullatra Automotive have decided, let's be good at the Dallara P217 as well. Yeah,
and not only in the P217, but also really good in the LMP3 in the Ligier as well. So it's kind of interesting that these middle tier L prototypes, they are really good, but they whenever they try to go into GTPs, they have some solid results here and there, but they never manage to break through against some of the top teams in sim racing.
Well, There is 2 in front of them right now, one of which is Christoph Alenajak for the Seacrest County Highway Patrol. Then at the moment, as they are bottom of the
Great
class
name.
at the moment. It's a lovely name out there, and Alenajak has been racing out there in the classic scene in iRacing for a very long time. He's got Jack Wells as his teammate to go and work with, so those two looking to be a strong combination to bring themselves through. The other car that they've just cleared is the 110 of Solpec Precision Racing, so they've been able to manage a way around them as well with their brand new livery designs that they have taken and brought to this event. Solpec, another one of those teams that rose up to prominence and maybe has started slowly falling back a little bit from year on year, but still a really good team that's out there running. They're doing very well right now in the HPD division. They are 4th and 5th at the moment, but at the moment in the GT1 category, as far as things stand, they are currently running in 9th.
Yeah, it's a team that it's kind of, if we're thinking about it also historically speaking, right? It's a team that never back in the early days, right? It was a team that had some prominent drivers back in like 2018, 2019, and then we used to commentate the Precision Racing League, right, for a few years on Racespot here on RaceSpotTV. And then what happened is they kind of had the merger with Geodesic and then PRL, and then Solpec became kind of like one of sorts, and now became this big team that one day I think the first big feature, I think it was IMSA, and they had basically, I think if I remember, finished 4th in the GTP or something like that. Then we can basically think, oh, they came here to stay, and I think they have a very solid lineup. Of course, might not have been their day over here.
A little nibble I just want to note here for Nick Ludica and the 91 Duracell Plus Hybrid Aston Martin that they've had at Lagos Corner Turn 3. They just had a nibble out the back of Miguel Angel Gallardo from Enosis Simdec.app, the Spanish-based team out there. So they are looking around at that going, well, we haven't been cleared to go get the lap there, as in comes Grid and Go to go and make their pit stop. So as Darius Andre now sits in behind the 001, it puts bam, ba ba bam, bam in the race lead.
I'm not gonna be able to say with this energy that you have, Jake. I'm sorry. I'll try later, but I need to find the energy to say this team without saying it wrongly.
Absolutely. Adam State is trying to do everything. I believe they've got Woody from Toy Story trying to masquerade as George Russell on the front of their car at the moment.
Oh,
so
wow.
answers on a postcard, if you will. Adam State normally runs around then for the likes of WSR Esports, or sometimes known as Adidas Racing by WSR, and that is a connection that is made, of course, in the world of sim racing, Lorenzo, by the fact that Adidas Racing is the team that currently houses Maldadinka is into the pits in the 111, that houses Martin Kadlachik when he's driving in TCR Central Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. So there is a few link-ups with Real World and Kadlachik. One of the great drivers we see in TCR is the Dinka as well. So it's good that we still have some teams doing link-ups with these prominent sim racing teams and getting good results and all. And we'll see if we're going to see DTs being featured in future events as well. Who knows, maybe in IMSA down the line.
Are we going to have some problems for some fishies out there that are trying to go through? And here's up the top of the... Oh, again, it is the quintessential issue. It's with Thomas Enger Sim Racing out there, and they said they found Nemo. He's plastered all over the front of our HPD.
They basically sent Nemo all the way into Australia with that one. Ooh. As Jens Brothers also same corner, nearly caught up one of the GT2s in there and ended their race. Lots of sand thrown into the track though.
Yeah, that's not going to be very useful for them. And actually, I expect a little bit better of the Jens Brothers competition team, because they are one of the top teams that go out there and battle in the Sim Racing Republic League.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but it's a team that I know it's gonna have a lot of opportunities with Sim Racing Republic. Also, I think if I remember correctly, it's gonna start their sports car championship this season. I think some of the teams that are used to racing, like in Ivor, for example, are gonna go over there and try to get some teams in and have a really good lineup. So, looking forward to see the strength of field in there. So. Let's see if they're going to try to get a good run in this season. If I remember, used to run in LMP2s or and had a GT car, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot that they've got actually going on, which includes tomorrow, because their third round of the GT Open will be going from Manicourt out there. So I should know that because I'll be on the call for that. 55 laps to go. Then Callum Lux has been in the pits in the 0-4 for a staggeringly long time. It's 2 minutes 11 then for the Jens Brothers competition. So obviously they've got a lot of damage that they are having to try and repair, as it's currently Adam State back out and away, which means that Dulatrat lead once again, and in from second comes Tobias Kruken from Solpec Precision Racing. So the 112 now makes its call down onto pit lane for what should be their second to last stop.
Yeah, as we're going to see these final pit stops coming in hot and fast, as Kruken is going to give the car to Emil Bernstoff. I know his viewers are going to be happy on his live stream with, I think, Emil.
Has he got
still streaming?
Yeah, he's still streaming. Has he got his 1,000th victory on iRacing?
That's a great question. I remember he was doing a few streams for the 1,000. I'm actually going to look that up. Great catch. Great catch, Jake. I completely forgot about it.
The video came across my feed this morning out there from Emil, a former F2 driver in the real world. So he is lightning fast, and he is of the opinion I would much rather do sim racing than full metal racing, and I love that mentality that's brought. Here is John Vining, still running with this solo effort then from Jet Fuel Energy and Company, and he'll need a lot of energy right now as he is currently in towards the 5th hour of his running right now and pushing forward with everything that he's got, as he will now be on the defense by the looks of things then in HPD, knowing that he is now trying to actually make an overtake and get up to Jacob Reed at Grid Up Sim Racing.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to look over here into his stats, but apparently he is close though. I think he got already his win 1,000. If we're considering the retired stats that he had prior to the change, the split changes.
So that certainly will make the difference. And I will note now that Hyperion have a Green Hill Zone LMP HPD, out there with the green there and the traditional checkered mark of oak and I would say a lighter birch wood there underneath the ground.
That is a great livery. For starters, I thought that was going to be a Minecraft livery, but not.
I thought it was that to begin with as well, and then I realised, hang on a minute, no, this is the Emerald Hill Zone.
Yeah, it makes sense. The only thing. Oh, okay. I missed something.
That was close. Carl Dunlop there at Full Send Racing, seeing the tower buzzed.
I was just gonna finish. Is Hyperion? Do they have something in the back wing of the car or something like that saying "gotta go fast"?
Oh, surely they've got to have something, or something that tells everyone that they're too slow. There's a lot of... there are rings on the back that have flown off the back of them, so there is that. I guess it's a case of stay with us. We'll try and find out whether this is a case of whether we're going to be able to find that right now, or if it's going to be a case that they're running around. I can confirm it's not Sonic on the side, it's in fact Sanic on the side.
Oh, Sonic from the meme Sonic from the movie, or?
No. The JPEG meme Sonic.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair.
With that in mind, they will be looking to try and hunt down a move for their jump up the order. They're currently down 2 laps here in 14th place with it all to do. Then in the final 53 laps of this race, and still trying to push for a moment in front of them. Leo Bonneman then for Elbam Motorsport going for a slide out there, representing the flag of Kiribati.
Where?
Kiribati. It's in the Pacific.
With the flags, man. I heard, by the way, off news, in other news, I heard Kid Curie had a meatball in their car.
I am not shocked. They came in early and they have now lost 3rd place out to the Wrong Stuff Black, which is Ken Copeland behind the wheel. So they're now back in 4th position and they have lost another lap. So they find themselves very much in that 4th place. And in fact, they are trying to lap the team that is in 5th place at the moment, who've almost just been taken out down at turn number 4 at the Tower VIP section. Tommy Gu and Team WP300 Yusen Design. So that is a Chinese-based sim racing team, and we really don't get to see many of those, and it is a real joy to see as well Chung Yusen and Feng Ximing also jumping into the car as a spotter, and Davis Mann, who has also been with them. Really nice to see Team WP300 Yusen Design out there and working.
Yeah, good to see that we're getting teams from all around the globe. Chinese teams. We have some Finn teams. If I remember correctly, we had SRB Racing, which when I saw Cesar Freuner's name being, I think, in 4th place in qualifying, I was like, what that old hag from got it cooking on the car. But then again, he's an old dog. From Brazilian sim racing, and basically him and I think Felipe Paiva were racing the car, but unfortunately they had issues. So we're getting teams from America, from Europe. Hopefully we'll get more teams prominently from Africa and potentially Middle East, since now I know FIA has the Middle East, I think, championship running once again, and also Porsche Paske's also running MEA as well.
Gotta love some running then. Of course, you've got the likes there of Panda City Esports, who are giving it a big go out there, and NL Racing, who have 4 out there in the MEA region of Porsche. Phil Dines, by the way, into the Burasud Plus Hybrid number 91, so he'll be looking at going forward. Kim Eriksson has also made his stop there from 3rd position of the 777 team out there. So Dines is now going to be the one who is looking at being on the hunt to chase. Kim Eriksson has taken the time over the course of this race to take over from Mikko Niittymaki out there. And it is worth noting here that I do want to allow everyone to have a linguistics lesson at the moment of the Finnish Y, which does not say with an E. It's pronounced as a U out there. And I learnt that through my forays of going to China and covering my drifting event with the wonderful Finnish drifter Jarkko Julha.
Okay. The only thing I know is the Y is depending on circumstances you say with a U, because I grew tired of listening on commercials here. They say Yusk instead of Yisk. They say Yusk, and also when I listen to WRC, they call it Yuskila instead of Yivskila or something like that. So that's the only thing in terms of the Finnish grammar that I probably know. And I probably will ever know.
Yes, and it's the sort of thing where, you know, I do love the way that I was introduced to that by my good friend Ossian Puhaka, in the sense of when you understand Finnish, oh yeah, Finnish is easy, you just say it how you see it. Except with the Y.
Except with the Y. The Y is kind of like your... I don't know. I'm trying to find the letter, but it's kind of like your ace of spades, your jack of all trades. You can say pretty much with everything and everything. We have an expression in my state of Brazil where we say "bah," the entire time, but it can mean a lot of things depending on how you say the ba.
It's like Chinese in the sense that there is about 15 different words for shi.
Yeah, pretty much.
The joys of linguistics out here, ladies and gentlemen. Once you get into it, it's a rabbit hole. You're not going to get yourself back out there again. Just to note, Elban Motorsports have had a penalty for incident points then, so they are going to have to deal with that. Fishies, when they do get back out, will also have to be in there. There is Elban coming in and serving that. There's the beautiful flag of Kiribat.
There you go. Great flag, by the way.
It's a lovely flag. You've got the ocean waves, the setting sun, you've got the red sky, and then you've got that wonderful bird there that says, hey, look, this is our flag and our natural bird.
Yeah, great. I'm trying to remember. It's kind of funny that we're seeing this kind of stuff, and then we have like some sim racers. I remember, like, I know sim racers like to adopt some very interesting flags. If I remember Johnny Vecchio, I think he has the Virgin Islands flag or something like it.
I know Brendan Hyperstar runs with the Georgia and South Sandwich Islands.
Yeah, we mentioned that on a previous broadcast, and it always catches me up, man.
We got Lucas Dragotta right now, who is representing the papal state of the Vatican.
Does that mean that his car is blessed by the Pope?
It is the Holy Roman car of Arete Esports.
Yeah. But the question lingers: why they're not in first place then?
Because the Lord works in mysterious ways.
Said Elwood Blues. Oh Lord.
They are, in fact, in 12th place at the moment, and they started 13th, so they have gained a position, and they can be blessful for that at the moment over at Arete. Whoa, that's a big check up there, and a half slide, and it doesn't take much to go and make that HPD spin around.
No, sometimes I used to hate the braking. All right, Jens Brothers, what do you have cooked in store? Please tell me when they came out on track they didn't hit that GT1. 1, 2. Yep.
No, they didn't hit the GT1. The GT1 hit them.
Was it their fault though?
No. It's the old adage. You try and get to the inside to avoid the contact, but the Primera corner, turn 1, it's single line. And you can see they're trying to get to the right side, and Simone Maria Martino has no way of avoiding that when you commit yourself into the turning point.
Yeah. And knowing Simone, I know he has a few words.
Yes, and none of them are broadcastable.
No. And I can tell you also, not only he has said that, but he also had done a lot of hand gestures. Because he's Italian by nature.
He's not just Italian, he's Sicilian.
He's Sicilian, which makes it even... It's kind of like you exponentialize that.
Yes, he's right down in... If you imagine Italy is the boot, he's in the football.
Yeah. Pretty much kicking the ball.
Bjorn Phillips leading for Impact Sim Sport here. This number 24 machine here in your GT2. 4GT out there and making good progress. This part of the secondary revival of the 4GT, of course, different from the 4GT that initially ran back in the 1960s, of course, of Ford versus Ferrari fame.
Yeah. It's kind of funny that some people hate this Ford because it is not a... It's a Ford, but it's not made by Ford. It's made by Matec, which is a Czech company. And I know a lot of people hate this. And it's not actually a GT1 car, a GT2 car. It's a GT1 car that got retrofitted into GT2, right? So I know some people have some gripes with this car. I love it. Don't get me wrongly. I love the GT2. And it's good to see Bjorn Phillips, by the way, driving this car, having a really good day. Impact as a whole, having a very solid result. Impact, I think, is one of the teams that are slowly making progresses in the sim racing world, trying to have more prominent results in, you would say, tier 2, tier 3 competitions, slowly trying to step up into tier 1, tier 2s, and tier 1s. Building up not only the trust of the drivers, but also the driver skills as a whole. And I'm happy for Corbin and the rest of the guys in there.
So am I. Here is Jacob Reed from Grid Up Sim Racing. Now, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think this is the same Jacob Reed that used to be a pro stripe out there in the Turn Racing Grand Prix iRacing series. I think that is Jacob Reed 4. This is Jacob Reed 5.
I will agree with you on that, but remember that Paulo Araújo, right, or Mr. PGZ himself, used to run in the iRacing World GP Championship back in the early days. I think in 04, in 12, 14, 15, and he has 300,000 accounts, which I have no idea if he actually manages every single one. So it could be Jacob Reed, but it might not be.
Well,
at this point in Sim Racing World, we have no clue.
You know, it's the age-old question: how many John Smiths are there in iRacing?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you want me to look it up, by the way?
I think we've looked up before, but there could be some more John Smiths. Please take your time, look it up.
Right now I can see up to 84 John Smiths.
84 John Smiths. Isn't that just the dream here, ladies and gentlemen, that you could sign up today and be the 85th John Smith, and you can get your 3 months out there that can certainly help on the codes that are available. Whoa, Jacob Reed getting close there to Simone and walking through the opening section up there. That grid up livery, by the way, that pot.
Yeah, great livery. By the way, I got confirmation it's not the same one.
Well, there you go there. So Jacob Reed, of course, number 4 from Worcester, out there in the United Kingdom, is a 2-time iRacing Grand Prix Tour champion, a former pro stripe, and someone who's constantly plying his trade out there in the classics as well. So very much a driver who's got his fingers out there in the pies, and someone who also has a day job of, I believe, data scientist, which I think makes him an even more difficult character to go and face up against in sim racing competition.
And not only that, he's probably making a lot of money.
Yes, that as well. I would be jealous of his bankroll as well. That he
me
has
too.
Yeah, but we both know. We're fighting for table scraps, you and I. But for the moment, David Laranonis is into the pits with Lucas Dragotta. So the cars from 5th and 12th in your HPD category making the stop. David then from Lithuania making that pit stop. And that should leave now just 4 on the lead lap over in your HPD category. And it is one of the more unique front straights out there. Oh, that's a speeding penalty.
Yeah. No bueno.
All runners advance.
Yeah. It's the same thing as a bulk. Everybody advance. You get held up. You're done battling.
I think he missed his box initially, right? I think David missed his box initially and then sped on the exit by just being a fraction too early out there on the pit limiter. So very tough to deal with. This is Thomas Enger Sim Racing 17, and this might have been that might be for instance if that's the reason why.
Oi, oi, oi. Not ideal, 100%. Especially in a corner that it's. We were talking about locking up the brakes in the HPD, right? That's a corner because you're coming from it's a double right-hander, but that first one, it's a hard corner for you to set up because if you get it wrongly, the entry from the first leg into the longer radius corner, the brakes can usually lock up, especially if it's a car that has some very considerable tire wear. So you got to be cautious about how you approach it.
And let's talk both the temperatures and this circuit for tyre wear, because let's be real about it.
Yeah.
An awful amount of elevation change around here. The drop down from Portimão corner is 12% gradient as you fall down the hill. There are lots of these medium to high speed corners around this place, and it is still a very hot 41 degrees Celsius out there.
And I think that is being very generous, because right now in Porto is about 32 degrees real life. And I know it's going to be just as hot in the south. So if this is why iRacing, Arjuna saying he loves the iRacing system. I do love it as well. It's making tame for them, because if I was a little bit hotter, I can assure you, Jake, this would have been probably 50-something degrees. The track would be nearly conditional, basically undrivable. This would have been basically lift and coast track of sorts, and then mild braking, because it's very easy for you to, you know, get your tires up to 30% left in the wear. It can be that bad, depending on how much braking you use in this car, and if you try to be overly aggressive in it.
It's scary out there, as we watched Wojtek Dvorak take his stop, 48.1 seconds there. As far as David Haynes would say on the dog walking to egg frying ratio, this is an egg fry.
Yeah, this is an egg fry, 100%.
So that's going to break up the battle, as in comes Grid Up Sim Racing to make their stop, which means Solpack Precision Racing and Emil Bernstorff will get clearance then as they run through into turn number 1, and then they will have turn 2 and then Lagos corner turn 3 to go and take on next. Your Portimão 1000 here, presented by Simacube, entering the final stages here with 42 laps to go after 4 hours and 38 minutes of running. Jacob Reed gets out of the car. Alexander Cortez now takes command.
Yeah, to finish up the race itself, it's going to probably be a full stint and a very short 16-lap stint, maybe, depending on how they go with this car. But great event, Jake. I've always praised these events. Feels more niche, but in general, I think it goes for they are the truly lovers, the guys that love the car, love the atmosphere and everything. I think the multi-class for this race, it's perfect. I wouldn't change one bit about this event. I would just try to have one more HPD GT1 and GT2 event. I don't care the track. It is any track works with this combination.
And you can argue, you know, I enjoy watching Verstappen Sim Racing and Coanda Esports battle against each other as much as the next person, right? But I find that when you get out of the absolute pinnacle, one-of-one, top level of sim racing, everything means the world. As Carl Dunlop's got a bit of damage there for Full Send Racing, that's going to be no good there on the Aston Martin. The moment you go to these sorts of series, I'll argue to an extent the Indy 500. I will argue to an extent things like Crandon and Knoxville, that when you get down to the nitty-gritty and you add the personality to it, they become the most exciting events year on year in iRacing.
I agree, 100%. Because, if, for example, we go to a Daytona event, we know where we're going to get. Sebring, we know where we're going to get, right? We're always going to get the top-tier C racing teams. They're probably not just measuring strengths and everything, but they're also trying to measure the strength of the field. When IMSA Global Esports Championship comes down, we're going to have the qualifiers happening really soon, right, Jake? But in these events, the Indy 500, you do bring the whole IndyCar community, the oval community, into it. It's the same thing I would argue for the Nürburgring, right? The Nürburgring 24. You do bring the ringers, right? You do bring those who like to drive the Nürburgring Esport, the Endurance Championship. Those who like to do it because they like the track, they like the car, they like some sort of combination. And in this one, like I said before, it brings the Proto GT community, which in itself it's an official series of sorts. But it also makes them more, it does propel them into seeing more teams, these top teams, and who knows, try to have a little bit of a revival here and there, maybe grow up in numbers. I've read maybe stories of them bringing it back down to C class, right? I think this is a B class, if I remember correctly. I think bringing it down to C, if this confirms, would be great, because you would have some sort of multi-class racing with great brands, great cars, and I think would be accessible to everybody. And the cars just seem to just work as well. As Road 2 is in for their final second to last pit stop, I think Impact as well for the second to last pit stop.
And Mr. Villainous gets back in the car, Pavel Derebny there for Road 2 Esports. So they'll look to go through. Elias Lopanen is then going to jump in for Impact
very
Sport
quick driver.
SBR, and he is very quick out there, and he gets off and away. Now remember, there is still damage on that front left from the massive smash up that we saw there for Road 2, so they're trying to get that fixed, and they were losing upwards of a second a lap then to the Wrong Stuff Black and Robert Schwenkler, which makes you think if Karuki Hiroi and Ruby Nekamata did not have that meatball come along, they would have been right in the wheelhouse to go and take second. Derebny, walking wounded out of the pits here, still has the equivalence here of a final sector in terms of a margin of lead, and this is going to be awkward for the cars around trying to get through. That's Maldadinka from Solpec, and also diving through on the inside then, it's going to be Phil Deness from Burasud Plus Hybrid then, the number 91. Good time to jump on and talk balance of performance here, because we don't often get, well, we normally make the entire race all about balance of performance. Oh, this GT3 car is different to all the others. There is only one thing we need to know about this balance of performance forecast we've got. The Aston Martin DBR9 has 2% less fuel and 8 kilograms of weight in the back.
Yeah, to try to make it a little bit slower on the straights. I know, I remember back in last year's, I think the preferred choice was the Aston Martin, was just simply the better car. I know probably with the changes and all through the seasons, I think it didn't change that much. The Aston Martin still being the more favorite car than the Corvette. I think it is easier car for you to set up as well, get around with the car and all. So it's not surprising to see more Aston Martins, but we're seeing some Corvettes firing here and there. I think it's been a decent balance of performance in the GT1s. It is just more driver preferability, I think, and than anything else to try to get around these cars, because then again, they're very niche cars. They're not quite like your GT3 cars that you would normally set up, right? So you might have to get some in-track time for you to properly get the grips into the car.
Yeah, you can see that here down the hill into the first corner. And I do love this front straight. There is no front straight like it. It's like climbing and descending Table Mountain at exactly the same time. You go from one end of the table to the other end of the table, and you have to scamper off out the room into turn one.
Yeah, it feels a lot, you know what it feels like, some sort of a roller coaster. You're just going back down the mountain, then you go back up, and you do have a little bit of where you can catch your breath, but as soon as you go back down into Curva Primera, you know what you're getting, because it's very easy for you to miss the entry point. It is very fast. Some cars will be coming at about 300 kilometers per hour. So 300, 310, depending on what car you'd be getting. So it's a great front straight. I think the whole design done in Algarve by Ricardo Pina has just been great overall.
And one thing that we do note in terms of sim racing is eventually every single car that ends up being this brand new car becomes the next decade, the next generation's car that suddenly is, you know, a classic. It's vintage. Yep. It's that sort of style of series that needs to be run. And so the more that comes into play, you know, the more importance there is on actually defining eras of motorsport out there. Because the one great thing I love about sim racing over anything else, it's not the fact that, you know, the only place you can see the car is in the museum. It's the fact that you can see all these great old cars out there running, racing, and there is going to be a huge market for that in the future.
Yeah, 100%. It's not even. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Le Mans Classic. I think they're using every year, not only in Le Mans, but I think they had either other events as well. And you bring up these cars, you racing around with them, and they are. And if you think about it, right, Jake, there is a growing market for this nostalgia. Because they would say this is the golden era of racing, and GT3 nowadays is boring than anything else, as we're listening to this V8 roar from Kim Erickson in the Corvette C6R. And this is what I love about everything, that we have a market that still is very active. And of course, the drivers are not going to be your Charles Leclerc's, your Max Verstappen. They're going to be more enthusiasts, are probably going to be, you know, driving the car, having a little bit of fun here and there. But still, I love it. I love it, every single thing about it. And I just, and it's not hard for you to get excited watching these cars on track, whether it's going to be virtually or in real life. More, of course, in real life than virtually.
And what we are seeing here is an old school feel to it, and I think there is going to be a lot of enjoyment. You know, there is a huge love around the classics. Proto GT is still something that is quite revered, and the more that can be done to resurrect, revive it, and create it as a wonderful series, I think we'll take it with open arms out there in the world of sim racing. I think a lot of people will do, but it also goes to the point out there that you can talk about the various eras of motor racing, and each era, oh, that's a lot of smoke there going through Portimão out there, and that's never going to be any smile, to say the least, then to go through when you see a car and a little bit of smoke at one of the hilliest sections of the circuit. But it goes to say, every era of racing and motorsport in the various countries around the world have told their own story, and tell of a time where, you know, an era makes all the world's worth of difference. And I think that is the one thing that I would love to see more of from iRacing, more storytelling of the era. You know, we've saved circuits like Oran Park, and we've saved circuits out there in the world of motorsport time and time again. But, you know, saving tracks is one thing. Recreating the history of those places. That's why the 87 cars, I think, are really, really important out there to it. North Wilkesboro coming to mind.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm trying. I know this was pretty much a project from Dale Jr. I know Dale had basically lead and try to bring up these old cars. The generation that basically made, I'm not going to say made NASCAR what it is today. I would argue, you could argue that basically was during Petty's, started with the Petty's 7 titles in the Plymouth. But with that being said, it was a great era. You could see Bobby Allison, Dale Jarrett, all the old guys duking it out on track in the Monte Carlos and the Pontiac Trans Ams and everything. And it's good that we're seeing this. One series that we didn't get, of course, we got to change from the Road America 500 to the 6 hours, right? It was the GTOs and the Nissans, right? We have that old bit of history from IMSA. I wish we could see more of these old cars, more of the old cars in iRacing, and running strongly. And I know there's the Camel GT community that probably would love to see this coming back next year in these special events. But I wish we could have more of that. One thing that I love also seeing from time to time is Goodwood. with the very old cars, right? Probably we're not going to get them into iRacing, but nevertheless, it's still great for us to see this vintage racing of sorts still running strong.
You know, it's the sort of thing where, you know, you turn around and say, well, what are the best cars that have come along out there of the eras? What are going to be out there? And I think there is still a lot of fleshing out that can be done to say, okay, let's talk the 90s era out there of racing. Let's talk the 70s
Bring me back to
era
GT1s, man. Those early GT1 cars.
Early GT1s come to mind. I tell you what I'd love to see. I, from a personal standpoint, would absolutely love to see a couple more Japanese tracks in sim racing, like Autopolis, like Sugo, as we take a look at Wojtek Dvorak here in the number 17. We'll touch on that for a moment, because this looks like it's, down the inside, tags the eSIM machine, and that is just a bundle of problems. Sudbury Blueberry Bulldogs, nothing they could do. That was the smoke we saw then over the top of the crest a few minutes ago. I'd love to see a couple Japanese tracks more, like
Bring me Autopolis.
Sugo and Autopolis for me, and
Please.
then find a way to get some old school JGTC, you know, late 90s, early 2000 cars in.
Bingo. I'm 100% with you on that. I've always go around that. You know what my favorite series is in terms of racing? Nowadays, I just cannot follow it. I can't follow it because I'm in Europe, so it makes it basically very hard for me to follow. But I used to follow nearly religiously back in Brazil, the Super GT. I used to grow up watching Super GT back when we had the Honda HS, I think HSV concept. When they ran against the Skylines in the GT5 and the GTRs and all. So I wish we could get the GT500. I have a wet dream of seeing the Subaru BRZ GT300 being featured in here as well. But of course, it's harder for me to say than anything else. It's also, there's the cost and everything, but nevertheless, there is still a wet dream of seeing Sugo and Autopolis into sim racing. I still think they are going to come, but of course, I do feel I know priority-wise, I know iRacing still wants to get the tracks. Probably they featured in the iRacing arcade, maybe into the sim itself, as Adam said, comes into for their second to last pit stop.
Yeah, there is definitely a sense that you got the deal there with iRacing Arcade. And iRacing Arcade, by the way, is absolutely magnificent to go out there and deal with. It's fun,
real fun.
It is real fun. But it's the sort of thing where we could be seeing something like Bahrain coming up into iRacing potentially. It could be something that you continue to see what gets brought into the sim helps to build the development of the sim. And a lot of what you see, the tracks that come in, for example, are there as a point of concept that you don't understand in the beginning, but then realise how critical they are for the development out there of sim racing. For example, I'll put this to you that day-night transition was really important in terms of how it needed to build Daytona, and the circuits that came along with quite a fair bit of floodlight were able to be really helpful in that regard. Just like how you get dirt oval racing out there in sim racing, and you do not get your iRacing weather system unless dirt gets confirmed.
Yeah, truly. I still remember back in the old days seeing a 24 hours of Daytona with only sunlight or only nighttime. It was weird, but we had that back in the old days. It's just how technology evolves. We have to be patient. I know some people are less patient nowadays than anything else. Everything is more immediate, but it's good that we're seeing these technology upgrades and everything. I know iRacing is building their own system, as Thomas Enga, as we had the information about this not long ago, had a spin just at the exit of Galp. And not the best save for Thomas Enga, but still in the race nevertheless.
Very much so. Andrew Langham saying, look, we need old school Mini Coopers out here in iRacing.
I agree.
Yes, I very much agree, but how you categorize the old school Mini Cooper, I think is going to be the interesting thing about it, because it's whether you decide, okay, am I just going to have it run out there from the perspective of an old school rally style spec? Am I just going to get it on a circuit spec? Or am I actually going to try and put it in Australian spec with the old Tiranas that used to be run?
Yeah, that's a great question. And now you mentioned about rallycross. I know we haven't touched a lot of rallycross lately in iRacing. I know Crandon is coming right around the corner, right?
Yeah.
And usually there is always hopes and dreams of we're seeing more rallycross events. Back when we used to see the iRacing Rallycross World Championship, right?
Right.
What I would like to see more is hill climbs. Of course, we have Mount Washington, and by the way, big props to Scott Speed for breaking Pastrana's record with that mad, crazy Subaru WRX that he had. But we wish you could have more hill climbs, not just Mount Washington. Of course, we have Pikes Peak as the iconic one in the United States, but I wish you could see more of these ones, more like these. You could argue one-off events, but still would be fun for the whole category, the whole community.
I still think there's legal around Pikes Peak that means it's not going to happen. But I still think there are some very interesting hill climbs in and around the world that could be added, could be implemented, could be really important in terms of adding something out there. This is for 5th in your HPDs, and for the moment it's a case of turn around and smile on a pass like this one, because Bursa plus Hybrid sees, then as Tobias Pascoe does, Adam State going bam, da, bam, 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 back through and into position.
You stole my line. I was gonna say that. Great move, great battle.
Great scrap, and this is what they need at the moment. And it is a tale of two races out there, because that number 1 car, bam, 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 was on pole position. And by comparison, Bursa plus Hybrid, which translates to Office South in German, they started the race from 15th. So this is pretty much a tale of two cities for the pair of them.
Yeah, and also two different poles. If you're thinking about it, bam, 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 bam. Just I got it. I didn't mess it up. Thank God. Just got out of the pit box, and BS Hybrid is on the end of their stint. They're due to come into the pit box anytime soon.
And Dilatra on their final stop of the race, we believe, now into the pit. So they are looking at this going, okay, final time we got to get this sorted. And they've been pulling a gap over Darius Andre over at gridandgo.com esports. Our focus remains on P5 and P6. Adam State up the hill, dragging Tobias Pascoe as they pass the main grandstand and back over towards turn number 1. Here comes the all-important question. Are you going to look for a move or not? And Pascoe turned around, took one look at where he was in the braking zone and went, no, I'm not going to make a move, and I am just going to stay exactly where I am.
Yeah, trying to go for fuel efficiency right here, as the numbers game source for BS Hybrid right now, as Pashka, this is a big fat 9 for the move as Delatras comes out in P2, but we know that all in all he is P1, not P1 or whenever Darius Andre comes into the pit lane for Grid and Go.
Yeah, so Alexandre Dilatra now just needs to run the table. And, there's a spinner in front of him, which is Stephen Hurd from SimGrid Racing Phoenix, the 86. Then needs to find a way to turn that round and get back going again. So a real shock there for the Scot, Stephen Hurd, who has had the problem there and would not have wanted to have been out on the circuit like that in any way, shape or form. Matthew Maylor has been the teammate out there, so Maylor will look at that and go, that's a little bit more tasty than I wanted to see.
Yeah, imagine you starting your last stint and you already got a heart-to-mouth moment just in front of you.
Well,
Jake Sperry, I know you've done your racing, so you probably have seen that a few moments.
Yes, I would have seen a couple of moments like that. If that doesn't wake you up, I don't know what does.
Yeah. I would argue, I can tell you one thing that would wake you up, a crash at the final lap.
It would wake me up, a crash in the final lap. Let's knock on wood that we don't see one then, shall we? Because it would be a shame for anyone if that would go through. And look at how large that rear wing is out there, and actually how tall it is, how much rake there is on it to get that Corvette planted down onto the floor. That's what I'm taking away from Super GT1. Look at how aggressive the line of downforce is. It's almost like you're trying to deploy your windsurfing gear out there, out the back of the Corvette.
It's pretty much you open up your garage in iRacing and you go immediately on the wing. How much wind do you want? Yes.
I want all of it, and if you give me all of it, it's not enough. Getting very busy here, and a lock up, and there's contact there. That was going to be Michael Polasek there for Full Send Racing, trying to dive down the inside of the Mikhail Alexeyev, then from Mimo Apexer out there. So that was all important. Liam Loisel making the push through, not going to get any time off the exit, so suddenly that 7th place battle on the screen then opens up. Brandon Rogan of the pits, so Pashko and Adam State. I'm noticing something out of turn 3 here, just how aggressive everyone's going to the right-hand side, as now Darius Andre picks from the HPV lead.
Yeah, and right now, I think the only cars are due to fit in the top 5 are going to be the Sopac cars, and then that's pretty much it, as then we're going to get bam, 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 bam. I think I got it wrong this time. Goes into, I think they're going to go back into 3rd place with the whole changes that are going to happen.
Yeah, so with those changes, I think Darius Andre understands this is the stop that's going to try and get me to the end. The Solpec 111 and Maldadinka is going to go through, and now the 112 is looking to try and get that launch as well. So still long stop here, over 40 seconds, comes down off the tyres, and Darius Andre will take this one to the end. 40.8 seconds there for the quintessential fluorescent blue and yellow that is then out and saying, look, let's get ourselves off and away, and they will funnel back onto circuit just behind Emil Bernstorff.
Yeah, with some very grippy tires. It's kind of, if I remember correctly, the tires in the HPD are still the old tires. So it is tires that on the first lap they're going to be massively understeery, but after the first lap they're going to grip up like you're going to be doing qualifying laps. SimGrid Phoenix, we're going to watch this issue that you just mentioned, right, Jake?
Correct.
Not the best place for you to try to come back on track, because that left-hander is a blind crest, so you're only gonna know what you're getting as soon as you hit up the top of the hill right there, as Pasco comes in for his final pit stop.
See a little bit of scraping there on the front of Tobias Pashko's Honda HPD, so
yep.
There is going to be a lot of work to be done on that one then post-race to get that all fixed. Brandon Roseborough's Corvette now jumps into the pits and looks to take service as well, and I just love the way that Corvette just smiles back at you. Distinguished gentleman's smile.
I never realized that. That is just great. Don't. I'm probably gonna try to make a meme out of this, actually, or someone's gonna make a meme out of this.
SLM sharing the grid stall as they find the Michael Schumacher helmeted Maldadinka then into the stop with, which makes you think that Michael's a little bit low down and needs a booster seat. Now definitely.
What about now? I can see a thing.
Well, there's the clearance, and off and away, and everything's all nice and dandy in the world of Maldadinka. The Albanian then getting back onto circuit in 5th place for Solpec Precision Racing, and I would say with what they've been doing, good day at the office, as well as the number 38 car right now of SLM Motorsports leading back onto circuit. Kyle Ridley then getting back out on track, as we're going to have a couple of busy battles out there to deal with, and Ridley has come out just in front of Daniel Taylor at Globe Oil, but Kyle Ridley, one of those drivers then representing from Australia, which means it's going to be very silly late in the night for him to be doing this, and he's already done a Lotus 49 race earlier on today at Mugello.
Two different cars and two different tracks. Of course, there are elevation changes in Mugello, but how do you operate a 49 at Mugello, then you go to a GT2 in here? It's kind of like going from an F1 car straight into a Mazda MX-5 of sorts.
It is very much a case of it's a completely different skill set, and you have to just find a way to adjust as quickly as you can. I wouldn't do it. I'd spent one day, I'm practicing this car, but there are people who can jump about, and it is quintessential. I think it's the streamer skill of, a lot of people want to be a jack of all trades, master of none. I fear the person who practices one car many times, and apparently the Papal State of the Vatican cannot stop RTE Sports from getting drive-through penalties.
Yeah, and there's not enough amounts of penitence and prayers that are going to take that black flag away, or even I'm trying to find how do you say you're paying to the church? You're giving your change to the church. I forget the term in English. I know the term in Portuguese, the dízimo, but
normally we'd call that just collect.
Okay, the collect the church then. Okay, fair then. There's not amount of collect that is going to be enough for you to pay off that slowdown.
Oh, spinner in front there.
Spinner.
Yeah, that looks like that's Daniel Taylor there at Globe Oil 1322 plus 6-man racing team by Fukaru. Then that have all run into troubles. Turn 1, toughest place on the circuit from time to time, and that was just a case of into the opening corner and catching the anti-cut curb.
Yeah, that anti-cut curb, if you catch it wrongly, it takes no prisoners.
So now this gets interesting here, this group, as Emil Bernstorff comes in for his final stop of the race. Lucas Dragotta here for Arete Esports then is in the number 2. They've just gone through on Yitkow's Racing Red with Kyle Wjolek then, who is behind the wheel. And then they've got the likes of Stephen Hurd just behind. So for Kyle Wjolek, this is where you're going to have to be thinking, right, okay, they've got a penalty in front, but I really have to race this hard.
Yeah, I think Wjolek is not even trying to race hard, just trying to keep it on the track. So that's the one thing he's trying to get his mind on. And the another thing is he's probably thinking about is his overall pace, because he's 7 seconds away from Derek Heiberger in the Hyperion car, HPT that's sitting right behind. So there's a chance that not only he just lost more position over here to Dragotta, but he can lose another one and maybe fall out of the top 10.
Good. Emil Bernstorff realising here that this is where he needs to rejoin safely. That was close. That could have been everything there with Kyle Ridley, and there is Stephen Hurd going through. You've got to be very steady. The likes of Jarno Cook now looking to get in for this final stint, as Kim Eriksson will move up then for second. GT1 stops now starting to take hold.
Got Simone Maria coming for his final pit stop. Jarno Cook, like you said. We're probably going to see the next one being potentially both Black Star and VS Hybrid. They're sitting on 27 laps. The rest of the guys behind them either on 25 or 26 laps.
Yes, and we're here at 23 laps to go. And here's the awkward thing about trying to work out how many laps you've got to do in a race when you're in the slower GT1s or GT2s out here, Lorenzo. The issue comes along of you are not doing the scheduled 215 laps. It's 250 laps for the leader. You lose out by how many times you lap.
Yeah, so you don't know if you're doing 17 more laps, 18 more laps. Of course, you got your caps. If you have your caps, your racing calculators and everything, I think maybe iRacing calculator might even come into play right here and give you a very good idea of how much left you have to fuel. Because if I remember correctly, I could be wrongly, I think Kutu, which is the creator of App Caps, did help iRacing a little bit with the racing calculator. So I think the racing calculator from iRacing works in a similar fashion to what Caps does. So it gives you a very good idea of what you need to feel in that car.
Been keeping an eye on the lovely cow print of Yitcows Racing out there. Reminds me of the old school Mad Cow Racing Daisy liveries that you used to see out there.
Oh man, such were the days. I think we should change the name of this Portimão 1000 J to Nostalgia 1000.
The Back in My Day 1000.
Back in my day 1000. Millennial 1000 because that's because now Gen Z is taking over everything.
Oh, Ruby, not like this. Not like this. Curve on the inside of 7. Heading to Portimão corner. That's how quickly it can go wrong. And needs a little bit more power through there. Fortunately enough, there's a whole lot of solar back there at turn 8.
Yeah. And got away cleaning. That's what mattered the most as Ruby comes into the pit box for the final stop.
Yeah, so this will be enough to say, look, let's go forward with it. 4th place will be a good job for the Izakaya and all of what has been going on. Dullatra in total command out there. 48 seconds over the line last time ahead of gridandgo.com. This is what, you said it, it was their bread and butter out there, this team here. And the one thing you look at with this French-based team, Dullatra Automotive, is that they just wake up and they know how to LMP2 style race. It's what they were built to do. And this is, I would argue here, Sim Racing's Jota.
That's a very good analogy, which I'll agree on. I'll agree on about 100%, because I haven't seen a very bad season from Dullatra as a whole in LMP2s. It's no wonder if we're talking about, for example, 24-25 Ivra season, they were the champions, right? Then same thing the year after that. So you know what they're made of. So it's not even surprising they have this kind of results in these mid-tier cars of sorts. We're comparing also to the LMP1s that we still have in the sim.
Makes all the difference. I can note as well, for those who have been trying to follow with John Vining and the Jet Fuel Energy Company, he pulled the car into the pits, looked to take his service, and hasn't come back out again. So the indication to me is that either it's I'm going to have to go to the end here, or it's going to be trouble. Here's a look at your biggest movers and shakers, and 2 for the biggest movers. The number 14 team of Endurance Enjoyers Red with Samu Martinez currently behind the wheel. Up 11, also up 11 is Tech Sport Sim Team Red through Edwin Onofre.
Yeah, considering the fact that the start of the race had a pretty much a very frantic start, it's good that we're seeing some of these teams come back up, and I hope they enjoy the event as we're approaching 19 laps left, as Dullatra has to overtake some of the GT2s, including the GT2 leader.
They make all the difference out there, and now you're starting to wonder, okay, how does that difference then apply? Phil Deness then is your leader. Then Ferguson plus Hybrid as we have kicked over the 5-hour and 15-minute mark in this race, and they've got clearance and a lot of clearance over Black Star Racing that they can be happy with at the moment. They're effectively lap leaders with Rick Go back now in 3rd position, and Tech Sport Sim Team there with Jake Cummings. I think they're out of cycle, they're still waiting for their last stop, but currently plus 12.
Just a great day in the office for them. I think once they're coming into the stop, I think they're going to lose at worst 2 positions to Carlson Sport Duck, and then maybe Enosis, who's sitting 6 seconds behind Sam Gradden's car. So still going to be a great day in the office for them, 6th place in GT1.
Yep, Elias Loppanen then for Impact Simsport SBR has had the lead over Row 2 ever since we've had ourselves in play. Actually, on cue, Tech Sport Sim Team have just come down in the number 5 to make their stop. Row 2, the damage, ahead then of the Wrong Stuff Black there in the number 15, who are doing an absolutely great job. Kikuri Herois then in 4th, and your biggest movers, NWA Motorsports, and then the Globe Oil 1322 plus 6-man racing team by Fakari. Goodness me, if I have to keep reading names like that, how many times will I need to go to the opticians?
Great question. That is a great question, which I have no answer for you. As Miko Nitimaki comes into the car.
Yep, Nitumaki.
Nitumaki, yeah, there you go. Thank you, Jake.
There's the Y that is the U.
There's
That's
that
why we do
Y,
linguistics with RaceSpotTV.
Yeah.
Phil still taking that service then. Corvette and Aston Martin. Look at them. They bounce off the jacks at exactly the same time as they follow Rem and Ram.
Boom.
This will mean that Jarno Cook will now re-inherit second position for Grid and Go. There's not much really that Black Star Racing can do about that, but Phil Dines knows he's got about a 8/10 of a lap lead to go and play with right now, and will be very, very buoyed that a minute 20 is in the back pocket.
Basically, he has the distance of Portugal against Grid and Go. Thinking about it.
Well, by that measure of metric, do you think it's about the distance between Portimão, the circuit, and the nearest airport?
No, because actually the nearest airport is Faro, which is not far.
It's not far.
No,
it's
if I
at
remember,
least an hour, isn't it, by public transport?
Yeah, but public transport by car, you would get there in about 30 minutes. At best.
Fair play on that then. So, for the moment...
let me confirm on that, but I think it's the 40 minutes, but I'll give it a confirmation.
Thank you very much. But Phil Dines then in full control. Pursuit have been waiting for an opportunity to go and get themselves a victory. They have been knocking on the door. They've had some very good results over the course of this year, and they are building back up more and more to say here, Lorenzo. The Zebra is angry, and it wants to take victories again.
Yeah, they want to feed. They are looking to feed on people. So it's not surprising for us to see that Zebra very angry and looking forward to results. So good day on the office for them. And just to confirm, you're right. It's about an hour drive. I thought it was less actually.
Well, sometimes it's all that you need to see out there, that you get a margin, you're trying to make something of it, and you know, it is a long way to the airport here, so you've got a little bit of travel time if you want to go get yourself to Portimão, as a wonderful circuit here, the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. This is one brilliant race, and we've got some amazing special events that are coming up. Then scrolling on the bottom of your screen here, the likes of the Indy A Tower. My favourite, the Bathurst 1000 on iRacing. I absolutely love it. I know that there is a big league running then for the Bathurst 1000 with the Australian Sim Racing Group that is going to have a couple drivers that used to run in the Bathurst 1000. Those include the likes of Jaden Ojeda out there, and a certain person called Shane van Gisbergen running then in the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000.
Yeah. Wondering how he's doing on trucks, because I know truck got delayed yesterday.
Well, that's the thing.
He was pole.
I think it's going to be a thing for him where he's going to finish his truck race and hope that he's got laps left to acquire fair share stint.
Yeah, facts. And the thing, he still has to race on in a little bit in the Cup Series. He's gonna have to do back-to-back.
Well, it's going to be a long day at the office for SVG, but he would love it the other way. And I used to know, actually, Trey Van Gisbergen's best man at his wedding commentated with him.
Well, you already have the no, so we'll give it a try. Yeah.
Good work then being done in the mid-pack at the moment, because every single team is looking to put anything that they can on the board to say, look, here's where we are starting to push out. This is going to be then where we go and focus with grid up sim racing here, and Alexander Cortez, as this is going to be about the 25. Just trying to give a little bit more out there. Last the one lap downers at the moment with Dulatra Automotive. Currently clear with 15 laps to go. It's going to take a minor miracle out there. Late stop for Miguel Angel Gallardo. Then in the number 11 car out there. That is a Gnosis sim deck then from GT1, making their final stop of the race. And I think we've seen almost every team, with the exception of, I think, the number 17. We've not seen any action out there. And what a beautiful livery, it has to be said, for Matthias Napolitano and Tourist Racing Team.
Let's see if we can have a look on that later, as we're looking at Pablo Carrera in the Enosis team. Very good livery in the Aston Martin as well. Hopefully that Ramiro can get us a shot on Martin in a little bit, so we can on Matthias. Sorry, actually, to give our race spot a livery evaluation.
We haven't done it after a while. We haven't. It's always great when we do. Pablo Cabrera leaving pit lane will actually come out just behind them. They're about 2 cars down, 3 cars down the road. NWA have gone through Douglas Goetz Jr. Michael Polasek is there for Full Send, and then you've got Tourist Racing Team, who are then just in front of that. So they will be piloting around. They did not actually get a lap time put down on their last attempt, as a Gnosis back up to speed. Even got the Twitch channels there on the side for anyone who wants to go give them a follow or a subscribe, or however you want to do it over in Twitch land there. Give them some bits or something like that. But ultimately, Napolitano quite happy there in that number 7 car. Currently classified in 27th place overall, which is a gain of 15. There it is with the Sim Builder livery, and it is a half and half with the cherry blossom on the left/right hand side.
Okay. I can dig it. I like this.
As we dig it, Solpec, the 110, Brandon Roseborough, has just been given the black flag. So they've just come in.
And Meatball.
Oh, and that would have been the hit they've just had from Alexander Cortez.
Oh, dear.
So they would have been pushed out through turn 5 by Arret Esports. So they've had a nibble in the back. And then they had one down through South Corner, the final corner, or Galp as it is, there to have their final hit. And Brandon Roseborough on this last lap has been beaten about the bush here. And Robin Schwanker now is going to have to take this one to home.
Yeah, because I imagine Roseborough might be livid with it, as we're going to look from Daniel Taylor's perspective.
That's
the back end seems to be. It looks to be the back end already lost, and once you're at the bottom of the hill, there's nothing you can do about it.
I'd panic if I spun a car at the bottom of the hill. You're just deer in the headlights, waiting for the impact there.
Yeah, apparently. Apparently we got information that it wasn't that car, that a GT2, but it was a Ret. So the Papal car was the one that killed Brendan and gave him the meatball.
Yep, so that would have been up at turn 7 as our focus goes to Elias Loppanen for the moment in the number 24, who's out to almost half a minute's worth of margin now at the front of the field, and he's been managing that gap expertly for Impact Sim Sport, and they thoroughly deserve the way that they've been going about business and driving here today in that Ford GT2. spec that is running out, or not if you want to be pedantic about it and saying it's not a GT2, it's a GT1 that was made into a GT2.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, the actualies, I like to call them.
Yeah, I couldn't care less. For me, it's a GT2 car, could be a GT1 car. I don't care. It's a great car. Nevertheless,
For a time on iRacing, it was also a GT3 car.
Yeah, my favorite GT3 car. I ran a bath. I remember I ran I did a Bathurst 12 hours on this car. I even cooked my own setup. It was the first time I think in my life I actually spent time in the sim to try to work out on the setup.
I think I did a Max Bantz with this, with the rear-wheel drive only set.
You did. I didn't drive in the Max Bantz though, but if I remember, you did.
Wow. Nostalgia, doesn't it bring back all the great memories here from the Autodromo Internacional Algarve? But for the moment, it's a case of this team now 31 seconds clear of Road2 Esports team, and the Czechian team, or the Czechia team, is doing a great job out there. Schwanka back in then with the 110, so this will now be after the black and orange mechanical flag. This will be probably for the penalty.
Yeah, most likely.
Climbing the crest, heading over back to Primera corner, turn number 1. And another lap then put in the books then to go through. Very interesting in terms of lap count where we are. Leaders currently only 12 laps ahead of Burasud plus Hybrid, and then a further 6 laps ahead of Impact Simsport SVR. So about 18 laps difference out there. Just not going to make the 200 in terms of their effort and attempt, and that's going to be a real shame. But Burasud plus Hybrid, I think they'll be very happy with what the number 91 has been able to do today. They will take this and run forward with it and say, this was a strong result. We're going to get quite a bit out of this one. You know, for Phil Deness and Luke Ludica, that is really big for him, especially as Phil Deness was saying, I haven't had a big event in about 4 months. I really do need to get the rust off, and nothing screams get the rust off like a 6-hour drive. Yeah,
and it's always fun in a track that fits perfectly the car and everything, and keeps a good momentum from BS competition if we're really thinking about it, right, Jake? They just won at the 24-hour series esports at the last track in Coda. They know next round is Portimão already, so just gotta ride the good streak here. Is this a preview of what's to come at Portimão when they ride this next month but with different cars? We'll see.
Yes, absolutely, because there is nothing better in 1,000 kilometers out here than a Honda HPD dressed up as a cow battling a Honda HPD dressed up as Sonic the Hedgehog, battling a Honda HPD which is dressed up quite beautifully in colours for endurance enjoyers red, but very much has a little bit of a new school feel to it of the old Golf colours.
Yeah. You know what I'm trying to make actually association? Diablo 2 cows versus Sonic versus maybe something with the Golf colors, but that's the only thing I'm trying to make an association.
Portal 2.
Portal 2.
Look at this, side by side out of Sagres though, back down the hill, and this is where you just need to plant right foot down to floor, and this here for Kyle Scholek. He's going to lose out now on drive. Derek Heiberger to the outside. There's going to be some GT1 traffic in front. It's going to be Douglas Goetz Jr. that they're going to have to get by. Sorry, GT2 traffic there that they have to clear, and they do clear. All 3 of them through Primera. Now to Lagos at turn 3. This is where the big lunge up the inside is going to be. Heiberger's going to be able to get on the power, stamps it down first, takes the place going to turn 4, and now here comes the up and under. Immediately attacking then is Samu Martinez. Brutal stuff for Kyle Jolek, who's got nothing for it. Yitkaus Racing are going to lose 2 spots in 2 corners.
Yeah, I think the car just not having the amount of grip to try to hold off the pressure from both Samu Martinez and Derek Heiberger right there. But the great battle nevertheless between them, and as well, like really good awareness as well to try to keep the car, try to be as safe as possible with the overtakes and everything, but just not enough to top out those two.
It's one of those where you go, it's close, but ultimately you don't finish the race 10 laps early, put your feet up and go down the crown. You can't do that in a race like this. You just have to give yourself the opportunity to say, look, I want to try and get this race sorted. And there's a number of teams out there today that didn't have the race they wanted. We had one non-starter in Locked-In Racing. They got locked out of the circuit by the sounds of it. And then you've got the likes of Project GRS, Solpac, RFSRT, River Falls then ran into trouble. So did Lone Wolf. Maple T didn't go very far. Neither did Endurotech and 100 Force and Pair a bit before we got ourselves the run. And I'm just trying to have a little look down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can officially say that 6 or 7 maybe actually have finished 7th last of the retirees.
That is brutal, Jake.
Well, it had to be mentioned out there, and it has to be said in class, HPD class, but they have achieved their goal. And Arjuna and Ewan can at me.
Yeah, nothing wrong about that. I have no comments about it. Any beef? I know they're going to take it up with you.
Yes, exactly. And I will more than welcome it at the moment as Esler tried to Craig Jones' corner, a corner named in memorial of the motorcycle rider Craig Jones, who lost his life down at that corner. But it is the most difficult corner. It's actually late stop here for the wrong black stuff there. So Robert Schwenkler down into the pit. So the wrong stuff black in their stop now, and they will take some very, very late service and a late driver change over to Ken Copeland to finish out in the very popping black, pink and blue.
I thought there, because the car is named Black, wrong stuff black to be black, but anyway, another issue to Craig Jones' corner, just, I would argue, miscommunication between the cars.
Well saved, though. I will mention that Drift Masters have come to Portimão before.
They did. And
nobody
if I remember
liked it.
correctly, it was just on that section they did the Drift Masters.
Yes, I do say that because they're actually doing competition right now in Ferropolis. Mimo Apexa then is the number 28 team also having a moment. That would have been Mikhail Alexeyev then, who was running into troubles then in the number 28 car. And alongside with Alexeyev has also been Alexander Artemyev then, who has also been in there as well. Alexander Cortez then with a late stop with 8 laps to go. We're welcoming in the Splash and Dashers.
Yeah, absolutely. As I was just taking a quick look over here as those who haven't finished. Pretty much everyone from the GT2 bar, the RFS RT River Falls Racing team weren't the ones, were the only ones who didn't finish this race. Everybody else is still in the race though. Some of them might be several laps back and everything, but still racing. That is really good. That is really fun.
It is, and you know, a lot of what we talk about with endurance racing and something like this, the joy sometimes isn't in the winning, the joy is in the finishing.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe this is one of those kind of events. I remember when I did the Portimão 1000, I nearly said this in Portuguese, the Portimão 1000 last year. If I remember, I didn't finish up in the front, my split, but I remember I had a lot of fun. I was just having lots of fun around the racetrack. It's one of those races I don't think you're gonna pressure yourself for results. You're just gonna drive just because of the enjoyment out of it. That's pretty much it.
And that's why you build your team up and you get everybody in and you say, hey, look, we'll get a bunch of friends together, we'll drive, we'll have a little laugh, and at the end of the day, these sorts of events are the memories that you make and you take from your sim racing exploits.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I know my exploit is going to be a little bit different. Of course, I'm not. The only thing I will never let the Racespot guys leave alone about it is the fact that I'm still Racespot finest driver. I've won the internal competition in the Sim Racers event, into the Sim Racing Broadcasting racing event, despite not being the winner. I know winners were, you know, SimSpeed, but still.
Listen, I don't take sides in that because I think I've worked for absolutely everybody of every team. So technically I'm carte blanche. I could have driven for anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, but still from Racespot I was like P1. So yeah, I know we had pro drivers like William Chadwick, and I still finished ahead of them. I'm never gonna put them off easily.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Right, right, you've heard it here first. Lorenzo Bonda officially better than William Chadwick.
Yeah, out of a few things.
Oh, that's a very late stop there for Dorebny in Road 2 Esports team. And so I think you're looking around at that and saying, oh my, are we even close here in terms of getting that done? So I don't think they've had any further hits to that very battered and beaten GT2, but I think it's just the case that they didn't have enough in it, and a lot of that will be down to the fact that they've got so much damage on the front of their car that they'll be eyeing up that Ford of just saying we're not getting the same fuel numbers that we need to, sweeping by. There goes Jake Cummings of Tech Sport, and I'm looking for where the wrong stuff are by comparison, and they're miles back after their final stop. They are still here with the likes of Ken Copeland, only heading through turn 7 into Portimão 2, then turn 8.
Yeah, but I was going to mention impact is due to pit as well, as Lopunen comes in for his final pit stop. They're on the same amount of laps when both came in.
Yep, so just top it up, bring it away. Elias Lopunen then will just have the easiest little 5-lap stint, and sometimes this will be the longest 5-lap stint that you've got when you know your leg's shaking and you got that ability to go out there and win a race. Then it's not going to be very long in terms of being stopped. They won't need tyres. This is just a pure fuel stop. You can see it, 7.5 seconds there, a splash and dash.
Yeah, just a little massage on the back, then push it out back into the racetrack.
Just a little nod of the head of respect there to say, look, we're out there, we're clear. Not a chance we're going to get caught out then in this running, and that is one very squeaky clean car out there. And often when you get into endurance spec, the team or the category that is down at the bottom with the least amount of speed often becomes the number of cars that most find retirement.
Yeah, because you would think that's the car, that's the class we find the most attrition in, but then again, like I said before, is the class that has still the most cars in the racetrack.
And they are doing a really good job, actually, of just making sure that they find the finishes out there, because as I look down the list, the only retirement that I see from them is Riverfall Sim Racing Team. They've one retirement from that entire category. Is a great job. 4 laps to go. Delatrar almost a minute clear right now at the front. When they last crossed the line, it was 54.2 seconds.
Yeah, pretty much driving their own race against everybody else, pretty much, and dominating the whole thing. I've heard from Johan Rue in the Grid and Go HPD. Apparently, they still have some damage in the wheel, I think due to the contact at the very early portion of the race, but still enough to retain second position at the end of the day. But still great. Doesn't take away the great racing the French-based team had this entire nearly 6-hour event that we had over here.
They just know how to do it. Every single time, every single driver that they've got, they know what it takes to win events like these, and even in the classics, they are starting to prove once again why they are one of the toughest teams in sim racing. to go out and beat in their domain. They stay in their lane really well and know what they're good at. They don't venture too far out beyond that. You don't see them in GT3, you don't see them in Hypercar, but what you do see them in is you see them in LMP2s, and you see them in classic Honda HPDs, which were LMP2. So you've definitely got a lot of that says just how good that they have been out there with their running, down into the VIP tower corner and climbing back up the crest again with 2.5 laps to go.
Absolutely, just a great, phenomenal race from everybody. Again, giving shout outs to all the teams who participated on this, regardless of which split you made in. Again, I love this event. I think this is the event that maybe with Daytona 24, from the obvious events, this is my favorite event of the year. From these more niche categories besides the Indy 500. I wish you could have been doing this year, but I'm not going to be able to. I wasn't able to do it. And also, big shout out to Seacrest County Highway Patrol for doing their job. Not as fast as their other game counterparts they would be doing.
No, maybe not as quick, but still just as effective of policing the lay of the land out there that the iRacing race control haven't necessarily had the ability to go out there and do so much over the course of racing, because they are very busy with Porsche. Then that's coming up in a little bit. But with 2 to go, they now cross over, and eyes will turn to the likes then of, say, the Indy A Tower, the Homestead Championship race that will be coming through as well. Clearance then through into turn 3 for Alexandre Delatrat now, and just looking to try and run with that 50-second margin. Every category right now has a leading margin of over half a minute, and it has illustrated the dominant drives that we have seen today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just big domination from every single class in. Of course, some issues here and there, survival stuff, strategy stuff for some of the teams, especially, for example, grid and go in the wrong strategy from Simone Maria Marciano in the double extended tires, which pretty much killed the whole momentum from the 007 Aston Martin. So maybe if that didn't happen, we could have seen a closer racing between VS Hybrid and Grid and Go for the GT1 class, but nevertheless, still big domination for the whole of them. And if you actually now get the whole gap combined from all of them, you could really say this is the distance between Portimão to Lisbon.
Yes, very much so now, as we are now about to take that final lap. Elias Loppanen put another lap down there by Alexandre Delatraz, so it is their lap of honour. By comparison, Burasud plus Hybrid are making their way through Sagres corner, so it means that it will be, or it should be right now, your leading categories by HPD, GT2 and GT1 over the line, as illustrated there on the mini-map down at the bottom of your screen, where your leaders find themselves as we run into turn 3, climbing the crest over to turn number 4, and now knowing that the VIP tower awaits them at turn 5, one of the great sights as you descend over the top of the crest, down the hill into the braking zone, take just enough curb and drive it off the exit, back up the hill once again, the small flick of turn 6, the big committed right from 220 kilometers an hour at turn 7 and into Portimão corner here at turn number 8. Portimão dos out there, up over the top. You go into Craig Jones corner, and now the original Portimão corner here, the corner closest to the town of Portimão. There is over on that left-hand side. You go down the hill, 12% drop as you then work through 11 and into turn number 12. Delatrat Automotive by PC Design know how important this race has been for them. They'll get this one done in a shade under 6 hours for the entire team of Alexandre Delatrat, of Corentin Miru, being spotted by Thomas Ambor. This is going to be a day where they know they are classic specialists, and would you ever doubt them to get a win like this? Delatrat Automotive by PC Design take the Portimão 1000, presented by Simacube. We will now go to Impact SimSport SBR 106. Elias Loppinen will see GT2 success, and rounding the final corner and climbing up the hill now with almost a lap's lead over 007. I'm afraid, Mr. Bond, you won't get your result because Burasud plus Hybrid just almost lapped the entire category. Doughies aplenty down at turn 1 and 2, and Alexandre Delatrat will know just how important a day like today is for the team to cement themselves as the quintessential LMP2 team and HPD team. Burasud know and understand this is a day that cements them and saying, we're back in the picture, our drivers are back in form, the rust is written off of us, and now we are ready to take it to the big guns out there in the world of sim racing. A perfect donut out there. And really as well for Impact SimSport as well, Lorenzo, it's a case for them of saying, we might be someone who's a team that's fighting the tier 1, or not fighting the tier 1s, but the tier 2s and the tier 3s, but it shows the development curve that they've been going through.
Absolutely, Jake. I think starting from Delatraz, again, showcasing their dominance in these old LMP2s, basically the bread and butter for them. Delatraz is having a fantastic race, just showing the form that he has in these cars and pretty much keeping up the good momentum in this mid-category. And who knows, maybe could be a sign to come if they are in the Sim Racing Republic. That's probably the closest thing they're gonna have in terms of top tier competition in LMP2s in a few months time. But after that, we're moving to BS hybrid. Again, like you said, the form is there, the rust is off. Let's see if what's gonna come out of them. If Phil Danez is going to be able to keep that up, if he's going to participate in the Portimão 24 Hours Esports Series or IMSA, global classification around the board. And then again, congratulations for our Impact. That is overdue to win in an event like this. And let's see if they then keep up this momentum in also other championships that they have.
5 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. That's how long it took Alexandre Delatrat to come to the line and win this race by 52.8 over gridandgo.com esports and Darius Andre. Bam, 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 bam! We'll get a podium out there, and that's all, folks, in third place for them, with Solpec Precision Racing fourth and Proto GPT HPD there, Liam Loisel there in fifth place. It's the second of the Solpec Precision Racing cars, with Emil Bernstorff finishing off in P6 ahead of Tobias Pashko and Burasud plus Hybrid, with Grid Up Sim Racing in 8th, Hyperion Racing getting 9th in category, and the Endurance Enjoyers Red rounding out the top 10. Karl Jolek for Yitkaus Racing Red is 11th ahead of Wojtek Dvorak there, and Thomas Enger Sim Racing 12th. Ariti at 3 laps down, as well as Tech Sport Sim Team Red, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, and then 5 down, Alpha Corsa Yellow. GMF at 6 down, with Gobri Martinez bringing that one home. Elbam at 8 down, and then you're seeing then 8 from the bottom, Jens Brothers Competition. 7 from the bottom in category then. It's 6 or 7 maybe. They got what they wanted. Nicholas Kingswell there in play, because here are the final 7. Oh, no, they're not. They're going to get 8. That's a real shame, isn't it? Perabit Sim Racing, ZRT Momo, Jet Fuel Energy retiring, White Motorsports, Team Endurotech, Lone Wolf Motorsports, and then Project GRS Team Cyan all running into troubles. Alexandre Delatrat with the fastest lap in category at a 33.298. Now into GT1, where Phil Danez and Burasud plus Hybrid would get effectively a lap on Jarno Cook and the gridandgo.com esports 007, with Mikko Niittymaki there for Black Star Racing in third place. Carl Simsport Duck will then be in fourth with Sam Gratton, as Jake Cummings would bring Tech Sport Sim Team to fifth. Full Send Racing finish off in sixth ahead of Enosis Simdeck.app. Tourist Racing Team end up in eighth ahead of the Seacrest County Highway Patrol, with Christoph Elenaschak and Jack Wells. Robin Schwanker takes Solprec Precision Racing 4 laps down into 10th. Mikkel De Lange then for Paceworks Esports is then the last finisher, with the first retiree being the Fishies, Preston Lee. 100 Force Maple Tea Racing Team couldn't quite get it done. TSRC couldn't either. Neither could SRB Racing. Solpec Precision Racing 113 with Oleg Lovkov. And then John Babineau for the Locked-In Racing team did not take to the start today. Elias Loppanen would get it home over the line for Impact Simsport SBR ahead of the Road to Esport team. Pavel Derebny bringing that one back. The only other car in the lead lap, Ken Copeland, would then finish the Wrong Stuff Black onto the podium ahead of Kikuri Hiroyes DDA, Ruby Nekamata's team over there from Team PGZ. You've then got Shang Yusen, then, who finishes in 5th for Team WP300 Yusen Design, with NWA Motorsport 6th at 3 laps adrift, 4 adrift for SLM with Kyle Ridley. Brian Liu and the Sudbury Blueberry Bulldogs then 7 laps down as Globoil 1322 plus 6-man racing team by Fakari, which makes them 1328-man racing team. They are 8th ahead of Mikhail Alexeyev for Mimo Apexa. Then in 10th place, the only retiree from there, Andrew Zuricki, there from River Falls Sim Racing team, and that makes the category in its play. Very busy day in the office out there for us to go and have a chat with, and I think there is no better place to go than over to Phil Dines and to Nick Ludica then with the result that they have had in the wonderful GT1 category. Gentlemen, a wonderful result. We had you in earlier, Phil, so Nick, you'll get the honours first and foremost. What does a victory in the Classics mean to Burasud in the grander scheme of things, knowing that you almost put an entire lap on Grid and Go today?
I mean, it was a great result, especially for the BS Hybrid team. I think this is our first special event win we've gotten, especially I know for sure on the top split side. So a huge statement for that whole side of Burasud. But yeah, really just a great day overall.
And in that regard, you were able to build that margin. Now, between the pair of you, Phil, I'll go to you on this one. What prompted the decision to go again to the Aston Martin rather than over, say, to the Corvette? I know it had a little bit of a bop to try and get it slowed down on the straights, but was it just the superior car in terms of what this circuit brought to it in the category?
Well, I think the deciding factor is that I didn't own the Corvette. That helps, but no, I mean, the Aston Martin is just a wicked machine. It sounds so great. I think we just wanted to drive it just to have some fun, and we managed to do just that, and to come away with a win is super special, especially to be in the BS Hybrid car. It's something we've been pushing towards, and to get a first special event win in BS Hybrid is, yeah, something super special.
A super special result, and now the sight's set on what comes up next for Burasud, and I'm sure that is your team's intentions on running back some very strong results over in the EMC Sports Global Championship.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the best championship of the year, and we'll be gunning for the top spot this time around.
Well, the floor is effectively yours with champagne and anything else that you want to take to. And victory isn't often something that we say is sweet, but this one will be very sweet coming back to racing. Nick Ludica and Phil Dines getting the job done, and an almighty result into the back pocket. Then with that, we are going to take this chance to walk down the paddock by the way to Liam Loisel, who is there in a very good run of racing today. Liam, very nice running then from you. How did you find your 1,000 kilometers?
It wasn't too bad. The low downforce was definitely different. I don't think we would have done better with a medium downforce. It was nice to lead some laps against some of these pro drivers.
Yeah, being in that number 10 Proto GT HPD, how critical was that to understand the HPD once again? It's been a while. Everyone's very much used now to that Dallara P217. So what is the big difference maker out there for you going from new school back to old school?
Well, I wouldn't say I've went to new school. I'm the community manager for Pro GT, so that's kind of my car. But I just like the open top, the era, everything about it.
So let me get this straight. Hair blowing in the breeze, and you thought, yeah, this is my sort of thing?
Yeah, pretty much.
Awesome stuff. Now, as far as you go as a community manager then for Proto GT, and seeing an event like this, a special event like this, taking its position out there in the world of sim racing right now, how important is it for you to see a turnout like this and the adjustments that may be made to see Proto GT see its revival and its popularity continue to grow?
Yeah, it's great that iRacing lets us have this special event, kind of draw some participation back to us. Participation's been dropping recently, so hoping that this gives us a boost as well as moving to C next season.
Well, hopefully we see a lot more people out there, and it would be very nice to see some broadcasted races in Proto GT. That much I do know. Liam Loisel, then, who is that community manager and 5th place for Proto GT HPD today, will be a very, very happy customer out there overall. We are also going to take this chance to say from the other side of the garage, then I believe by the looks of that number 10 to Jarrett Curry. Jarrett, we just missed there Liam Loisel then and you to bring you in together, but from your side of things then, 109 laps in the books, you must have had a very good time of things.
Yeah, I had a pretty good time. I'm mostly just saving fuel and trying to bring the car in one piece to Liam so he could bring it home and like hopefully not lose any time to people who were going full speed and planning on doing the extra stop.
So that certainly gives you a really good sense of what today's all about. The hot conditions though, would you have rather a cooler track here at Portimão?
Yeah, certainly at the end of my last stint. I think that might have been right around when the track was starting to get to like its hottest point. It came down a little bit at the end, so that helped Liam a bit there at the end. But it definitely would have helped, especially if we had like the real life start time for the event where it starts at night, because that would have helped the low downforce a lot, especially with the on the longer run and the tire wear.
It's absolutely fantastic to see the way that everyone's been running. And for those who do want to jump in with Proto GT, just sell how amazing the running was here today and what you can get every week on iRacing.
Yeah, I mean, the main selling point for me is it's just a really fun car to drive, honestly. I mean, I picked up this car and I mean, the main thing that's kept me driving it is it's just a fun car to drive, as well as, I mean, I find I'm particularly quick in it, so that doesn't hurt either, but it's just a fun car to drive, and especially when you have a good field. The racing is like nothing else that I've experienced this service. I mean, I've had some like just amazing races in this car, between like this car as well as the GT1 class as well that I've spent a lot of time with. So, I mean, it's just a great place to have good, clean racing. I mean, there's a multi-class aspect, but even in the official series, like the pace difference isn't big enough to where you're constantly weaving in and out of traffic. So it's got more of a relaxed feel to it, and it's just, it's a good time.
Well, we wish you a good time and everyone else to jump in what is some amazing specs worth of cars here on iRacing. Jarrett Curry, they're joining us as well from Proto GT HPD in the number 10, a 5th place finish today. Well, it's not just one race that is coming up on the horizon of the iRacing World Series that continues on. It's World Tour that continues across, because the Crandon Championship will be in for those who love the Super Stadium truck style and going out there giving absolutely everything over the lumps and jumps that Crandon has to offer. There will be broadcasts on Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, and on Saturday to sink your teeth into. It's an absolute thrill ride, and it'll be with you on iRacing. So if you haven't done so already, make sure you follow us on Twitch. Make sure you subscribe to us on YouTube so you don't miss out anything on what makes iRacing the greatest sim racing in the world, hands down, bar none. And I would never, ever cross my fingers saying anything like that at all. It's an incredible, incredible platform to see some amazing sim racing and the best of the world go out there for it. From the entire team that has brought this one over to you today, from Ramiro Agustin Cisneros, who has pulled full duty here today in the production, from, of course, your early team of Arjuna Kankipati and Ewan O'Leary, from Lorenzo Bonda alongside me. My name is Jake Sperry. There is something so magical about going back to an old pair of boots, remembering what they used to feel like, remembering how there were those little nuances, that little trim of thread that kept sticking out that said, I don't really want to cut it, but I'm just going to leave and hope it comes out of its own accord. That's what the sim racing equivalent today of this Portimão 1000 has brought to the table. Some truly magnificent cars in Proto GT spec and showing the world that the classics are called the classics. It's a great era because it's great racing and it will continue to be time immemorial some of the best racing on the iRacing platform. We'll see you for more racing action, and critically, we'll see you in 15 minutes here on iRacing because the Porsche Esports Super Cup comes up next with Arjuna and Paul.